Yo, ladies and gentlemen, yo, are you guys enjoying the music? I've been really, my For You page has been like bardcore for the entire week. And so, fuck it, I decided to play into it. It's, it's all good. Yeah, I'm really getting back to Last Ark, at least for a little bit. Anyways, the plan for today is to play League of Legends, TFT. The first spot 4 I get, I'm gonna play Lost Ark. I think. Maybe first 2. He says League. No, I'm good. Yeah, this is Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift, but if it was the 1500s. Thy Love Story. I think Toast can 111 and make it out. Oh god, Nox is up today. I saw a stream, he's open 8-8. I was like, oh no. Oh no. Will you save me somewhere we can be alone? I'll be waiting for you to back. How you feel? And I'll be the princess. It's a love story, baby. Just say. Okay, hold on. Yeah.
Embrace the code.
I need to ask when we're doing clown. I think we're doing clown today. Does fuss. Thanks for some of this stream. Oh, I got Jason on the wreck side. Okay. 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 I will say dog. I wonder if it's possible to play a void without re-rolling. Probably not, right? Because you want your A void to be giga strong. Kick down a run track. It's a love story, baby. Just say yes.
Come, mortal, witness your demise. Bow to the void, or be consumed by it.
You have to see some Black Fang now. What the fuck is Black Fang? Bro, I don't, that's not even a word, man. You made that shit up. Oh, I'm down to play Shrima, ladies and gentlemen, it's time. Roll for Ori time. Oh, we found.
This is very exciting.
Oh, I thought it'd be that'd be more rolls. Shit. This guy's trolling for not knowing who Blackfang is. Isn't that one pirate lady? Bro, who is doing horizontal content? No one, bro. See a Toast, Joey Blackfang playing? Yep. I saw Toast did not go off to a good start. I saw Toast, unfortunately did not. I mean, how is Toast doing right now? How's my boy doing right now? Let me go take a little
sure,
gander.
but that doesn't feel very good.
886. Whoa, shit. You know, some days be having hands.
I got no time for games.
This is very exciting.
Where there is evil, I shall go.
Okay, guys, I was told that I was gonna do Cackle Sadon today, but I don't know if I'm doing Cackle Sadon today. You guys feel me? You guys comprehend what I'm putting down?
Watch this.
Cuckle guy. Don't know if I'm doing that today. It's locked to Arts Brigade. Don't do it, bro. But you can watch me do it. But you don't do it, okay? Bro, I'm trying to get in and leave in like 5 business days. Yeah, do as I say, not as I do. But if you were to play, there is a jumpstart server. It's still grindy, but Abe told me it wasn't grindy. You're telling me Abe lied to me? Would Abe do something like that?
This is very exciting.
No, surely not. Surely not. Is this weak? Do I look weak? Oh, it's combat start. Is this one? Oh, it's not combat start. Oh. Wait, I gave him 2 gold. Yeah, I probably have to. Okay. I need to learn how to fix this fucking CC bullshit.
I got no time for games.
Cool. I'm not throwing it. Literally, this is the first place, guys. You think I'm gonna lose this game? Bro, is this your first time watching? You think I ever lose with Piltover? You watch your favorite anime? I want to. Do you, yeah, I'm literally gonna get 6 Piltover this game, and I'm like cashed out so fast. You're gonna be so impressed with me. The first thoughts you're gonna think are, wow, that's so sexy. Okay, I'm starting to see some good stuff.
This is very exciting.
Or how do I do this? Wait. Let's do this. Okay. And maybe let's do this. Okay, I like that. Okay, I like that. Not kill that much, but I like that. Okay. I'm gonna sell this so I can start putting stuff onto a. Okay, I just need Piltover +1, honestly. You got 50 with the Nasus 3. Oh, I put someone who put Zaya 3 4th yesterday. So let me tell you, it's kind of funny. No, oh, Piltover. Piltover.
This is very exciting.
But Piltover. Decide if I'm going to Worlds yet? I don't know. Real talk, it is a still at a maybe. Pyro Heim at 7. Oh yeah. Oh, this guy's board is so bad. Wait, what is this board? Oh wait, maybe it's just bad enough actually. Oh yes, it's bad, baby. It's bad. So I'm looking to heal and gain gold. I have no combat augments at all. Okay, if I get sync 40 next round. Level to put in the Phelios. Phil is my combat augment. True. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, is it fine? This guy has hedge funds? Bro, this guy is hedging? Oh, for sure I kill somebody though, right? Like for sure. Not bad, not bad. I made it up in the lobby with you 3 times the last 3 days. Oh, you must have gotten a lot of LP. Why? Yeah, you must be pretty happy about that. Tiniest Titan. Wait, I would have preferred Tiniest Titan over Wellness Trust. I get 1 more gold, but he starts with 8 gold. What? Tiniest Titan 2? Oh, I'm so sad.
Gone is the future.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time. Timer right here. Not to play, but every time I'm with you, you've got 8. I mean, no, that's not flame. Like, yeah, that's just, you're welcome. Yes! Yes! Oh, this is gonna be the fucking best cash out of my life. They're gonna tell stories about this cash out. Like, god damn. Did you hear when Scarra is it 10 on the next one? That would be sick. Wait, if it's 10 and 10, all right, guys, hear me out. Hear me out. Okay, hear me out. I cashed out on 4-2 at 50. Your boy Toast scores? No, I don't. I do not perceive milk. Whatever. Today did not happen.
Survive. Fight.
Can't make it, but it's sports to play more games. Oh yeah, that feels bad. It's fine. He's just gonna buy the world champion, and he's gonna be DSG. He doesn't need to be the world champion. He can just buy the world champion. Does Tiniest Titan work on creep rounds? Oh, it doesn't. Okay. Okay, but seriously, I'm going for I'm going for 50 stacks minimum.
Welcome to Zon. Energize.
Shurima is not of this time.
Oh, guess I can do this and do this to go Hurricane. Oh, this guy's board looks kind of good. Milk, you ever see level up here? You ever see a level up before? Level up it. Did you see Ace's board on the second stage? Holy fuck. Ace had the most insane game I've seen. He was level 10, full legendaries, what the forge, 200 like 50 Yorick's grave. It was the most insane first. Yeah, you ever see a level up here? Right here? Fuck.
The shadows. The Mafia. Now and forever.
I am Darkin. Your gods fear me.
What's this?
Dawn's future's about to get brighter.
Ooh, I did not get that much stronger actually. This is not looking Gucci. Well, I don't really want this. I don't think I really want these. Wait, it'd be sick if I lost this though. So I cash 60 next round, right? Wait, but like actually, man, this guy's so weak. I could have got a 60 cash next round. Spoils level up level 7. This guy's a pig. What do you mean? What do I get a 50 cash here? Like at least a fawn, right? And like 7 radiant items. 50 gold, fawn, 60 gold, 70 gold, 80 gold. That didn't even feel that good. Like what? What? Wait, can I get a redo? Wait, what the fuck? I got 0 items. Wait. Like how? Okay. Okay, I'm going 9. The only good part about this is it gives me back over 40 gold, so I get wellness trust, which is really nice.
Mercy and Bilgewater.
Whatever, rage with Aphelios, and then I guess I'll figure out what happens. How many Piltover do I have normally? I have 4. Oh, I'm selling this for sure then. I have the other Piltover already. Sick. Fancy Crown's item? I don't know if it's an item, bro. Oh my god, I'm not. Oh my god. Fuck it, I'm not leveling. You star meat, true. I'm going 9. Fuck it. Pretty sure I'm not even playing Echo because I don't care about Jinx 1, right? So even if I can get Jinx 2, I don't care about Jinx 2. Even though it's Robo. Wow, I killed his backline instantly. Oh, I'm wealthy beyond belief. Oh yeah. Not only wealthy in riches, but in health. Okay, I'm pretty sure I should play. I should play Ari board cap, right? Ari Karma or Ari Rise. Ari Rise board cap. 2 Bruiser, Ari Rise. Sell these 2. We play Heimer, Ari Rise. Shen. Actually, I don't know if I should do Ari Rise. Probably not this game. I'm forced to play 4. So I can just do Nasus, Aatrox, Bruisers, and Heimer, Velvet. Let's go. Wait. Oh, the Heisenberg. That was kind of hard. I almost was sweating there with my 120 gold. Nathan 7 back for 53 months. Thanks for your subbing. This guy's level 9 with this board. Wait, level up? I'm about to be level 9 with fucking 100 gold.
I will rule the Freljord.
I mean, I guess I can play this over. Wait, I am so rich. Thank God I got Hullbreaker, because I think if I didn't have that item, I would have been in a much worse spot this game. I have no items, man. My cash out was literally fucking 0 items, except for a font. Okay. Oh, just bucket BIS items. Oh no. I don't like what I got. Bucket.
Your king has returned. I'll hack my way back to Bilgewater.
A little too much AD, but whatever.
Survive. Fight.
What did I put on my Heimerdinger? Did I triple Goldnator? Kind of want to.
I won't be denied. What's this?
Believe Aphelios.
Oh, I'm definitely playing Rise. So I'm playing Rise. I am playing Rise. Shit. What the fuck? I should have sold the Shen. Oh, I'm trying not to use too much gold here because I have that one log.
Now I am the world ender.
Wellness trust. So I need to get a heal as long as I stay above certain stuff. No.
Consulte, hear my name and know my strength.
I drop Vi? Oh, it is, but like later because I don't really have a unit to drop it for yet. I can do this, but I don't even think it'll be better. Yeah, I'm supposed to draw about Viaco, but I am chilling so far. Let's just split over because I cannot play 6 without Ori. I cannot. I'm not gonna go back for it. Yeah, I don't even know that what. Isn't this on GP? Stack GP with some stuff.
If I sound rude, it's because I've got a world to save.
Shurima is not of this time. Battle, yes. Shurima is not of this time.
I think of it. Okay.
I am Duncan. Your gods fear me.
From the shadows.
Oh yeah, I kind of want to hold this. I don't think I'm doing this, right?
Water. Your king has returned.
Okay. I put Shen in for one of these Scions, and I can take out Nasus for Rise.
Pays. Is mercy in Bilgewater.
Oh, I beat him even though he even lost me on my ghost board. I don't think I can go for, I don't know, 30% chance to hit Jace seems kind of low. I'd rather just try to go for Aphelios 3.
For great science.
Oh, I kind of want to hold this.
Aphelios.
I bring death.
Fuck.
Broadside. There.
I can't get more than that, right? Because this guy has 3.
Kill you all.
For Piltover. From the shadows. One can only hold all this power for so long.
Wait, I missed an item. There's an item I didn't pick up. Shit. By Scion, no, I'm not going to. This guy already has 3 Scion. I told you, I can't get Scion 3. He can't get Scion 3 either. Wait, is my turret farming gold here? Oh, it is, baby. It is.
You should have left home years ago.
What's this?
My room Terra will be beautiful.
Bilgewater, your king has returned.
I'm seeing so many of these stupid scions, but I can't 3-star scion, man. You can't go Scion 3 because someone else holding Scion, bro. Same like reason I can't go fucking 3-star other thing, man. Wow. He killed him.
For great science.
He's gonna have a Heimer. Cool.
Target you. Now I am the world ender.
We still got a couple fights, right? I'm a 3-star something. I still don't know what. It's looking like it's H-Rock. Oh, is it H-Rock? It could be. Could be.
Broadside.
Oh my god. I'm making like 50 gold a round too off my stupid turret. Oh, it's another Heimerdinger, huh? Okay, it's something I can't take. Do I even want to make this, man? I'll make it at the end of the round, and then I'll roll the 0 after, because I want to try the 3-star something else. Okay, now pretty sure it's an H-Rock, right?
For great science.
He dead? Oh, we're gonna move it. Like, I didn't hit it, man. It's so much bullshit. I didn't hit. What do you mean? Oh, I guess I can't take the GPs, honestly.
Yes.
Bro. Oh man. I've never seen so many scions with 3. Someone's holding 3 fucking scions, man.
Everyone pays.
Nathan 7 world map for 53 months. Urgala world map for 38 months. Oh, actually, guys, I'm gonna play some match. I'll be right back. I actually forgot. I need to call my mom. This might be like 5 minutes. Okay, sorry. I made a mistake. My bad, guys. I was calling. My mom called. My mom is so. My mom is so funny, actually. My mom called and she was like, I just found that my mom is like moved into LA full time. And she was like, oh, we could see each other all the time. And she said that. I'm like, no, no, absolutely not. But it's so funny because my mom is like talking to me about her, like what she's done and stuff. And it's really cute. She's like, oh, I saw a whale today and dolphins. And I'm like, I played TFT today. But yeah, my mom's cute. I told her I'm not free right now, but I'll make some time for her to come see her soon. My mom is so weird though. I swear to God. She makes friends really easily, and I'm always worried she's gonna get like, I don't know, kidnapped or something. She told me she met like some random Taiwanese guy who lived nearby, and the guy rented out a place for her. And like all his kids are left, and he's like the only one there. He's like 80 almost, and they were just talking, and all of a sudden now she has a place to live, and she's paying like 900 a month, and I'm like, 900 a month? What the fuck? You talked to this guy for how long? Like fucking an hour, you know? She No, man, no, she just does shit like that. And like, so she's just staying there, and I'm pretty sure the guy's too old to like kidnap her and harvest her organs. And so I'm like, all right, whatever, man. I'll go visit her like in a couple days. Make sure she's not actually getting fucking kidnapped. J Sky, welcome back for 3 months. Thanks for subbing. But yeah, I'm shocked. Like when she told me the red price, I asked her, I was like, sorry, did you repeat that? Did you say 900? God damn. He's charging 1980s rent, like actually.
We did it! Yes!
I am here to test souls.
Yo, okay, what if I put in two bastion or two, why did I say bash? Two bilge. And then we play bilgers. You ever think your mom is the one doing the kidnapping? If my mom ended up being like a serial killer kidnapper and she hid it from me for the entirety of my life, I would just be impressed. Fuck it. She's family. I'd help her hide the body. Like, whatever, man.
I carry my family with me. Guess we're fighting.
Oh, I need bilge. So I need 5 things in. I need 6 things in, right? Oh, I only have 5. Bro, is this only this? Shit, is it 5 or 6? Is it 5? Does this work? I get 1 guaranteed? Anyone know? Any knowers?
You cannot hide.
6 in every 2, okay. So whatever, it's random now. Gone. No, sir.
Guess we're fighting.
The no cho bruiser board. Holy fuck. This guy, let me cook. You watch Toast Noxus Cup games? I have not.
to test swords.
Wait, I forgot to put in bulge
This is
or
very
build, not
exciting.
bulge.
I got no time for games.
I didn't get bruiser or bilge, and oh my fucking god, bro. Dude, I don't fucking know. Like, I'm pretty sure it's just this, I guess. Ba, 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 ba. Okay, but really, how do you guys feel about Bardcore? This music fucking slaps, right?
All in.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
The vibe, oh yeah, it's a vibe. It's a vibe. Okay, real talk though, I cannot sell this swing, like under any circumstance. Yeah, I can't sell bulge, so now I'm just kind of in a weird spot. Unless I win, then I'm not in a weird spot. The random rep pulled the fire alarm and the Kappa get out of passing laws. No shot they did that. That is fucking funny. Is it actually illegal? Yeah, I don't know how good that is. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, but how awesome is my board right now? Okay, here's my plan. At a very late game, I just use 2 bruiser to add 100 health to my team, which I think, look, that's bad, but it could be worse, kind of deal. He's buying time because that GOP rep snuck stuff into the build that was being voted on and no one read it. What an interest. That is so crazy that you can even vote on something that you can have like huge build that you can get voted on that you can't read in time. Like oh god, man. Wow, 4 Invoker with a Slayer emblem. I mean, do I win this?
Okay.
This is one of the strangest openers I've ever done because I have bruiser, build, 3 strategists. Yeah, I don't really know. It's definitely interesting. I might put this in. Like, this kind of looks like an Azir Soko game, and I play like maybe a 4 Bruiser frontline with Bruiser Jarvan, or 2 Bruiser Swain. I hate that guy. Another fucking... Is it legal to get another BF here, man? Oh my god, bro. Yeah, I can make this work, I guess. Though it's possible. He got a Galio too. Dude, literally, life is not fair. Life is like so not fair, man. Okay. I can't tell when if my village is doing that much, but I think at least I can check the damage after the game. I mean, it's doing a lot actually. Holy moly. Let's go bilge. Wait. Thing is, I don't think I can play 3 builds for this position. I wanted to do this, but like earlier, man. No, I don't think I can do Demon Flare. I'm not leveling. I'm not rolling at 6 this game. That's stupid. I wish I got Rising Infamy with Bilgewater Spat. That feels so much better. I haven't hit this guy in a while, but this guy got like the nuts. Fucking. What did he get? No, my spree. This guy ruined my spree, man.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
Like, what do I even do with this item? Another spear? That doesn't feel right. Like, all the item options on this thing are so bad. I need frontline items. Or I don't know, man. We'll see. Might just somehow turn into Zorks out of nowhere. I was gonna lose this one anyways. Okay. Well, I was about to lose eventually. These guys' boards are kind of good. Like I had a 2-star. Where is he? Nautilus. Board Jug, 2-star Nautilus, 2-star this. Omni bro, welcome back for 33 months. Cat Gite P, welcome back for 4 months. Thanks for your subbing. Nah, bro, I'm not taking the streamer contract. Bro, it's on a 2-star. I can't use it.
Who needs a beat down?
I like this. I like this unit a lot. It makes a lot of sense with my comp. It would spike my board quite a bit. But do I really fucking put this in? I don't think so. That does not sound good. I'm gonna take this out for 1 round. I think this is better. No way he has Vanquisher spat and he slammed an IE. What the fuck? No problem. And nothing else to slam. You don't slam. Like I'm pretty sure. I wait. Did you have slam TG?
For Piltover.
Like I think that item for your comp is like worth almost a half an item for Vanquisher. But I guess if it's for streak, it's fine, I guess. Yeah, where is my board going? Like literally look at my fucking board. I'm brawler, strategist. What the fuck am I doing? I guess I play Shiv, I play Azir Soko, and I just find a way to get Trima in, which is probably gonna be Juggernaut. I play Juggernaut, Azir Soko, and then I it's so bad in this position, but like what am I gonna do, you know? Is there any places above me? Well, nothing. I think there's a good chance he will. He's in a way better position. He has 2 tomes that actually make fucking sense. I have 2 tomes that make no fucking sense. And he's streaking. What?
The fun begins.
Streaking with bench? Oh yeah, and LDP for sure. If he's in the top 2, he sucks. What backline everything? I mean, no. There's no need a shield. No, it's still nice. I mean, okay, now I have items, so I can actually work with some of this shit. What the fuck? Oh, that's an interesting one.
Your gods fear me.
I will rule the Freljord.
Wow, what the fuck did this board turn into? What the hell happened?
The world may fall.
Okay, I'm probably only playing.
Will remain.
I think I could play Kaisa. I don't know. What the fuck am I playing, bro? Somehow I have 4 Juggernauts with Nasus MF and 12 items on my bench. It's fine. I am okay. These are the best. Wait, I lost 4 Juggernauts. Wait a second. That may not have been the best switch. Five strategists. I would need a Azir, which I was hoping to get here, but I'm stacking a lot of rounds for this. I feel like this eventually.
For Piltover.
Oh no, this guy has return on investment and a fucking 30% damage stationary support with this front line. I don't do enough damage to kill this. Not yet. I'm actually taking fucking 16 here, man. He has this rise. Oh my god. How many did he play? 8 invokers with this rise. Yeah, this game's like this game's fucking doomed. Probably this and go Sunfire or Nashers here. I really hate 5 strategies a lot of times. I'll only play in very specific situations, usually with double spat.
I never hold back.
Shurima is not of this time.
About time I got my hands dirty.
I bring death.
Shurima is where all paths converge.
But I'll probably play for a little bit. Shit. I need to get rid of this dog. Probably play this dog until I get Silka 2. Just swap it in. I mean, the comp seems fine now. It ended up being kind of exactly what I expected. Switch, or actually just switch, right? Send the 0 Nasus doesn't really matter. In my opinion, I can send either, and I don't really care. I think in this, I'd probably prefer to ascend a Zir or Nasus. It's front line. Must lock extreme. Nope. Wish. Open sell this. I feel like I should. And then I am just gonna chill. The biggest problem is I think there's 2 people in the lobby that I could never beat. Like, I don't think anyone's ever beat this guy. I actually think if he sold his karma and moved all his items to Rise, he would win the game. But thank God he's not doing that.
Shurima is not of this time.
About time I got my hands dirty.
Oh shit. Do I even care about this unit? I guess I do for a limited amount of time. This, and then... God, I mean, I guess. I prefer Nashes over this, but I don't really have an option, I guess.
Every soul shall serve.
I have a lot of upgrades here.
Become what they fear. Let the monster out.
I win this with a 0-2. Should roll more here.
Shurima is not of this time.
I have a lot of upgrades.
Now I am the world.
Okay. I was gonna say I have a ton of upgrades, and now like, but yeah, those are my upgrades. I mean, my board is so weird. I'm pretty sure this board is just silly, but it's, I mean, it's kind of what you want, right? Like, you have frontline that you really good frontline. I can't replace 5 strategists easily without a 2-star legendary.
Survive. Fight.
Me not having Sunfire against this guy sucks ass, but hopefully I can win.
Strength of Noxus.
Oh, he is a little bit away from Karma 3. If he, I'm most scared of this guy. Like, he is the highest potential to cap. But I mean, he's 1 life, so probably not a big deal.
About time I got my hands dirty.
I mean, do I really roll? Real talk, I could reforge the Bruiser emblem at some point, but with the amount of gold I have, it's probably not worth it. I mean, this is just probably my board. I place 4th, 5th this game, I think, and I just call it. Please don't go down. Please don't go down. Usually, I would say Rage Blade is your sucks ass. Because most of the times the enemy doesn't have a front line that's tanky enough for you to really get Rage Blade and go off. But against Cho'Gath with Declaw, it's definitely BIS. As long as your front line is strong enough to stand up to it. This game is kind of how I feel like you would play like TFT normally, I guess is how, I don't know how else to explain it. Like, they just combine random traits together and fucking go crazy. But like augments and really make it so like chasing verticals usually sucks. Like, I would not want this in here. But like, do I see a way around it? No, I'm no fucking way around it unless I find Heimerdinger. Oh my god. I have to roll every round for 1 unit? Got Morella for him up? Yeah, but I'd rather just do this. Lost arc time? Bro, why are you guys... I'm top 4. I'm not gonna play Lost Ark yet. Read the title, man. 1 bottom 4. Do you see bottom 4 yet? I don't see a bottom 4 yet. Oh my god, this guy's doing a lot of fucking damage, bro.
Become what they fear.
No! Double social distancing 6 challenger, bro. Oh no, man. Oh, okay, I win. All right, we got 9. Oh, I hope I can go 9. I went with his ear, sure, but yeah, I know. Yeah, he's not the greatest, but he's okay. He got Rise 2. No way. Oh, he has no goal. The Rise actually does no damage. Oh, I'm fine then. Pretty sure I win this one. Well, I don't know. Taric 3 is kind of worrisome.
Let the monster out.
Yeah, highest cap. So you couldn't hit it. Unlucky. No way this guy's last stand so I could get 4th this game. Oh my god, bro. I think this guy was literally 2 rounds away. I'm pretty sure that guy was gonna win. Sunfire here, please. Sunfire, 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 Sunfire. I might actually want shield break here. That more than another front line. No, I don't. The double Night Harvester work. I wasn't sure if you got, because double Nashers does not work, right?
Survive. Fight.
He did 11. No way. Am I fit? I'm 4th. Woo! You're behind 5th. Oh, thank God. Take one for the team, buddy. Double dashes. I don't think it does. I don't think the effect works, but the stats do. I'm gonna play some ads. Now I'm not sure. Do I want any of these? Let's go. The only problem is there's 2 bad things you can rupture. So I don't know if I rupture into one of the no augment ones, it's gonna be bad. Let's do voting. I like to vote. I always vote mystery box. I just wish the mystery box is more mysterious. You know what I mean? Yuri's Haza hard? Bro, it's a Tower of God reader? Wait, I read the name, I'm like, wait a second. This guy reads Tower of God? Okay.
Guilty.
Void Star, bro, it's not a Void Star. I will sell these units to prove to you it's not a Void Star. Okay, okay, but it's okay. How do you guys feel about me playing 9 Shrima, but I don't know where I was gonna go with this. Think you should load up Lost Ark Media, bro. I'm not gonna. I'm literally trying harder than I've ever tried before. Like, you guys think I'm gonna fucking lose today? Hell no. Look at this. I put in 6 things to guarantee one of these. I'm gonna try so hard. You guys aren't gonna see me play Lost Ark today at all. It's slightly better than the anime. I don't think it's slightly. Oh, I don't know about slightly better. It might be absolutely. But the art is jarring, I think.
So strange. We scream.
Pop it. Oh. Like, I want to play Bilge, but I don't know if it's good now. Fuck it. I mean, I might as well, you know.
Always on the run.
Hold on. I'm gonna sack one round because I don't know how to play Bilge, because I need to look up some stats. I actually don't know how to play Bilge correctly here, so I need to figure out some good items. Okay, so I'm playing EMF. 7 Bilgers.
Keep your enemies close and me closer.
I'm actually definitely level, right? I don't care about what happened last round. I'm leveling next round still. Yeah. Okay, and then I just need to get an RFC. That's the most important item I could buy. Okay, no problem. What else is good? I need MF items. The most important item I can get is blue buff, obviously. Okay, and then Morello's looks pretty good, so I can just slam this when I see whatever. Go for blue. Okay. Try to get 5 in now. I'll try to get 5 in next round. I feel like, but the problem is I think you kind of need upgraded units. But we'll see.
It's the destiny.
Bro, these guys are trying to collude in my games. Hello? At Mortdog? At Mortdog? These guys are literally colluding. Yeah, I don't know if I can kill my even shot. I think I actually need to go even shot first here, right? You guys are gonna be waiting for Lost Ark for a long time, and probably never gonna. It's never gonna happen today. Is there a build unit here? There's not a build unit. Not for my even shroud. My Evan shroud. Please 5 build. Please 5 build. Not happen. So I have to put in another build. Cool. Here we go. Even shroud. This is probably where I should check the lobby to make sure someone doesn't randomly go build this game. This guy, has he popped his thing yet? Oh, not this guy. This guy, he has not popped it yet. 2 double trouble players, 1 gifts of the fallen. Yep. What is the best radiant item in this comp? Oh, isn't it just radiant RFC? Wait, I figured it out. Wait, I'm a fucking genius. Wait, that wasn't that hard. Oh. Bilge? No build. No problem. What? He's playing Bilge? He already has a Nile. Bro, there's no way. Wow, I fight him. Cool. Oh, build. 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 Oh, Last Whisper is pretty good actually. The Nyla, but I have this, so it's never gonna happen. Oh my god, Bilge? No build. Hold the Juggernaut in case I need it.
It's destiny.
Oh, these items are
Fight me if you have no spirit.
interesting. Build. I like not Onalis does like his like gravity well. It's kind of cool. Okay, I'm on a 3 loss streak, but that's okay.
Let's raise the stakes.
Okay, do not be alarmed, ladies and gentlemen, but I may be bilging this game. Build nigh the side guy, bro. I have double bilge. Okay, so I'm assuming if I get 9 bilge, do I just win? But like, I need to get, I need a fawn to get to 9. How am I getting 9? You know, well, when I 7 bilge his ass, he's gonna be like, oh my god. I'm like, yeah. I took 14 here. There's no way. Holy shit.
I am here to test souls.
I just build like bad. I don't have a backline carry yet. That's the problem. Pretty sure I should just slam Rage Blade here.
Noxus will rise.
Like I need something like this, you know? Should be better now. I think. A 7. I'm going 7 next round to find 1 bilge. Because do you see the physical damage that is increased by the 5 to 7? It's kind of good. It's kind of really good. Wait, guys, am I bilging? Honestly, 1 unit loss is perfect. I'm down. I'm so happy. Last live GG. Well, I don't like the idea of JG. Okay, what if I just take the knife? Thank fucking God he hesitated. Holy shit.
Set sail.
Like, there's no way 7 build is bad, right? Yeah. You playing on Jumpstart? Yeah, I already started. Playing for 1 week. That's it. Why am I still losing? Maybe these 5 unslammed items might answer that question. Okay, but like... Are my items not terrible though? Like, I don't know, man. What do I even fucking do with these items? Like, JG on MF is not good. Because MF needs attack speed to cast a lot to make village proc. So it's like, I'm stuck with these items that are terrible for anyone who's not like GP. Like, if I had GP, I would just fucking slam this shit, you know? Oh wait, I want. That's a dub. That's a dub. Wait. That's a great loss. You know, I'll take that. So MF, it's terrible. It's super bad. I have no mana gen. It's god fucking awful, and it does nothing. I'd rather you should rather do that for, I don't know, this fucking unit, man.
It ain't luck, it's destiny.
I got no, man. Why did I get this garbage, bro?
Taste your own blood.
The fun begins.
I got no time for games.
It's like kind of awkward because I think you're supposed to roll till you find.
Demacia, now and forever.
Like, I don't know if I should roll anymore if you catch my drift. Pretty sure I'm just making guard breaker on this fucking unit, man. So it's guard breaker. What? Guard breaker, TG slam, something random. Get Fawn here. I need to level.
Shurima is where all paths converge.
Water to me. The river swells.
I have to go 9 here. But like, oh, my items are so bad, bro. How the fuck do I make salvage this shit, man? Other RFC? No. You have Hearthope. So you get Radiant RFC. And then once you get that, I don't think you need anything else. The build is 9? Oh yeah, we're playing 9 build. I'm just trying to figure out a way to get to level 9. I think the best way to do this is you just Nashers is her best item after tier. And unfortunately I can't get tiers. Like I can't get 2 tiers or expect to get 2 tiers. I need to eat these super fucking fast. So it's definitely this now. I'll TG this off to go to GP, and then we play 9. or TG this often. Like, really doesn't suit me. I feel like it's supposed to be a Rage Blade Slam, and this is the frontline item, but double Radiant Fiora, triple combat augments. Oh god, man. Was it ever Morello? Oh yeah, I was thinking about Morello, but I was thinking Morello is really weak on MF if you can't cast it. Like you need a way to cast it. I guess RFC allows her to cast faster. And Morello's is one of her best items. I would definitely do it. I guess I'm down to it here. Oh, thank God I got Sunfire here. See, this guy is actually, oh, fuck, man. Double Radiant Fiora 2. God. Triple combat augments. I don't like how, God, my Nautilus isn't 2-star, so he didn't even ult there. Did I miss anything? Yeah, you're missing. You're about to miss a lot of things. Okay, you just in time for an insane comeback. Actually, like you're not gonna believe this comeback. It's gonna be unbelievable. How did I get 0 tiers this game, man? The last game I got first. Wait, oh no, I got fourth. Fourth. First for God, the fuck is this, man? Like what the fuck is this? I have 0 tiers this game. Oh my God. I guess it actually should have been this. Fuck. Oh, I'm gonna find a way to go 9. I'm gonna do it, guys. I'm gonna do it. Don't stop me. This guy name is on my way to int. Nice. Same. Okay, so I need to wait till after PB round. I need a GP on the carousel, and then I can level easy. Missing a lot of others. I don't think she misses, but she could be splashing more, is what you mean. I'll just move her a little bit. Yeah, 5 more HP that I need. Exactly. This guy's double trouble Jhin. Okay, but Jin's fake, actually. Like, I'm not even kidding. Ashe is the real carry of that comp. You feel me? Woo!
It's
Woo!
destiny.
Let's fucking go, baby. Not 8. One more remaining. One more game. Oh, double war voice. Yes. Not this guy, please. This guy's board is so illegal. Like, what the fuck? He has Give, Cyber Leech, Dual Lotus 3. So fucking illegal, man. I did not hit him. Oh, with an Infernal Contract player? No, these players got bailed out so hard. Fine, their front line is nothing. Their front line is nothing. Ain't nothing. Okay. I think 12 gold. GP on carousel. I sell the Azir on board and we make 9. I have 1 roll, I think. No, I don't even have 1 roll. I don't have enough gold, right? There's 3 gold here. I have 1 roll. Okay. 1 roll, a dream. Fuck. Fuck. Yeah, I just have to live 1 round. I have 3 strategists, so this is actually not just a 1260 body. It's also a 1260 plus 400 body. That's a big body. Also, I'm ghost board. Oh, I can't lose to ghosts. I don't even believe in ghosts. No, if I had a GP. If I had a fucking GP, God. This game sucks, bro. I'll play some ads. I'm gonna change my name, my game. Oh, that's okay. It's okay. This hurts me more than it hurts you guys, okay? Bum, bum. I'm gonna go back to Lost Ark. Oh, I don't know, man. I didn't hate myself enough. I felt like my life was going too well. Okay. All right. It's fine. No, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Photosensitive seizure warning. If you or anyone in your family have an epileptic condition, consult your physician prior to playing Lost Ark.
Why is it the only time that I've ever heard someone say that? Turtle Cats, welcome back for 17 months. We love Lost Ark, right, guys? Poggers. They do it for the blind people, bro. They're already impaired. Why would they play this game? Why Young? Welcome back for 3 months. Thanks for subbing. Okay, let me turn off my Spotify before I go insane. Okay. Let's start one at a time. What the fuck am I supposed to do? There's a super jumpstart event. So at 1500. Okay. I did learn Mario. Yeah, sure, I'll learn Mario. Where's Trixion? Mario 3 is the hardest, bro. Why is it called Mario, bro? Paco Sadon. Okay. Why are there 4 things? Oh, this is 2, 3. Okay, let's start level 1. Destroy the circus ball to undo the doll's curse. Okay. How do I move? Oh, I'm here. Wait, how do I turn the other way? Oh, arrow. Okay. Okay. Oh, you. Wait, I wasn't even close. Wait, okay, it's fine. I got it. Now that I get it, I didn't get it before. Why can't I just jump, bro? Easy. All right, 2. Wait, I didn't destroy the blue balls. Oh, are they necessary? Oh, okay, don't worry, I got it. Easy. Easy. You telling me this is hard, bro? Dude. Ow. Sorry, the background is throwing me off. It's not actually hard. Do I have to kill that guy or can I jump past him? Okay, no, I'm okay, great. Please. I wasn't even in the stupid. Okay, it's fine. The camera sucks in this. What? What? Easy. Wait, what? I did it. How did I miss a blue? Why am I passing aim 3? Oh, wait, I was told I had to do this. Oh, I have to kill the red ones? No? Is that how it works? So do I kill the one above my head? Okay. So I am blue. So I kill blue. Got it. Easy. If I hold left, because I'm holding left from the downward stage, it auto passes you off and kills you. That is so much bullshit. Who the fuck designed this shit? I have to kill yellow. I have to go back down. Okay, so the color changes. This game's, who designed this? Like, why you just have a free-flowing jump, bro? God damn. I actually don't know. Is that yellow? That is cool. How do I get out of here? Hello? Oh, I see. It's over here. Whatever, I did it. It's done. Alright, let me go do 3 again. You tell me this is hard? This is easy. Blue, we're blue. Boom, blue, 1 blue. Don't jump. That was bullshit, but okay, whatever. Not gonna be playing. You can get stuck on the fucking things if you jump too early. I got it. Just jump over it, no problem. That's bullshit. Yep. Nope, that's fine. Ah, damn it. I got it. It's fine. My teammates survived the curse. Animal Ninja woke back for 4 months. Thanks for your subbing. Red. I did kill the red one here, man. Okay. My teammates are free. That my death is not matter if my teammates survive. I'm a team player. My feet are on the ground. How did you play this game before this? You were able to test this. Like, how did people play this at all? Wait, where's the last blue? What? Oh, I got all 3. Oh, okay. I'm good. This is easy. What is this? Brel Shaza normal? What'd you hear? Black, you fight them? Ow. This guy got hurt. Kind of beating my ass. Can't see. Oh my god. Don't worry, guys. No way he can beat me with this. He picked me up? What? Oh, I don't. Okay, no, it's fine. He knocked me up. So, is this actually a part where you have someone 1v1 the boss here? They removed it from the main raid? Oh. So like, what do you do with your teammates? You just watch? Did you just watch them or what? Did you teammate to the damage outside the boss? I'm dead. He cut me into 4 pieces. Okay, I countered him. Didn't even mean to do that, but okay. Wait, I'm actually going crazy. I'm actually fucking going popping off. There's a phantom jewel here. I don't know what that means. Okay, that's cool. That's why does it say gold earning characters? Can be designated. They are deleted after earning gold. You have more than 6 characters. Oh, right. They still have that thing. Okay, I need to leave. Let's do. I need to do actual things, like things that actually. What do I need to do? How do I get out of here? Hello? Exit. Oh, wait. That's the wrong one. I need to go to... Do I have a registered city portal statue? If I don't, where does it take? Oh my god. Swimsuit pack. I can look like her? I can look like him? Alright. Let's look at the timers. I don't need to do any of this shit, right? Why does it say less than 1 minute? What just happened? Fuck the timers. Okay, what do I need to do? Mokoko, I did all this. I'm assuming it's this, right? I need like these hope amulets and these exchange coins and shit. How do I get this? No. Guardians, okay, how do I do chaos from here? Do I have a... Alt Q. I don't have one. What the fuck is this? Oh, daily. Oh my god. Okay. Chaos dungeon. What is Abyss dungeon? The fuck are these? Oh, they're so low eye level. What the heck? Which one do I do? I'm assuming I do this one, right? Because it's my eye level. Wait, do I not take damage by this character? Why did I'm literally looking at my life, I'm like, oh. God, there's so many things that fucking pop up my screen. Wait, why did someone say, why did he do Why does he do no damage? I mean, why do I do so much damage, right? That's what you meant to say, right? Like, wow, he fucking owns. Oh my god. I'm literally just here to bonk people, man. Dude, what? Can I even tell if the gear I'm getting is good? Oh, this guy wants to fuck. I can fuck. I thought they lowered chaos damage. Someone told me they made them shorter or something. Is it like they made them tighter together or what? It doesn't look shorter. 25% average, faster on average. Oh, interesting. And I was told that there's like a super rare item that drops that does it make a sound? Rennie told me it was like an exalt, old exalt sound. Like a bell. Wait, I actually take no fucking damage, man. What's the hero's gratuity thing I'm getting? Is that like it's just a random currency? Oh, it looked like you have to run to stuff to pick it up. That's nice. Okay, so since I'm rested, what did I get? Did I get double the drops or something? You should go to the community guide and copy the chaos dungeon. Bill, it's way faster. Is it really? Oh, okay. What the fuck is this? How do I fix this? Hold on. This is okay. Destroyer chaos. Where's the community destroyer guide? Bro. Warrior destroyer community guide. So where do I build? Okay, hold up a sec. Hold up. Wow, the thing started lagging. Okay. Chaos dungeon. So it's where do I K and go to tab 2? Cool. So this will be raid. This will be chaos dungeon. Okay. Then there's gravity. There's what the fuck? Gravity impact. And then there's running crash. Never used some of these abilities in my fucking life before. We're throwing out dreadnoughts. Don't know what any of these fucking abilities are. But the gravity impact is actually here. Power shoulder I had before here, and I also have running crash. Hold 2 holding ability, or not? This is not holding. Okay, running crash. Guys, I cannot read any comments you're making, so just act normal, okay? I don't want to go back and have to ban all of you guys. Okay, did its perfect swing? I still use perfect swing in this. Swing, Earth Eater, oh, I'm still using Durpain. Okay, I can just move one of these down there. Do I use full swing, Earth Eater, seismic hammer, perfect swing? Seismic hammer. Am I using the wrong build real quick? This is Earth Wave. This is definitely not the right build. What was it? It's called Seismic Hammer? Oh, it's this one. Whoops. It is this. It is this. It is this. It is perfect swing. I guess you could level this. Earth Eater is 12 as well. Cool. This. And then I'm missing Endure Pain, which of course is. I'm starting to realize Endure Pain is very fucking good. Okay, if all my abilities, and I'm good. I just need gravity impact. I mean that seems fine. I'm okay. I have 6 points left, so I can just level a random ability, I guess. Earth Eater is the best chaos skill. Okay, wait. Let me. Oh no, I have to use. Wait, oh, I got my Gale win yesterday. Oh hell yeah! I got the only thing I ran, I got a purple Gale win. It's actually a fucking dub. Wait, it's actually a dub. Earth Eater is bleed. Endure Pain is focus. Then there's Gravity Impact. There's Rage on. There's Quick Recharge, Power Shoulder, and I don't have the rest, so it's fine. What? High Roller? Bro, okay, wait. I messed up something. Oh, so this needs to be here. What is this? Interesting. Oh, so Earth Eater is the Chaos Dungeon thing. Got it. Okay. Now, wait, what is this? What is this? The Blooming Makoko? Where is this? Oh, it's right here. Okay. So I do a Chaos Dungeon. And then I finish it due to Blooming Makoko. You have the Makoko Express, you have 5 frame gearings. He's preemptive strike. Oh, the book. Wait, it didn't kill? Wait, I thought you always one-shot the boss. Wait, did someone say Milk missed the cutoff? No way. For day one? I don't even think, I think he overqualified, right? Earth Eater is kind of fun. It's like the main ability I use. I understand. I comprehend. Oh, whoops! I used. Did they used to auto pick up at every range for your stuff? Anyone know? If it's out of range, you have to walk in. Oh. Where are we going? I don't know. Ask Abe. It's literally, I don't know. Ask Abe.
Have any letters to send?
Okay, okay, great. Okay, so I can I fuse all my gems? Can I auto fuse to, like, at the very least tier like something? 7? Wait, but how come it doesn't fuse? That's it? Wait. How do you auto dismantle? How do I auto dismantle? Okay, auto dismantle. What do I do? All uncommons? I mean, dismantle. And then dismantle. Like legendary or lower. Where's the bloom quick bro? I got 2 minutes, man.
Have any letters to send?
Am I good? Back off. This is my Makoko. Fuck. Fuck. Bro, I actually pressed a button. It's fine, it's fine. Okay, 1-5 golder. What? I lag. What if I'm in just this area? Everyone else is running all over the place, but I have a nice cute corner to myself. I don't have a pet that can... Wait. 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 Wait, did I get 10K? Whoa, back off my corner. Whoa, everyone's coming to my corner now. Whoa, back off, back off. Wait, so how many did I get? Is it 10,000? How much is 10,000? Oh no, my Makoko. KK's lit. Nice. I'm rich. Guys. Okay, so it's 200 times 20 or 500 times 20. Oh, that's just 10K. Yeah. Nice. Chat, we did it. We did it. Why are you guys mad when we did it? Bad than one. Welcome back for 22 months. Share some. Yeah, I'll share some in a sec, guys. I'm just holding on to it for us. Okay, how do I? Can I get rid of all the non? Okay, wait. Okay. So can I get rid of all of these? Wait, someone says Scarra? Yeah. Not the amulets? What are amulets? Are these amulets? Oh, I need tripods. So I need the... Like the okay. So, oh yeah, okay, hold on. I can get rid of all... Like this? Cool. Okay. Okay. Now what do I do about these amulets? You only use it after 3 days? Oh, so like I get it locked down for 3 days? Okay, I mean that's cool, that's fine. Oh, I don't know what to open for this. Okay, I guess I'll figure that out later. I don't know what to open for these. Can I just open these? That seems good. What are mass engravings? Can I just throw these? Mark your tripods. Okay. So my raid build is this, right? Are all of these correct? I'm gonna go. Are all these correct? How do I mark them? Settings. But I'm pretty sure I have. Wait, someone said I had my thing wrong, so I'm gonna go double check one last time before I look. Am I doing crit spec? I might as well just do crit spec. Fuck it. Fuck Swift, man. Just gonna go down real quick. Perfect swing. Weak point detection. Yep. Absolute straight. Yep. Permanent. Yep. Cool. Next one. Seismic hammer. Enhanced strike. Yep. Absolute strength. Yep. Thing. Yep. Cool. Okay. The next one is full swing. Is quick prep. This. Cool. And then next one is Earth Eater. Is enhanced strike. Oh, it's. What is this? Tenacity. Wait, why did I Earth Shot? Wait, do I have the wrong one for this? Oh. No, I leveled this already to 5. So it's kind of a yikes. But okay, no problem. Earth Eater, full swing, perfect swing, seismic hammer. It's all good. I'm tracking. What's perfect swing? I only track this, right? Because it's all level 5s. Can you go to level 6? You can't, right? Endure pain is these. Heavy crush is just quick hit. Oh, I don't really need to do this one, I guess. Movement. Armor pen. Cool. Dreadnought. Okay, so I need to get the skills for my full swing. Wait, no, it's seismic hammer. No, it's earth eater. Oh, I just moved this nasty. Good. Oh, okay, that's great. So now I have everything set up, right? Not my little PogChamp relapsing. Don't ever say that. Now oh god, the amulets in their inventory are marked. Okay, so what does this do? Wait. But should I put my chaos dungeon build? Also mark those? Question mark. You can. Okay. You want to max? I mean, I feel like if I'm doing this right now, I might as well. You know. Fuck. You already played Lost Epoch? I tried, I didn't like it. Okay. Press Alt E to open mass preset. What the fuck is... It's fine. It's fine. Okay. Okay, where do I... Alright, now what do I do? Okay, so now I just dismantle. Auto dismantle. Arms win. Just everything. Go back to engraving and set the 4+. Wait, what do you mean? And then I sec. So I, okay. Not amulet, not ability stone. Okay. Then legendary. Tier 3. Domination, endurance, expertise. Okay, is that it? Like the last one? But what did Solus say? So I can just dismantle these. Is it all legendary amulets too? Like these? Oh, this is amulet. This? Like this? And I click. Cool. Why is this 5 quality thing looking at me? So now do I set it to relic then? Am I good for relic? Okay, I can get rid of all of these. Take the last one. Wait, which one? This. Press P. The fuck is this? Okay. Okay. How do I engrave it? Alt I. Alt I. This? What are my favorite engravings? Okay, I need to just look. My engravings are... That's gravity training. I almost fucked up. Last first, Rage Hammer. How do I favorite this? Favorite both? Okay. And then I need a favorite. And then I want a favorite Supercharge. Oh my god, I have to scroll all the way down. Supercharge. Oh, I'm a grudge gamer. I mean, I figured because this guy, of course I'm a grudge gamer. Barricade. I guess I could do Cursed All or and Master Brawler. It says choose one. I'll just choose both. Master Brawler. And then it says it's I guess I choose all of the ones it said before of Adrenaline. Ether Predator, bro. Holy fuck. Cursed Doll. There's no... Oh, I have that. Okay. Wait, they literally the guy said Ether Predator. I already did it, gentlemen. The Predator Omega Min Max. Okay, that's fine. Okay, how do I do this now? Do I the favorite? Wait. Am I good? You should be good now. Okay. So now okay. So what? Wait, how many engravings am I supposed to? Set these twice and uncheck this. Like, oh, you want me? Oh, so that it shows up. Wait, how the fuck do I open that shit again? What do I need? Ambush, awakening. Drops with ether? Wait, are you fucking with me? What is drops with ether? Oh, cause it works with Ether Predator and it's good now. Experts. Sure. Oh, they're different. Okay. King Blunt. Oh my god. So this is, I'm marking anything that I can see, right? Heavy armor, Hitmaster. Mass increase. Master's tenacity. If it doesn't mark, it's dismantled. Got it. Ray Captain. I guess it's I'm down to overmarked and undermarked because everything else gets deleted, right? Spirit absorption. Okay, so what else do I do? Is that it? Vital points? Am I good? Looks good. Precise dagger too. Got it. Okay, is everything else good? Okay, so I just closed this right and I'm good. Class is already marked. Reason to pick up so many graves? Yeah, I understand. Fuck it. Okay. What else am I gonna do? What else do I need to do while I'm here? Now how do I transfer these?
Have any letters to send?
You need to go to the main city, stupid ass. Okay, I just go to hold on. Can I just go to Luterra? Okay, cool. Where is the guy here? Right side? Okay. So I can't hold my gear anymore, right? Until I replace it with relic gear. Where is the tripod thing? Tripod. Transfer skill tree. Oh, it's up here. I see it. How does this work? Do I just click and pray? And transfer and spray? Oh, so they made it like RNG, but it costs silver. Use the dust for level 5. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. That sucks. That sucks. It's 25%, right? Okay. Yep. Did we even get the 50%er? Can I do level 4s and up only? 'Cause I really don't want to do like level 2. How do I enable that? Press K. I literally failed 10 in a row. Oh, it's 4 and above. Wait, I literally failed every single one. Okay, so now can I just remove all this shit? How do I, why is it not auto dismantle? Is there a reason it doesn't auto dismantle? Like, shouldn't it just do it here? The middle, check this one. Cool. Okay. What do I do with stones? Useless? Spirit absorption, heavy armor. Artist use that. Okay, wait, how do I, so how does the market work? So let's say I wanted to put on, how do I search this stone again? Did I just drag it here somewhere? Control right click. There's none on the market. Wait, you're telling me I have the best stone on the market? Sneaky Squid 2797 will go for 2 months. No recent search. Huh. No one's buying rocks. Got it. Got it. No rocks. Okay. How do I dismantle this garbage? Cool. No rocks. Okay. Oh, I need to go do one thing real quick, which is when I go over here, I need to full swing and put Gale Wind here. No, wait. Here. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Misu? Okay, what else am I doing right now? I'm at a boot camp, like, for Vallo? turn off teammates SSX. Yes. How do I do that? Gameplay. Can I? DC boot camp. Oh shit. It's display settings. What is speed? Do party members first. I'll turn it off if it's really bad. PvP? Wait, is this one? Wait, this one. This one? How do I see my... Okay. Okay. Now that I just got some Oktoberfest tokens, what do I use them on? Did I get this special token? I'm assuming I want wishful amulets. They're kind of hog. Oh, there's payons, which is kind of hog. This? Okay. And I need to go figure out, wait, how do I use this? I need to go to my stuff down here. I already bought the jumpstart level 5, yeah. I have perfect sweep. I read everything upgraded with perfect sweep, right? I have the, this one's just for Chaos Dungeon. So I'm trying to figure out what I want next. It's like seismic next. Yeah, I have level 4s on some of the Earth Eater stuff. This. I'll have it here because there's only 5. Endure pain. I'm down. Okay, what else do I do on this stupid ass Coco shop? I would need these weekly things, right? Oh, and then maybe these? I for jumpstart first. Okay. So I buy. Oh, the Oktoberfest is. Oh shit. Okay. I see. What can I do with? Yeah, prioritize. Shards. Are these shards? They're not shards. Wait, can I even use this? Do you use honor shards as your honing materials? Even upwards? Okay. So I just max this. Oh wait, okay. And leap stones, okay. And then I'm not making all. I don't think I want. I'm literally sticking with one character, I'm pretty sure. Books. What? Wait, what books? These? The white books? They add 4%. You guys just said the 4% are so okay. So now I need to do a guardian raid, right? Alt Q, guardian raid, shortcut. Don't do it. Caliglios sucks. Is there a reason to even do the Caliglios? Oh, Gale. Wait, I kind of need another Gale Wind. Oh, fuck. Oh, I need to do engravings? Wait, what? Bro. Aha. Press P. Wait, I have engravings. Well, I think I'm only going to play for an hour because I have something to do actually. And I'm invited to do something in an hour. Okay, wait, I'm pretty sure. All right, question. Should I do these for first kill bonus? Probably worth it, right? You don't get much for it. What is tower? Tier 1 to 2 tower? Is tower okay? Oh my fucking god. Is okay. Okay, let me do this first. First of all, I need a new mount because this mount is garbage because it doesn't like speed, you know. Okay, hold on. Let me get a Pleasant Makoko. This one has a speed thing. Yeah, thank God. Okay, most important. Okay, Alt V. You have service? I do, but I'm fine. I think this is more thematic, you know.
Music has the power to heal your heart.
Type power. Okay. Wait, is this the thing that you're supposed to do? I did this. I did all of these on all my characters. Oh, there's a third one. What does tower even give you? Oh, it's just cards. Endurance? What the fuck is an endurance potion? Skill points? Bro, do I need skill points that badly? Oh my god, I have to clear all of these? Wait, I have to clear the 500 eye level ones? It's fast, you one-shot stuff.
Start. Success.
Woo!
Start.
Bro, I can't. Where is it? These stages take too long.
Success.
The longest stage in the 20 is that one? Really?
Start.
What?
Success.
How much are skill points worth? How many skill points do you need to get like an increase on your abilities? Wait, didn't these used to have 100 floors? I swear, I played when there was a lot of floors on these. Now there's 20? You guys got it easy now.
Success.
Only easy up to 50, 40? Oh.
Start.
Huh? What am I doing? What?
Success.
Woo, roster level, awesome. So I'm assuming because I'm like 1,000 eye level above the requirement that I'm just gonna just murder everything that's not dodge stuff. You're almost level 62? Wait, what is 60? What's that mean? These guys do not move. Sucks.
Success.
Says he allows you to level 12 skills. Oh.
Start.
Oh, I'm level 58.
Success.
I see. We're not doing cloud today? I guess not. I mean, I don't know how long I'm gonna do that thing.
Start.
I don't know if I'm gonna do that very long. The thing is, I got invited to play Valo for a bit.
Success. Start.
Is this the survive one? Stand still. How much damage is it? It does 500 damage. Oh. Oh, I'm gonna wait up here. I'm min-max this shit. Does he bomb that much? Oh, the 500 eye level tower. Shouldn't they make these automatic though? Like real talk. Like if they give you skill points, when you fast pass, shouldn't the fast pass include a free tower completion?
Success. Start.
Oh, he's an ally. Oh shit. Whoops. I think he's a boss later, right? You need to go back to do a ton of quests at 1490. Really? But I can raid Bro Shot, right? Without going back. But if I want to do a con, I have to do some back stuff. Is that how it works? You pay $10 to skip all the quests. Wait, really? A con and K-Angel, you need to do a full continent. Is a con fun? Like, I thought Bro Shaza, I heard Bro Shaza was pretty good. That's why I wanted to try it.
Success.
Have 4 people bro today? Interesting. Pretty chill. One was Elijah, he's on the floor.
Start.
Yeah, I expected that.
Success. Start.
Fuck.
Success.
You're eight more levels to go.
Start.
These are 2. Do I do any of the tier 3?
Start.
You can't? Oh, it's 1520 is the skill point? Oh, that's rough. Is there still that 1 cube thing? Is that still in the game? They merged it with boss. Oh, that's good. Awesome. So let's say I do Bro Shaza, like I do Bro. Do I have to do Bro Shaza this week? Is that how it's supposed to work? Because it's a weekly lockout, right? And when does the week end? Yeah, 1 week. Well, it's like in between 2 weeks, right? So if okay, so I have some time. Wait, Gate 4 is a 2-week lockout? Wait, why? You reduce fatigue. Does it give you double the rewards? It's a 20-minute gate? Oh my god. Guys, when does this thing finish, man? I'm literally just trying to explode all of these.
Success.
10 to 15, that's still a long time. I don't, okay, I'm gonna just say it. I think raid fights should never be longer than 10 minutes in any game. Fuck, I missed.
Success.
My optimal raid fight is about 8 minutes, I think. 5 to 8 minutes.
Start.
Personal preference wise. Theamine is 25-minute fight. What the fuck is Theamine? Oh, is that the recent one that people just cleared?
Success.
Most MMOs have 10? I would say most MMOs are about, I would say it's about 14, I think. I don't think it's 14, it's about 12 to 14, right?
Success.
Kinda too fast? I don't think so. I think that's a really great amount of time.
Start.
More than that feels, in my opinion, unless there's a lot of different mechanics, kind of meh.
Success.
Maybe it's okay for a pinnacle fight to be longer than that, but realistically, I feel like it's very like a tough thing to have a requirement for. Like when it's that long, it's very draining. Yeah, like maybe some players are used to 12 to 15-minute fights, but I don't think that should be the norm. Especially a hard fight where you have to do it multiple times. Doing like 15-minute fights multiple times, there's no way anyone I know is gonna be playing that shit.
Success.
7 clears have beat Theamine.
Start.
Interesting.
Complete.
Okay. Do I get good XP for this shit? Probably not, right? 3 skill points. Cool. Okay. Rush XP, yes. Character XP, no. Got it. The 24s and got some random garbage. Okay. Another 24s. And then I can't do the next one till later, right? Or probably till after I get my Brel Shaza gear.
Start.
That wasn't the bridge. Oh, I heard they added a bridge. What is the bridge? Is this like a weekly thing that you farm for mats? It's one time? What is Chaos Line? It's a tower, but sideways. Okay. That's an interesting way of putting it. It's basically a chaos dungeon. Wait, you guys are literally baiting me to do chaos dungeons after someone promised me I didn't have to do anything but the raid. Wait.
Start.
It's not just the devs that are fucked up about this game, it's actually the players.
Success.
Did they also promise you a raid today? I was told that was gonna happen, but who knows?
Success.
10 seconds is enough? 9 seconds too fast, honestly.
Start.
If you need a raid, you finish your chaos dungeons and guardians faster. Right, that's the end result of doing raids. So that your gear is so good, you can do your chaos dungeons optimally. That's the real reason why we play fucking Lost Ark. Why are you tired just raid? Because I want to raid my fucking friends, bro. That's a hard concept for you to grasp. Where are they? Good question. Ow, 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 ow.
Success. Start. Success.
Floor 5. That's cool. I'm just chilling. It's not a big deal. I'm just doing this to burn some time. It also helps me get a little comfortable with my abilities, which is nice. Oh wow, next attack, I'm good. Maybe like the next full expansion, but like I'm good. Can I pogo for, oh, I already did. That I got beat up.
Start. Success.
Yeah, next thing you know, you were trying to get 20 island souls and 12 giants. I mean, I already have that on my other account, right?
Start.
My other account actually did so much horizontal content. Everything but the Makokos, I think.
Success.
Did you want to come out back to Lost Ark? People were playing it. People asked me to play. That's why I'm here.
Success.
I did the Makokos. Oh yeah.
Start.
And like the way they asked was just like, we need a carry. We can't kill the boss without you. And I'm like, okay.
Success.
Start.
Like, if they're gonna just beg, I mean, I guess, yeah. Is grounding training really that bad? I feel like grounding training looks kind of funny. Not bad, just awkward. Oh. I think for bigger numbers' sake, I would definitely stick with this. Is it just using all your abilities to get to your specialty meter, and then just finding a window to hit someone for 30 seconds straight or something? Ah, okay. Interesting. So do you use like wealth runes on everything or whatever? Is that how it's done? These 70% of your DPS. Holy fuck. Wealth doesn't work on. Oh, it's not a specialty meter. I see. Don't worry, guys. I've unlocked my ultimate. It's so stupid, man.
Success. Start. Success.
Okay, we keep going. Floor 13.
Start. Success.
Floor. I mean, I have like what, 7 floors left? Oh, it's a survive floor. Oh.
Start.
Yeah, I'm playing on the West Jump server. But I see the bonk bill. That's fine. Can I AFK this, or does floor 2 actually do a lot of damage? We'll see. Oh, I can AFK this. Okay, great. 3 minutes to AFK. I'm gonna sit here. Bro, yeah, no, I'll probably do it later. I mean, I don't even know rush. Even if I don't do Brel with people this week, because I think people have already done Brel, I can just do Brel next week or something, or just you know, pub it. It'll be fun. No problem. Oh wait, these guys actually hurt. Wait. Hold up a sec. Hold up a sec. Oh shit. My R gives me 5 seconds of a 30% shield. That's pretty good. Wait, I'm pretty sure, isn't Endurpay his best ability? This thing kind of owns. You haven't done Brel? No, Abe has done Brel this week. Was the Grant's pushing me? That's sick. It's like boom and then boom. We do this week yet? Wait, I thought Abe told me he has 2 pieces. Oh, mate, from last week? Oh, I see. Bro, I have another minute. Okay, real talk. The game should just fucking do this shit for you and give you all the Giants cards and shit for the campaign up until this point, you know? Come on. I'm actually getting a giant heart for this. You had skills? Yeah, how do you not get runes? At least give me blue runes, man. You gave me fucking green runes. Are greens like so bad in comparison to the other ones?
Success.
Like what's a purple gale rune compared to my normal gale rune? 12%. It's fucking like 20% better or something like that. Yeah.
Start. Success.
The bobcats to make it easier. Sadly, changing to make it the just start yet. Oh. Yeah, there's a gold one too.
Start.
40 is a huge yes. Log.
Success.
Thank you. Goodbye. I remember soloing the tier 2 tower boss is actually pretty hard. On some of my characters, I was like, oh fuck, this guy actually fucking hurt. Another one? Oh, there's 3. That's why this stage was so fucking annoying. I remember. Yep.
Success.
Yeah, I think the idea that I think the idea that's really gatekeepy and kind of plagues a lot of old things is like the idea that like the value of people's accounts and stuff decreases if you give free stuff. Like that shit is such a toxic gatekeepy way. Like unless your game is like super popular and always in the top, like it limits people from joining the game. It's so fucking
Success. Start. Complete.
It kind of is in Korea. I know it is in Korea. I know I've heard the arguments and I've seen the videos on it and I understand. And it's definitely something that like, okay, I kind of get it, but still like, wow, that sucks. Yeah, we're not in Korea, but like they still have to, their main thing is in Korea. Okay, hold on. Let me move all this shit over. Wait, is this bound to character? Hold up. Wow. I need to get rid of a bunch of this shit. Do I need these? I actually need these. Hold on. I'm gonna put this in. I can use those. I can use that. Okay, everything else seems good. Put this shit away. Put this shit away. Oh, I got a purple quick recharge. Wait, that's really nice. Okay, so perfect. Perfect. Okay, then I use all these platinum coins, right? 3 silver, I use this blue quick recharge. Oh, I need to put all this shit away too. I'm never gonna use that on this character. Sure, put this shit away too. I guess I can use this. This is fine. Yeah. How's the grind going? It's going. Okay. Am I done? Am I good? Okay, I've done the tower. I've got my points. I need to level up. So I need to do a guardian. I need to do guardian. Is there any significant decrease from doing Caliglios and whatever? I can still get Gilwin here, right? Maybe I haven't done my guardian. I've done Caliglos yesterday, but it's kind of You need the new leaps. Does it not give you the new leaps? Oh, interesting. And Hunamaten is level. Oh, he's 1540, but he gives you sacred gear. Interesting. Okay. Cool. Okay. So I'm banned from honing, right? I cannot hone. Do I need any of these things? Are these just useless? Save them. Got it. I mean, my inventory is starting to look a little weird. That's fine. Oh, there's tradable and untradable. I see. Oh, this is a special reward for killing Caligula. And these are not worth anything, right? Like it's essentially higher quality. Yeah, might fake high quality. I've heard. Which one is the difference between this? I guess I will just wait because I do not know. I don't know which one I need more. I'm assuming I'm gonna put this shit away as well. What are hearts for? Oh, they're the food. They're the food. Okay, that's cool. Oh, do I need to claim these? Oh, cool. Interesting. Okay, I can click on. I forgot that they're like a claim thing and not a thing that just automatically. Okay, so okay. Let me go look at what the market has. Let's say I'm looking for a sick ring. Gem? Whoa, a sick gem. Those auction house. Oh. A sick accessory. Like what are the eye levels for the things I can even buy? In 3 days? Yeah, that's not what I'm asking. I'm literally seeing if what the average cost of stuff would be. Like I'm not sure what 10,000 gold looks like. Oh, like here's 3. Oh, it's pretty good. 10,000 is like some of the most expensive. Huh, okay. Hey, consistently hit 3 eyes and 7. Just trade them more, bro. Okay. I have all the playtime stuff. Cool. Legendary card pack. Okay, these are. Wow, so they actually give you like 3,000 honor shards a day or like whatever. That's interesting. Okay. Should I auto read cards? I don't think I can afford that because I can't buy card things. Open this? Oh, I don't know what I want yet. So I don't. Is it open all? Oh, you'll get all of the following. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. There we go. Put the boxes over here. Figure out what the fuck I'm doing with this shit. Okay. So they give me. Oh, and so I would just do like a billion of these because I just have a ton, right? And then I would do. This is for. I don't fucking remember what people are using these for. Time stops. Oh, time stops are OP. Players time stops. Interesting. Okay. And these are in case I need more of the other stuff. Got it. These are flexible, and these are the grenades. I'll probably need a bunch of these. Got it. Cool. I have like a shitload. You can alt left click them. Yeah, I love I like that. Is there any Una daily I should? You know what? I'm not doing Una daily. You're fucking right. I almost asked a question that was stupid, but I stopped myself and I was like, that was stupid. There are leaf suiters that are super fast. I remember. I don't even care. You know what else is super fast? Becoming a beggar. I can do that faster. In fact, I feel less guilty because it's not shameful to beg, but to do Lost Ark dailies, that's shameful. Asmon's strat, bro, he was way ahead of his time. Oh, field bosses. Do field bosses do anything anymore? Like, is there even a like this field boss? Is this worth going to? They drop Omnium stars. What are oh god? What does Omnium stars do? Those are chaos games. Oh, the bleed rune. That might be nice. Oh, I can't use well. I'm a character that literally can't use well. Skill points. 2 Omnium stars for 6 skill points. Alt L. Oh. I have 3. not even worth it, bro. Why don't they make these savable for all your characters? Why? Why is horizontal not fucking saved for all your characters, man? New server, but they should just make it for all your fucking characters, man. You're working at horizontal revamp? Yeah, no shit. The amount of horizontal bullshit in this game is so high, it's like staggering. Are any of these really OP? What are Stones of Chaos? That sounds big. Big. Weapon quality? You want to just run it down? I mean, I don't care.
All salute.
I have 14 minutes or 18 minutes, 16 minutes. So I have to go in 16 minutes. Fusion chest materials are really nice. I mean, these definitely look really good. The event tailoring ones look really nice for me. Right. Oh, it's only select one. That's 5 of them though? I have to go play Valor or League. I don't know who. These 2 books seem nice. And then I'm sure it's like when I get to here, I actually care a lot about the wishful amulets. Those are really good for me. As a new player, these wishful amulets are so nice. I killed 200 Descaludas. I got Gale Wind yesterday, killing the first Guardian boss. But I didn't get the legendary Gale Wind. But whatever, I'll get it today. It's not a big deal. I'm on the wrong spec. Fuck. Wait. I fucking forgot. I do so much less damage, it's crazy. I'm just gonna go back and respec. Okay, fuck this. Alright, be right back, guys. Oh, he jumped back? Oh, I did not know that. Like the damage difference is like astounding. Like I crit for Lily 80 million, and I crit someone with a 3 stack 7 million. Okay. Okay, okay, now it's time. Boom! Please look at me. Oh, that's the way I don't hit him. That's the way I don't hit him. Okay. Guy might want to back the fuck away from me. Fuck around and find out. Oh, okay. Big bang. It doesn't do that much. I hit. Perfect. Oh, I gave it. Fuck. Ah, man. Oh, let's go. Please look back at me. Oh, shit. Oh, I think you're supposed to run out of that. I missed. I'm so sorry. My counter did not work there. I don't know why. I'm not hitting. I'm not hitting. Oh, I learned. I didn't hit. Ow, he hit me though. That. Oh, I had stunned. No way. So what does the recover thing do? Fuck. I missed. I got it. I got it. Oh, it hit that back attack. That's you gotta kill mini orbs to get the buff. That's why they're ping. Oh, nah, it's fine. Yeah, let's go. What the fuck did I just hear? Wait, I got fighter. This guy did raise 44% of the damage? Wait. But that means that like, I did like almost the same as this guy, which is not bad. I would say that's a team effort. Yeah, not bad. I did 20%. That guy did 20%. We own. Oh, let me leave. Thank you. Barricade King. Wait, but if you don't have 5-3, it doesn't matter, right? The fuck is Awakening Cursed Ball? Isn't Awakening for supports? Nothing but main stat matters. Is damage CDR? Yeah, I'm starting to understand. Necromancy. Why isn't this auto dismantle? Wait, why are my things not auto dismantled? What? Wait, I thought. It would auto dismantle. Spec. Oh. I didn't spend under 20. Oh, someone said under 20. Should it be higher? Oh, I have the destroyer community guide on my left monitor right now. You do not consider. Okay, well, can I just dismantle this shit? Can I just dismantle this garbage? If it's not 5.3, it's not usable, right? Or if like the quality's not high enough, it's not usable. Expertise is not usable. Cool. I'm starting to understand. Okay, oh wait. Most importantly, I got more things. More coins? Okay, what do I do coins again? The jumpstart shop. I was looking for stones, right? Just stones, I guess. In the books. Oh, I want the books, right? This. I'm done. Buy silver? Do I really need the silver, man? Oktoberfest? Right. And then I need to go at the shards here. Cool, okay. Okay. Is there a world boss that I'm supposed to do before the week is over? Any knowers? What is this? Oh, it shows you the wandering merch on the map now? Wow, that's a good quality of life buff. That's a nice one. Do I really have to do Moak? Oh, I'm gonna do Brel for sure. Still pays in 1.5 hours. Okay, I got 10,000 gold. Like, why do I need to get gold? If I just get 10,000 gold every day, then it's just easy to make gold. The person is second card in the last 3 minutes. Oh, interesting. I have lucky code 4 days ago. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay. So I gotta take it for 3 days straight. That's what I'm saying. But okay, Shroud's different though. Shroud doesn't matter how much gold he gets. That guy's swiping for sure. That guy's like a serial swiper. If he can solve problems with his credit card, they're not problems. They're not even like issues for him. That's like what he looks for. I remember when he first played Lost Ark, like the entire economy was just him. Everyone was just waiting for him to hone and would like put up stuff for him to buy. Just him. It wasn't. It was so bad, man. Yo, makeup problems is true. His quote, "I have a credit," it's actually true. Yeah, it was nuts. Like that guy is just. He's a whaler, man. I have crystals on this count? I don't think plumes matter, right? I can display 4. Once you get to 1580, you'll experience brick wall. You think I'm getting to 1580? Bro, I'm gone. Oh, what's my roster level button? I think I increased it. Oh, here we go. Is there a claim? I already know the answer. I already know the answer. I'm not even the fucking ass. $25K on Lost Ark. What is this?
Can't believe that I just listen to this. I played 500 hours of Lost Ark. I got 2 characters to 1445, maybe 3 actually. Spent $25,000.
You spent 20? What?
And I did that same thing on these progression servers in 3 hours. 3 hours of time is what? Can you believe that shit?
Oh, you can't think about it like that. You had a really fun 500 hours, right?
Oh no, I wouldn't take those back. Those were fucking amazing. I had such a good time.
That doesn't match my 500 hours. Wait a second. Wait a second. I should be spending more money. Okay, but real talk. While I'm waiting for Albert and them to get on, is there anything I should do? That like I feel like the Makoko thing where I pick up the Makokos, that's really fun, and it gives me a lot of event coins. So I would do that every day, if I can. Is there anything else? You do Chaos Gate.
It's an honor to meet you.
What is Chaos Gate? Box's playing. Oh no, we're playing another game. Go Island. Okay, I can't go to that one. A huge revamp on the 11th. Oh. Don't make him run the Chaos Gate. Yeah. Wait, no, these I'm good. The challenge weeklies give you good stuff. Like, are there weekly things that like I like this, guys? This good. What about the other stuff? Ghost ship. Do they even give me anything?
Glory to His Highness, thy reign.
Like, I've done everything but the things, right? Nothing's as good as Lucky Makokos. Okay, good. What is this? Oh, this is the other stuff. Interesting. Oh, it gives me a rage thing. You get 2 islands a week? What are primal islands? What the fuck is this? A battle royale determined last one standing? Interesting. What are challenge guardian? Oh, these are cool. Are these just 3 times a week you get to do old challenge guardians? And what are challenge abyssal dungeons?
All salute the knight.
These just give you cards. All right, guys, I'm out for right now. Taking a break as I go. I'm gonna play some ads as I go play Valo or League. I will figure it out which one it is.
Was on push to talk, my bad. I'm saying pretty good. I made it to day 2 of my TFT tournament.
Awesome.
And I heard you popped off in an Apex tourney.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Oh, is the squad all here? We're only
I've been watching Albert. You've been farming on the TFT.
Oh dude, I'm pretty high up there. I'm 1,000 LP today.
Yeah. I saw that. I saw your tweet.
Wait.
You're going nuclear.
Yeah, you're kind of owning.
So, what we playing?
I'm down to play
Valorant
anything.
first, and then if everyone wants to, I'm down for League.
Okay.
I can't believe you consider Valorant relaxing.
Yeah, I play Valorant to relax and unwind.
That is like the weirdest thing ever.
Guy plays TFT and he's like, "Aye, let's play some Valorant."
Oh, but now I can put on my music.
Plays TFT for 10 hours to relax, plays Valorant.
That I understand. I used to play League to relax.
I also like to play play League to relax.
I used to play Boshi to relax while playing League.
Oh, that sounds intense.
You've never heard about Boshi? Albert, I want to be the Boshi was considered at one point to be the hardest game ever. I think a platformer game, and it's a free game. The guy who made it is called something I forgot, but he's awesome. And there's even a Boshi emote on Twitch still from that time period where people used to play it a lot.
Yeah, I remember Faker played it.
Yeah, it's awesome. I love that game. I'm on NA
I love
West.
Faker too.
It's Boshi time. All right, apparently we're playing with Timmy. We're playing with, I don't know the names because my streamer mode is enabled and I can't look at them. But I don't know who the last person is. Valo with box. Oh god, I have to write everyone's names. It's Timmy. Star Smitten. I don't know the last person. Is that actually Timmy's right way of doing it? It is not. What is his thing?
Anyone know where Peter is?
Oh, it's Peter Park. No.
He was on Minecraft.
Yeah, he said he was down, but he's not here, suspiciously.
Mitten, Peter Park. It's Timmy. Oh, it's two eyes, bro. Thank you.
You might have to ping him.
Yeah, I don't know why he's not here. But I would like to say it's great that all the rest of us are here right on time.
Whoa. Oh, hello, Peter.
Albert, can you add? I'll type it in.
All right, anyway, we're gonna play a game, a different game now. We're gonna play video games. Let's fucking play video games, friends.
Yeah,
it's time for
We're gonna
video
play
games.
some video games.
I'm down.
What are we playing? I forgot.
Valorant first, and then League later if people want to.
Yeah, because Albert plays Valorant to relax.
I have time.
We
for
should keep saying that.
One, or I have an out at 9.
Oh
or
wait,
8:30 technically.
Are you coming here at 9?
Well, no. Hold on, 1 second.
He's like, yeah.
I have dinner at 9.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. What do I need to add?
Logging on.
In the DM.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna be right back.
All right, added.
Your mom's in LA. Why do you have dinner at 9, bro? My mom being closer to me, it does not mean I'm gonna see her more often. I love my parents, love my family, but I would prefer, this makes the love grow fonder. I prefer to spend small amounts of time with them throughout the year as opposed to every day with them. I grew up with them. Okay, I thought that's already 20 years too much.
I mean, I requested. Albert.
Okay.
Ooh.
Your name is Her Kitten.
Yep.
Okay. Peter, what's your username?
Should be Korean moment hashtag SKZ.
I think I have you added. Are you online?
Yeah, no, not yet. I'm logging in.
Okay.
Peter in his stream. Oh, hello. Okay, I'm gonna in the meantime grab some water. You can start whatever. Water. I'll be back.
I requested to join you, Scarra. Hello?
Scarra is not with us. Not like he's dead. I mean, he's getting water.
Definitely sounded like.
All right, Celine, I can invite you. Did you see my friend request?
Oh shoot, let me look. Yes, I see you, Tob. Oh, Bo.
Is the mage punk knife good?
Timmy, get
I
out of the
don't
range when
own
you
it,
can.
so I would not know.
Yep, sorry.
Surely
Match
a game
found.
of no warm-up, no practice, no nothing goes really well, right, guys?
Wait, I shot like 3 bots in the range.
Oh,
That counts as something.
Well, that does count as something. I'll fill. Play whatever your heart desires. Is Scarra back? Because you said he wasn't with us.
Whoa.
Oh, he's back.
Hey, what am I playing?
Anything?
Hmm.
Move or get zapped.
So I have this really weird like.
All right, we look like we need a 3rd duelist.
Yep.
Go for it.
This place I
I
know.
don't have my glasses on, but that doesn't
really
look
nice.
like a duelist. Putting my glasses back on. Oh, that's a sage.
Oh no, I play Sage like a duelist.
Okay. I mean, I don't mind either way.
I will only heal myself, and my resurrections will only go to the person with the highest KD ratio.
Oh, okay.
What about the lowest? And what about other people?
I'm down for lowest.
How much power do you generate exactly? If I could just attach this meter.
Killjoy, my suit's got like 1 billion volts. Don't touch it.
Go, go, go!
Killjoy, my suit's got a
Go.
billion
Billion volts.
volts.
I think it's crazy they get the voice actors back all the time to record new lines.
Yeah, or maybe they record like a lot originally.
No. They go back a lot. Like I talked to what was it, the Jeff voice actor, and like they like record all the time. Cool.
Yo, is there any chance? Wait, guys, what if all 3 duelists go A really fast, and then Selena just sneak on and set up, and you guys can
How fast? Wait,
really fast, as if we're rushing it.
Oh,
and Selena would just walk in.
Say less.
I'm blind.
I'm dead. Okay, that might have been too fast.
No, it's just the right amount of speed.
Probably should just rush it now.
All right, yeah, let's go. Shit! They knew. KJ compromised us. Or not our KJ. Their KJ found us. Okay.
Placing barrier grenade.
Shadows.
Spike down. C.
I'm full blind.
2 water.
80 waterfall, Phoenix.
Last player standing.
1 CT.
Oh god.
Oh, nice try.
Ugh.
Wait, that KJ stayed. She's too smart.
Once more into battle. Go.
Okay. This time, let's go A and let's actually mean it.
Okay.
Turret out. Turret out.
All right. Time I won't die in 0.2 seconds.
Gotta go.
Oh, I am so blind.
Spikes down.
Spike down A.
Right, mollied off.
I have the spike.
I need like
Reloading.
100 Phoenix.
Placing sentry.
I think one's flanking him.
One stuck by door.
26.
Last player standing.
90 on Owen.
Could be in the smoke.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh no.
Oh, nice try.
Oh.
Your crosshair was actually right on your head.
And
Fucking smoke went down.
Dude, your crosshair was actually right on her head.
Yeah, I had no bullets though.
All right, what do you guys say we go A again? But we wait 3 seconds.
Sure.
Wait, they KO knife it. Why don't we get out here? Let's wait it here and then walk in.
Placing sentry.
And then once we make contact, Scarra can go sicko mode.
Yeah, me. Yeah.
All right, walk up.
There's 3 here.
He saw me. He saw me.
What the?
He saw me in the jump. I think that was really.
Satchel out. I got spike.
105.
Spike down A.
I just
I'm gonna smoke. Give me a smoke.
They smoke C.
Gotta go.
Gecko is still towards C. Gecko is right here.
Spike
I
drop.
got my
water.
heaven
I
smoke.
dropped the spike.
I have the spike.
You watch stairs?
Oh, there's two.
2 flanky or 2 CT.
Go.
Sorry. Not flank.
Can you jump spot that?
I'm smoked off.
I'll
1
see him.
stairs.
Placing
1 stairs.
bomb grenade out.
Open TP. Could be in the smoke.
What happened?
Still stairs 1.
Oh.
1 enemy remaining.
Ooh, nice round.
Oh, this got a deagle, I think.
Why can't 2 Asians make a white baby?
Yeah,
Okay.
have the deagle.
Who just watched the video?
I can buy one.
Can I get a drop? Thanks.
I could also buy one.
I go.
I'm good.
Albert, let me buy you.
I'll use this for now. I'll just grab something.
I sent in 6 videos of myself making jokes
Alright,
like
let me
that,
just drop you my share
and it
for
was
now,
so cringe. They only added 2.
This was also dropped.
It was
from
so
us,
bad, man. You're lucky you don't see the outros for that video.
Turret out. Gotta go.
They gecko flash this.
Kill.
Oh my god, you
Okay.
just owned him, Scarra.
Shock it.
Going
We're
in.
good.
Oh my god, he's going in, guys. He's so fast. Oh my god, Scarra. I mean, don't slow down,
Placing
but
swarm grenade. Swarm grenade.
Scar, that was the
Bomb
sexiest
buddy
thing
out.
you've done all year.
Year? Oh, I did 80. I did 80.
oh,
Oh, there's another
safe.
person.
Spotted C. Cancel out.
Stealing sight.
Light planted. Sentry.
2. In waterfall.
hey.
Omen 80.
One was back hall.
None main.
Two towards waterfall. One back hall. Dropped.
One on site.
Pushing.
Live 40 on the KO.
Enemy spotted C.
One enemy remaining.
Okay.
Nice.
Oh my god, I am whiffing. I am whiffing, but it's fine. Holy crap.
They're
I hope the outtakes are in the Patreon, man.
I shall remind you just how mortal he truly is.
More shot calling, more shot calling. Let's hear it, let's hear it.
Yeah. This round, I want everyone to go A again for the 15th
Okay.
time.
Oh,
okay.
okay, yeah.
Wait,
Yo,
you still dumped it like 6 rounds in a row. You can do it a 7th time?
Can you, yes. Can you buy me, please?
Oh.
Oh, don't worry about it. I'll just take your gun.
Wait, they keep
They
still dumping.
won.
Wait,
Wait,
through here.
two?
You should go see. We should go see.
What the fuck?
I got ult on the side for info if you guys want.
I'm gonna. I'll make distractions.
Reloading. Out.
I'm watch flank.
Sure.
Bomb buddy out. Placing
Smoking
swarm
and
grenade.
then
Kill it. Bomb grenade out.
ulting.
Reload. Placing grenade.
One spawn. One spawn.
Go, go, go.
Yeah, I broke the turret on you.
Placing swarm grenade.
Could be in the smoke right here.
Grenade out.
KO.
Lights down. My ultimate is ready.
Has one more flash.
Can you smoke spawn again?
Want this?
6 seconds on my smoke.
One spawn.
I think it's them opening the door.
Watch out. Variable remove.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Last guy's
I have him.
down.
I have him.
You only have sheriffs, bro?
I'm out of here. Get ready. I go fast.
I stunned anyone? I stunned one person. Okay, you know what? That's fine.
I was trying to practice my shooting.
All right.
Yo.
Need a drop.
Albert, can you
I'm
buy me
down
this?
to just
Salamat,
walk into
thanks.
B.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I have res for over.
Yeah.
You said walk, right?
Placing sentry.
Okay.
I'm gonna fry that bot.
I'm buying that.
I'll go second.
They
Heard one
one way
step.
C. They mollied C.
I saw one.
There.
Right side.
Care behind the box.
I'm not checking.
Went down. Walk in. Oh, it went back up actually.
Enemy spotted A. Go get him. Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade. Alarm bot out.
Oh my
Multiple
god.
enemies.
I can heal you if you. Okay.
One still door.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Oh.
In.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Other door.
One enemy
Nice.
remaining.
Me! Ah! Help!
Oh my god.
And all I'm hearing is blah 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 blah
I know what must be done.
I'm dead.
I'm just gonna cap. Can I buy someone?
No
Some
cap.
Yeah. Oh my. Dude. Yeah, the thing about
We can go ahead. We can rush it.
Okay.
He'll knife it. I'll just break it. You should TP across. Peter.
I'm out of here.
They're not here. They're poor.
Nice.
Let's go, Scarra.
Careful, tree's not cleared. Oh, there's two.
Oh,
one's fine.
Tree clear.
We're running up spawn. He's trying to get the gun.
One enemy remaining.
Go.
One more.
Oh my god, Scarra, frag out.
Crouching Marshall.
3 eco frags? Yeah, that's all I'm good for. You guys
Hey.
are
I'm just kind of
I'm
nuclear right now.
Dude, Scarra, it is so hot when you run in with no regard for your life.
Oh, trust me.
Wait, I'm gonna cap.
know.
That's Giga Chat.
I'm gonna cap.
No one died.
I died.
Okay, yeah. God's hammer. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm not doing the same thing. Let's break the dart.
Yeah.
Whatever they're doing, I like it. Gotta go.
1, 2.
Woo! My ult's ready. Bomb by reloading.
Let's go door.
What the?
Let's go door.
Wait, which door?
Placing swarm grenade. Over. Swarm grenade out. Reloading. Placing swarm grenade.
What's there?
You should run.
Oh.
Gap in my smoke. Okay.
All raised. I can't use that.
Oh.
There's a
Oh
flash
no.
System failure.
Last one's heaven.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god, Korea.
Frag out.
I'll be ready. Dude, who's watching the video?
Korea! 대한민국!
I'll lead.
Who's watching the video?
안녕하세요.
What the fuck?
Can someone get this?
Celine, can you buy me this? Thank you.
Yeah.
So, are you guys going to Korea for Worlds?
I'm out of
Yeah.
here.
Wait, really?
Yeah, I already had a Worlds ticket, so my Worlds ticket became a concert ticket. Isn't that kind of
Wait,
crazy?
you're going to Korea? Like, for League of Legends Worlds?
For, yeah,
Yeah.
New Jeans.
Oh,
I
for
was
New
gonna
Jeans.
go anyway, and then my Worlds ticket became a free New Jeans concert ticket.
Oh my god.
Korea.
One more.
Yeah.
Right side, left, right still.
Oh my yeah.
I'm going blind.
Oh.
He's blind. Never mind, he's not blind.
What a fight.
Wait, is someone behind me?
One
Oh,
pushing A, one
shit.
pushing A. Do you have a heal or no?
30.
Got it.
What?
Oh.
Dude, I tried to run and somebody...
In attack spawn.
Timmy.
Oh, one more, Scarra.
I'm out of here. Here we go.
You know that time when you put bad
Timmy, were you
placement?
standing in front behind me so I
No,
couldn't skip the molly?
no. You know those times when you put like bad placement for your TFT characters? It's like
Yeah.
one of those moments. They just block
Bad-
each other.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah.
Wait, Scar's going in.
Oh, he's got his ulti.
Where was she?
Who's here?
I think she's
She's,
off
she's sitting in spawn, career.
What?
Oh.
Wait, she's not.
Turret.
She just left?
Her turret was up, so I would think so.
Oh,
She's not.
Wait, how did she have the time
How?
to get all of there?
Uh-huh. I'm super shot. You're too funny, bro.
I would like to use my res if someone could lose a duel.
I bet.
I lose all my duels all the time.
Yeah.
I got you, Albert.
I have zero assists, so I have 0 duels lost.
Oh, true.
And,
Wait, when is World Celine?
November.
November.
9th.
It's like mid to
Wait,
late November.
who are you going with?
By myself? I literally bought it just to go. I'm
go.
down to go with anyone.
I lost my duel.
Oh.
So what I mean? Reloading.
I didn't even know that. I'll be honest, guys. I didn't know there was a second
Who's playing
person.
Worlds this year, or do we not know yet?
No idea.
One stairs.
What happened?
Reloading.
Ah, I missed.
Grenade.
One's flanking. Or maybe kill turret from stairs.
Here.
Wait, get 2 off?
One enemy remaining.
Albert, I need you to win that, man. I need you to win that.
Yeah, I got rolled. Oh my
I
god.
need you to win that, man.
Wait, he blinded twice in a row. Who does that?
Very disappointed in
A
you.
good KO. I need to do that when I play KO.
Gotta go.
The ancestors are not proud.
They are definitely not right now.
Go, go, go.
The ancestors. Oh wait, we're rolling these guys. What the fuck?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we kind of just like won every single round after the first 2. I don't feel like we have any strat either. We just go in and then Timmy kills everyone. Or
Whoa,
Peter.
whoa. That's
Or
not
Scarra.
true. Watch this strat.
Cover going.
2. Where's my headshot? This smoke.
I watch flank.
Turret out. I got spike. Placing swamp grenade.
You gave the spike to a neon?
Placing a reload.
One's in tree.
Oh, there's a lot of dudes.
I don't
I'm
have very
watching
many
here, I'm
bullets
watching here.
left, but... What the? One heaven at B.
There.
Right side?
Yeah, monster on the loose.
Oh, close.
One more in B.
I want to run C right now.
Go, go, go.
Man, I fucking lost.
Here.
Okay, there were 2 in B.
Peter does have ult if you want to like sneak an ult later.
Go, go, go.
30 seconds
Spike
left.
drop.
There's your spike if you want to sneak it.
I have the spike. Shadows traveling.
KJ was B.
Shadows.
We gotta plant soon.
Hold.
Spike planted.
Peter's muted.
Oh, let's push something together.
Oh,
There.
another push. Marvel.
Okay.
3, 2.
There's 2.
One more. I'm watching the here.
One respawn.
Oh my god,
standing.
Bucky.
Shotgun.
Fuck.
Nice try.
Sorry.
Inti.
Okay. Crazy idea. Can we send Scarra solo C with the bomb?
Okay, yeah,
Last
make noise,
round
make noise.
before the
Yeah, then he
switch.
dies. And with the rest of us just walk A. And then Peter can ult teleport and grab the bomb.
Yeah?
Wait. There's part of that strategy I don't think it's gonna happen.
Okay, so Scarra, you just go in and just attempt to like.
Peter,
pick
you come
side.
A.
Okay.
Everyone else, wait, let's dodge a KO knife and let's just chill. We go A very slowly while they crowd around the bomb. We need Scarra to die. They see the bomb drop.
Bro,
And then we go
I
in.
might. Okay, yeah, no, I'm gonna just clean the site.
Okay,
Peter,
you win,
you
we'll
need to
come
come
over.
A.
Oh
Okay.
my god.
Nice,
Spike
everyone
down.
leave.
C.
I have the spike.
Peter.
Peter, you're supposed to ult for it.
Let's go, take sight.
Cover going out.
Ending tree.
Sorry, I was on a phone call.
Ready. Initiated.
He's on site, so
Alright, fuck it, Peter. If you wanna teleport C now, that's fine.
Oh wait, one was. Oh, he fucking waited out
Spike
the
down
hole.
A. Last
it's on
player
site, he's
standing.
entertained. One's pit as well.
Swarm grenade out. Placing sentry.
Oh, that was smart. He waited in tree and got detained, but kill.
Oh my god.
Turret down.
Oh, there was a chance. Oh my
I
god.
saw it.
Yeah, I saw the vision.
Oh my god.
You were almost the pug woman.
Switching sides.
You were supposed to TP for us. Sorry, taking a call.
Dude, whenever I play defense on this, I feel terrible because I'm just waiting for like me to get util dumped by 3 people on the site.
That's why you tell them before they could get to the
Yeah.
site.
That's why you just play it like your offense.
You wanna just play this hella aggro?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can.
I'm a blind off rip, okay? Like right here.
Okay.
Alarm bot
I don't know if that's gonna make it. You probably wanna just blind over here and throw it from like right here.
Oh yeah, right.
Oh, I'm leaving.
Well, in general, you probably want to do it from here and like link, but it's too late.
Oh.
I would say, go from the right side. Go from the right side.
I'm out of here.
I didn't see anyone. Watch your C.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
We're out
I hear
B
C.
as well. Yeah, C.
It's all C. It's all C. It's all C.
Take this. Go.
I stalled them with my molly planning now.
A 52 Phoenix.
Spike planted.
30.
Ow. There's 2 mound. Omen and KJ. Good luck, Peter.
Roger.
3 in sight.
Peter's make it slow.
Last player
Are you
standing.
serious? How's that not a headshot, dude? There's 2 on site, KJ unknown.
What the?
ATT.
Are you serious? Bro.
My advice, go.
Oh.
So, how's everyone doing?
Pretty good. How about you, Peter?
You know, I've seen some Deagle. I saw some Deagle clips the other day, and I'm inspired.
You want to do the same thing by blind from link this time, or whatever the fuck it's called? Or you want to play more on site?
Gotta go.
Please, I'm holding B. I'll rotate if you see.
Oh, you're telling me?
I hear A. Wait, never mind. B.
Wait, I swear. One Phoenix.
Spike spot.
Oh
They're
my
on site planning now.
God, Bob.
Spike planted.
I'm low F.
One jumped up. 52 on Phoenix.
Last player standing. Flawless.
The difference of me warming up and not warming up is phenomenal.
Their backs will be towards at least one of us.
It's okay, man. We're chilling. Just making this game interesting.
Placing sentry.
Literally, I found out that if all else fails, the judge never just fails.
Well, you fucked up you saying that, so now it's gonna fail.
No.
Alright,
I'll show them.
should I blind this or no?
Yeah, I'm done. I'm not gonna walk up though.
Okay, I'm not gonna
If you hear him blind.
I don't hear anything, A. Careful, C.
I'm out of here.
Yep. 119.
I'm so blind. What the heck?
Are they all in?
3, 4
Spike
inside.
planted.
Here.
They're musical artists,
Grab
bro.
my
Are you
gun.
2 people
Nice
sitting
flash,
next to each
okay.
other or on Discord call or something?
One's left.
I'm fucking blind. One water.
Grenade.
Yep.
Blinding down. Oh, left side.
Last player standing.
Oh. Yo, you remember that one guy
I'm
who
just gonna
said?
put my full util on C.
Remember that one
Please
guy
stay
who
alive.
said
I'm getting
I hate
pissed.
making
we were 8-2, we won every round, and we lost every round after that.
Yeah, I'm living in that moment right now, Scarra, so I remember it very clearly, actually.
Shit. It's okay, because we went out.
Yeah, of course.
Bro, I can't believe he got in so fast. I couldn't set up.
He just swung me while I was blinding. I feel bad, man.
Ah,
Yeah,
it's over.
Phoenix ult.
I'm gonna just walk out and see what happens.
Oh, you guys forgot to say
B, many.
Are we coming?
Tag one.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Take this. Can't use it.
I stunned them twice.
Careful, he's pushing.
Reloading.
Wait, who took the orb? Is that behind us? Wait, what the fuck? Oh, that was B. Okay.
Yeah, they gotta be over.
Smoking A.
They're grabbing C orb.
Okay. I'm
Pushing on
smoking 5.
C. Oh, cool. Okay, ult. Love that.
Oh, one cubby.
Planning.
I broke the planner.
Omen's going down right now.
In the smoke, something.
Yeah. I
Blinding.
did 81 to him.
Oh.
Omen here. Waterfall in front.
Coming.
I'll be to you, close to you.
He's dead.
Nice.
Nice grenade.
Dropping. Oh wait, what the? Did you get a gun? Okay, nice.
Yeah.
Favorite streamer?
Weapon is
Let me buy you.
Actually,
Anyone.
he's fucking the funniest streamer.
Can I get this? Thanks. Turret out.
Nice. We've broken their spirit.
Bro, I've broken my own spirit.
It's okay. Your spirit is indomitable. This is anime.
I'll figure out. There's gotta be a spot where I feel like.
I'm out of here.
I mean, I could bait for you if you want to cross over. Oh, if you make that noise, then they're gonna know.
Can you hear me, Albert? Thank you.
Gotta go.
Omen TP'd.
In the stairs smoke, I think.
Yeah, I'm walking.
Yes. Alright, watch right there.
Yeah, yep.
Is that you, Sling?
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Three.
I have a
Spike
judge.
planted.
I have to play a weird angle.
Peter, can you smoke right here? Scarra?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you should be able to go out now. Maybe smoke right here too. Alright, Scarra, now you have to go.
Watch out.
What is
Go,
that?
go.
Last player standing.
Oh.
I can't fucking aim.
The gecko flashed behind me as if
Stand calm. We are Valorant. We are fighters.
that timing was unreal.
I'm gonna come with you, C. I'm gonna peek it. Oh, we're bang.
We're saving.
Yeah.
Sling, buy a sheriff and come with me. We're gonna push
I
out
think
a
I'm
C.
gonna kill this half. I'm gonna be honest.
If they're here, we can fall
I
back.
would like to play my util for once.
Okay, I'll speak and leave then.
Nice kill.
Nice. Oh, I should be this walk up.
I'm falling back.
Stars do,
I
man.
think I hear them. C
Yeah,
area.
I would say they're all there. Unless one's riding right here to the left.
Let me blind it.
No, it's fine.
They're getting ready to come in C.
Oh, we're good.
I'm blind.
We're not gonna think three are flanking. We got
I'm falling
this.
away. Back.
Fight, Charlie.
Nice
Keep
shot.
fighting.
Grenade. Take this. Gotta go.
121
One enemy
KO.
remaining.
Last time had 121 on
Nice.
site.
Not blinded yet.
My ult's ready. Scarra. You're done.
Nice.
Fight
Free
here.
guns, free guns. Oh. Yeah.
Time to stop.
Thank God you get that pick. I took his gun after. Yeah.
Still have not gotten a kill this half. Popping off.
Oh, God.
Turret out.
If you,
Yeah,
if
Timmy,
you,
let's push out.
There.
Peter, can you blind?
okay, yeah. You blind, I'll take first contact mid.
Alright, Timmy, I'm just gonna run up. I'm gonna slow
Yeah,
it as well.
nading.
They're not here. Let's push
I
through.
saw no one.
Got one.
One's there, Albert. One's there. To the left.
You?
Okay.
2 or 3, 2 or 3. I think 3. I think
He's
3.
to the left.
Take this.
You're still B main, I think.
Yeah,
At
yeah, yeah.
least
They're,
one.
they're still here. They're still here. But I mean,
1 HP. 1 HP, Albert.
Nice. I'm gonna push this with you.
Spike down B.
There's 1 HP.
That's
Enemy
like
remaining. Last
14.
player standing.
That's his one. Almost dropped right here.
yeah, the first headshot was actually kind of crazy.
Well, she knows I'm a C player.
Recalling my bot. Swarm grenade out.
Have your gun out. She could just be anywhere.
Spike planted.
But Molly's on the bomb.
Initiated.
Oh my god.
Nice.
Nice.
Good
Area
ult.
is clear.
She's so smart. She's a smarty pants.
I wonder what that drop noise was. Was she on height and then dropped?
I don't know.
It makes me think she
Spike,
fucked
I'm
up
outta
roping
here.
up and then went back up or something. Oh no, man.
Yeah, I don't know. That was a weird drop sound.
Played 7K times on
Let's do the same thing.
Akinator.
Boogie.
Tim, let's push up. I'll
Boogie.
slow you need, and then we
Go, go.
I'm the walker over here.
Okay.
See?
See.
Here 2, 3.
Smoking.
Our open door.
Okay, hold on.
Go get him.
They flash.
Are you serious? These delayed util, dude.
Kill.
Open door again.
Spike planted.
Oh my god.
Reloading.
Util.
Oh. There was one. What, Valorant? Oh, yeah. Is it out yet?
Enemy spotted. C.
This is looking rough.
Headshot. One down.
One's on your right, Timmy.
Last player standing.
Oh. What happened to- oh, they went really on the first day? Oh, that's awesome. I mean, it's amazing. Like, it's a little slow though
Okay,
in the
so let's do
middle,
the same
but
thing, and then if they're not here, we
I
just
think
fast push.
you
Fast
can
flick.
actually fix
Okay,
that.
I think they might hold for my blind this time.
Okay, I'm done for you to only blind if we make contact.
Okay.
And then we'll just keep pushing up.
I'm out of here.
Yeah.
How is it
I
so
mean,
far?
It does seem
what's
like they go
the-
everywhere.
You should aim over here. You should aim over
Okay,
here. And
also,
if we see
to me,
contact,
it's
then you blind.
Too fucking loud.
You go first, and then I res it.
I
if we
should have
win.
realized. My bad.
Yep.
Here we go.
Blind
Okay.
C.
Let's go.
Don't smoke it. We can open door and help her. Just smoke this if anything.
There.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's 3.
108
Last
Killjoy?
player
Wait, what?
standing.
Oh.
Open door.
Impeccable kill. Bot coming back.
Hey, me on the Twitch COD schedule? Oh yeah. Plays with Valorant and friends right now.
Spike planted.
Oh wow. they're-
143.
None of my stuff has malfunctioned.
How about I play A and you guys push out a C?
I think Flippy is nice. I don't think they've seen me walk. I want to walk
There.
across. I don't think they check ever. I'll buy you. I'll buy some more.
Can I get a drop? Thanks.
Going like a SMG.
No. I just want to jump here.
Oh yeah.
I need to blow something up. Go, go, go.
Here. We pushing out of this, or?
I don't know one way it. Maybe we can push out.
Gotta go.
They blinded. See?
Oh god, they're here. I'm falling back.
Just high scribe. I'm playing first.
You want to play
Oh,
first?
no, you can push them. You
Oh.
push. Oh, you left. Fuck.
You go.
I would say there's something. I have ult. I can hold them.
You should run.
I can break it. Alright. Shut. Oh wait, you have no smokes.
I'm out of here.
I'm in the fuck position. Whenever you're gonna push up.
Spike planted.
I'm out of here.
Last player standing.
Oh.
Nice try.
Oh, uh-oh.
Why don't we have
Everyone knows
Alba, you should just play C,
observations,
and then have
let's run it
Celine's
again.
Util actually on C2, but then she could play B with her off her turret.
Sure.
Yeah. So we have both Sennies on C.
Turret out.
I would probably recommend you playing more towards like over here.
Gotta go.
I'm gonna do the same thing, but I have a Vandal, so I'm gonna flank really fast now.
Alba, I don't think you should pick that. You should probably just play sight and then just play off her alarm bot and slow and do everything.
Okay.
Yep. And then Celine can just play off you too.
Okay.
You should slow. You should slow.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Joke's over! You're dead!
Coming in.
Go.
Oh, they're coming. I need help.
I'm coming.
Gotta go. Shortcut.
He's up.
Watch out. I'm out of here.
Can we go fast here? Hold.
Spike planted.
Fast here.
My monitor turned off.
What?
Oh my god, I'm back.
Line for water ball.
Water.
Enemy
Nice.
Got
remaining.
some water.
What the fuck is here? My teammate, my monitor turns off.
Last player standing.
Nah, you got it.
You got it.
Nice.
TP'd.
Lady.
Nice.
Nice.
Dude, I killed 2, and the first thing I hear is my monitor turns off. Okay, man.
Yeah, I've been having that issue, and I'm too lazy to fix it.
I literally do it all the time.
Oh,
I'm just glad I'm not the only one.
What, your monitor turning off?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I have like a wire loose or something.
Oh, it's like I scratch my head and my
It's Scarra
finger
by
hits the
everything.
power button.
Buy full armor. It's last round.
Oh yeah.
Can you buy me this?
I'm out of here.
Nice.
Nice shot.
Nice shot. No way they go C again here, right? Oh shit, I need your turret here.
You are
Coming in.
Spike down. C.
Nice.
I'm leaving.
130 KJ. She's
They're
resing
resing?
the KO.
I have
Oh, one backside.
In C. Oh.
Watch out. Go.
3v1.
Oh.
Resing KO at main.
Satchel out.
One enemy remaining.
You're
Dude, okay.
Oh my god.
Defenders win.
Oh, Timmy kind of owned there.
I'm so proud. Your duty is not over.
Oh my
I'm
god.
opening aim labs. I can't do this.
And that's all I've got, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the game.
Well, thanks for playing.
Oh,
Until next time. Good luck. Thank you for the carry.
my Valo literally crashed.
Yeah, my Valorant crashed too.
It's probably the same.
We go play some bats.
Bye.
Bye.
Mama.
Goodbye. Do we have one more?
We always have one more.
Yeah. Who's top frag?
I
Oh,
could
it was
probably find us
it was
one
Timmy.
more.
He
Yeah, I'll search really quick. But between the 4 of us, I'm sure one of us has a friend. Right?
All my friends are here.
Aw, and oh.
All right, I will send out a message just to John, and he's.
Okay, I didn't realize that the ending part was like a 2v1. I would have went in faster with you. I realized that it was a 2v1.
It's because the KO was being res, so it looked like a 2v2 for you.
Yeah. I was like really slow and then playing it very carefully, and I saw Timmy double jump in. I was like, wait, uh-oh.
Yeah,
if he dies, I can't follow.
He started his res, so I threw a nade to get him off the res, and then
makes sense.
If he's 6 hit, then I'll kill him with the device I'm slashing.
I mean, wait. So what do they do with kingdom credits?
You can unlock agents, unlock their little
Oh,
tiers, or you can get
do I just?
old battle pass banners and accessories.
Oh, I have all the agents. I guess I'm just buying. Huh.
Do you guys know Soju is randomly really good at Valorant?
Oh, he's like a mortal too. Except for TwitchCon.
Yeah, he's Ascendant 3 right now. He like will randomly, if he doesn't like the set of TFT, he just like doesn't play, and he just like no stream for 3 months, plays Valorant.
Yep, I know. He's on my friends list. I see him on every day.
stream for 3 months?
No, he's crazy.
If he doesn't like the current set or the current patch, he just doesn't play. It's very
And doesn't
Giga Chad.
stream?
Yeah.
Wow, that is actually so Giga Chad of him.
Give me the chili McFreeze, buddy. The thing about TwitchCon is I think I'm not excited for the con itself.
Wow, so
aside
he
from
only streams TFT.
meeting fans. Aside from that, it's really like not a great con.
Yes. He only streams games that
it's
he
just,
thinks he's like really,
I'm excited to
really
meet
good at.
friends who are.
And then he doesn't think he's good at Valorant, so he like doesn't stream it.
Wow, so he just like goes on a mini vacation.
Oh yeah.
And like the moment TFT competitive season's done, he like goes on vacation again.
That's so nice.
But no, TV Patreon folks are going to
so
Sushi Saba.
smart.
Yeah, it's like pretty cool that he doesn't feel pressure to stream. Although he does go like
Yeah.
300 hours on the months that he does play.
Oh yeah. He streams like 90 hours out of like 110.
I should give myself like breaks. I'm gonna give myself winter break. I'm not streaming and wait, no, I have to because that's cute.
Just wait. Just give yourself Q1 break. That's usually where everything's like kind of slow, right?
Which
Yeah,
one?
January, February are like the worst months for
Yeah.
if you want to like make
Okay,
money.
maybe I won't
Advertisers,
stream the
revenue?
month of January.
Yeah, I think it's good.
Yeah. I'll do that.
I don't know about a month, but like 2 weeks is probably good.
No, a
I feel like a
month.
month is a long time to not stream for.
No, a
If you want, like,
month. She said a
consistency.
month.
I've not streamed for a month before.
I don't think I've ever taken a month off.
Yeah, I feel like it's in general bad.
It is definitely
If your goal is to grow on
bad.
Twitch, a month off like does a lot of damage to that.
It does. It does.
You give people new favorites. Then it's Jova.
It's
It's like time
over.
for people are like, whoa, where's my streamer? I guess I'll go find someone else, and they find someone else that they like more, or they're used to them, and then you're no longer their default streamer.
Well, okay, you're putting some dark things in their thoughts. Take a month off. In fact, take 2 months. Don't listen to these guys.
I do no, I agree, but I think the people that you're losing are actually not even like the people that are like your core fan base anyways, you know what I mean? Like you have like obviously the ones that will like ride or die, like they are there no matter what. And then you have like those who are like who are
Drifters,
there. Yeah, who are there, but then
floaters.
yeah, but they watch other streamers as well. But then as soon as you leave, they're just like they leave pretty much permanently as well.
Was anyone able to find a +1?
I was waiting on others to run out of options.
I was
I can
also
ask.
waiting.
I
for
can
this.
ask. I can ask.
Yeah, the people I messaged did not respond.
I asked 2 who did not respond.
Okay, let me join. Because we need them to be able to play League too, right?
Probably. I mean, that's if you guys want to play League. I actually like Valorant more than League, but I threw in League as an option because I feel like you guys.
Oh,
like
you like
League.
Valorant more than League? That's interesting.
I know.
I think I just played too much League.
Ah.
I
your
longer find it that
lifetime?
interesting. Yeah.
I believe it.
Wait, I have 2, but like I with League, I constantly play new stuff.
Oh, you don't just play the same champion with the same build every single game all the time for 10 years.
God.
Yeah, maybe Albert, it's time to play. I don't know.
Like I'll just go on and be like, I want to play like 5 games of support Ash, and then the 5 ADs I get do not enjoy their lives. What I do. That's trolls. No, support Ash is the real deal. Kind of. TwitchCon is going to be interesting this year. I don't know. Last
Have you
TwitchCon
played this set of TFT?
was wild.
This set of TFT? No, I actually haven't.
I do feel like you might enjoy doing a TFT arc at some point. Not necessarily this set, but it's like fun to like set a rank goal and like try to hit it, and then like hit the lab to try to improve to get there.
Well, why don't you do that, Albert? Good for Radiant and Valorant, because you've gotten Challenger in League, you got Challenger in TFT.
Yeah, and then Radiant in Valorant, and then Legend or whatever in
Legend of Runeterra. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, I got a gamer.
You could be the ultimate gamer.
Yeah, you get global, because if you can get Radiant in Valorant, CS is like harder in terms of like mechanical skill, but it's pretty easy in the strategy side. So I feel like if you can get Radiant in like this game, you can get Radiant in that game or global.
I feel like, or if I didn't have more things to do in TFT, I would be down. But I finally reached a skill level of like entering tournaments.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's what's that was going on today. That's why I'm playing Valorant now to unwind.
Unwind.
I still have to win Worlds in TFT, then I can go for Radiant.
I'm just saying, NA is the best. You know what?
In
You know,
TFT?
yeah, we won Worlds last year.
Wow.
Dude, this is a really bad patch for a tournament to happen on.
I hate the patches this set. I'm so not having fun.
Wait, why?
They
What's
have not.
happening?
They just like missed the mark on balance. So I played 6 games of the tournament, and every single game, I have like 8 or so comps like prepared for the tournament where like if I get a good start for it, I'll play it. And every single game, I had to play Ionia Vanquishers, and then every single game I was contested by 4 players, and every single game I went 4th, and I qualified by going 4-4-4-4-4-4-4.
Oh my
for the next day.
You know what?
I have a question.
Oh, go for it.
Sorry. I was just gonna say I have a question about like how do you like in these tournaments, is it like ever a chance that you'll actually get like first and beat the people who are like higher rank, if that makes sense?
Yes, there is quite high variance. Better players tend to place better, but there have been a lot of cases of like the rank 1 player like bombs out at the beginning.
It's like when you do like Magic the Gathering tournaments, a lot of times it used to be that players were known for not just their wins, but their top 8 placements. And it's kind of the same. Like if you get the final day on TFT consistently, like I would say you're a great player. Like a fantastic fucking player. Like Dish Soap is a person who, like, if you watch him play, I don't think he loses on stream. Like he just doesn't lose. He's like a cheater. Like if you watch his, I've seen days where he went like sub 2.0, which means he averaged only 1 or 2. He is like a human cheat code for the game, and he's played tournaments where he has not done well. But that's just variance.
I see.
He is by far the best player in NA right now.
He's
and then
crazy.
In tournaments, you can still get fucked.
Yeah,
6 games is like a low sample size.
When I try to get good at the game, I watch him. It's are like my study Bible. I'm like,
yeah,
damn.
it sounds like he's like the perfect person to study off of.
Other people are more fun to watch, maybe for different things, but he has a very strong. His fundamentals are just impossibly good.
So, why? Like, what stops other players from being like him?
It's hard. You have to like. There are too many. There's like over 1,000 decisions you have to make in each game of TFT, and like, better players will be aware that those decisions exist, and they'll do their best to like handle as many of them as they can. But worse players won't even realize that there's like decision points at each round.
Yeah. I mean, I understand, because like obviously in Apex competitive, there's like those same things. You know what I mean? There's always more decisions that you can do to like change out the output. But sometimes, like, in my opinion, like the rank 1 team versus the rank 20th team, like, yeah, I would say there's like a big difference, but there's like, it's not like that rank 1 team is always gonna get first every tournament. You know what I mean?
Oh,
It's the same here. Bishop
Yep.
does not win every tournament. He usually gets to the final day, but he does not usually win them. There's just way too much variance for like one player to consistently win all the tournaments.
It's really interesting because people tend to specialize on certain comps or like styles. So it used to be like what first item you went on the carousel would be different for a lot of different people. And there was one person, like different people in A that would start different items because they would go different comps. Like Milk has been famous for one tricking a lot of like reroll comps, but like imagine being the best in the world at it. He went to Worlds playing Kled reroll one set. Every single person in the lobby held Kleds and he still placed like 4th place. Every person tried to grief him. I think like literally he was so much better at the comp than everyone else. It was like ridiculous. Even though there's less decisions to make, he was just the best Kled player in the world. It was stupid.
Public enemy #1.
No, he literally had people holding 12 Kleds a game. Every game. Imagine all 7 other players just hold your units. Doesn't matter. Like he was just that dude, man.
But is that only with Kled? Like,
it was like
I'm adding you on a different account.
It was just for that comp, and he went to Worlds and he was just like, I'm only playing this comp. He told everyone. It was very public. He like tweeted it. He streamed it for like a week, and then people like tried to like contest, but like you can't contest a guy who has nothing to lose. Like he is only playing that comp. He's not playing anything else, and he's the best at it. So like it's like bad for you to contest him. It was just like a very extreme case. Worlds, he like placed the highest possible. I think it was like top 4 or something, and he was just like, it's the first time I see someone one trick a 1-star reroll comp.
I see. Which I'm very curious about is like, why doesn't he, like, you know, obviously say that he's gonna do it, and at the very last second he like swaps to a different comp? You know what I mean?
It's because he prepped exclusively for that. Like he knows all the decision trees for every round.
Yeah, you can only know so many lines so well.
Yeah, and his 100% of his effort was in one. It was crazy. He does it a lot where he plays like one thing really well.
Even if you're contested, it's usually better to stick to a comp that you know the line for than to like first time a comp that is uncontested.
Yep.
Just because if you don't know the item priority or when to roll or how to position it, or like what augments are good, you'll like make a lot of mistakes. Oh yeah, I hear a really loud keyboard.
Your keyboard is so loud.
Oh, it's on Valorant.
Oh, and your open mic on Valorant.
Oh, I did not have that on.
Your
thing?
Open mic on Valorant.
Basically, I think if you ever wanted to do an arc where like for like a month you try to hit Masters in Valorant, I think you do very well. It'd also be like kind of hype for your stream. Not to be too biased.
Try.
But if you ever get bored and like want a game to grind, I think you might enjoy the grind that comes with getting better at TFT. It's very unusual because you can't just like go to the range and get better aim.
I'll go Expo back for 89 months.
Yeah, I agree. Going for like some type of goal is like
it's nice.
It's like really it's an addiction.
The
It is an addiction.
The last 3 weeks I had to prepare for 3 tournaments. I played badly in like I guess 1.5, but like the league one I spent so much time, like 2.5 weeks prepping for. I actually did really well for that one. I felt pretty good at the end, even though my team went 0-4 and I felt really bad about it.
Nah, sometimes it's about the personal gains and measures you took, and like prepping for it just makes you feel better.
I ended solo queue with like an 80% win rate at Masters. I was 16-1 when I quit. At my last 17 games. I'm not counting Caitlyn games that I griefed like completely hard. I ended up being a Swain one trick. I spent like 2 weeks learning how to.
So much Swain.
My Swain got really good at the end.
Oh, that's awesome though.
There's people at Yu-Gi-Oh tournament where I was playing one deck and everyone their mom knows was somehow qualified. No, it's like they're just really good at all the lines. They know everything. I think TFT is really fortunate.
I don't think if I started competing again, I think I was gonna probably grind like other FPS like Rainbow and try to see if I can get the max rank.
Rainbow 6? Oh my god.
Did Scarra just turn to robot for anyone else?
Yeah. I think I lagged a little bit.
Rainbow Six, huh?
Yeah. I mean, because I played it back then, but it's just a completely different game now. And like, you know, I've been like top ranking Valorant, top ranking Apex, but not I haven't really played that much CS:GO anymore.
Why not CS2? That sounds like the game.
It is right now, and I'm playing it for sure. I mean, that's probably the only game, but it's kind of the same thing as like I'm competing right now, so I can't put my full time into it, like learning the lineups. You know, like I'm more just focused on Apex, and if I'm spending time like learning stuff, I should just do that with Apex.
Yeah, Apex is so hard. I like tried in like
Apex
these
is the hardest game I've
these
ever played.
casual VTuber scrims, and then like obviously there's some pros there, and like I literally we would just rotate. I would just do 0 damage one game because like we just got owned in our rotate. I'm like, oh fuck.
Yeah, it's kind of unfair, Scarra, because like some of them were legitimately pro players that became YouTubers.
Yeah.
Oh, it's like me just being like, yeah, I'm a VTuber now. So,
No,
okay,
I know. Some of them were like actual pro, and one of them was Tony FPS. I heard he's super good on mouse and keyboard or something. Him and Leakster like fucking farm people. That team was not fair. They're so good.
Wait, did the release of CS2 make CS:GO items worth more?
Yes, so much.
Wait, I have a rare skin.
I
gotta see how much.
I would.
Wait, what's the name? Or what is it? A knife?
No, it's a red weapon that. It was like a factory new stat track red weapon.
Okay.
Stat track AK-47 Bloodsport factory new.
Good one.
Yeah, go.
It would probably, in my opinion, only go like up 1.5 of what it originally was.
Oh man, if I had like a rare knife.
Dude, they are so expensive.
Sometimes it goes the opposite too.
Really?
The so CS2, they changed how like the black models look. So if you had like a AK
match
I
found.
think it's like Redline or something like that, or yeah, just or graphite, op graphite. It's a full black op, but it just looks completely bad. Yeah.
That's
you
pretty
could
unlucky.
Yeah, like it should be all black, but in CS2 there's like gray areas, and it makes it look really weird.
I told all my friends or a lot of people that if they have, I think the skin price will go up until the first major, and then I don't know.
Hey, that's definitely a thing. Like when tournaments are happening, the prices of skins go up too because everyone wants to start playing and buying stuff.
I'm hoping that like Valve announces like a tournament circuit, and soon. That would be cool. I'm assuming it's just something new for CS2.
Yeah, I mean Premier is just like a different way of saying ranked.
I'll go explore my for 89 months.
Really just the same game.
100% of Scarra's efforts goes to be 60% HP across. It's true.
You know, you have more fan base now, or people coming in, so there's a lot of bad players.
Yeah.
Which is a good thing.
Yeah, it's a great thing.
Yeah, it allows people to actually get to practice because I feel like when you played in a game
Neon?
and their community
I think Neon's
old, like let's say
crazy right now.
Everyone knows all the call
A lot
outs
of
and
people
all
got
the
nerfed.
angles. And it's just like, bro, I'm in like bronze and this shit feels like diamond.
She's my favorite duelist.
It's
I
hard
guess
for sure, but
I know.
They can throw the whole playbook.
Yeah, fast
at us.
oh,
I've
nice.
seen it all before.
And all the rank players, if you give them like a month, they'll be all gone. They'll be at the top. And you want to reverse them.
Dude, I have no desire to play CS2, but I'm glad it's out for people who like it.
I'm out of here.
It's fun. It's like literally Valorant, but less thinking, and you have like, in my opinion, more possibilities.
I was like Valor with less thinking. I don't think that's possible for me.
Yeah, Scarra just goes in with the neon.
Wait,
but the smoke grenades are really cool.
Yes, the volumetric smoke.
It's nice though because like in this game, it's really hard to ever lurk and flank like really well.
Oh yeah,
but in that game, you could legitimately do it every single round. Obviously, they'll start looking for it, but you just kill the guy. Like you know, it's nice. I always like that aspect of. Yes. When you.
There.
Okay.
Right between the eyes.
One person to you, yeah.
Oh, push me, push me.
Spike down.
I missed my shot. This gun sucked.
What the?
Silence. Here.
Both there, both there.
Last player standing. One
Oh,
enemy
race MD8.
remaining.
Wait.
Oh!
Nice.
Oh my I have a sheriff if you can make it over here.
I guess I don't.
Gun here.
Pretty sure.
Oh, nice.
I guess I can't shoot like
I'm sorry,
that.
I was a dumbass and fired my entire magazine into the smoke. And then
Is the
Oh, I didn't even see him on my
the
screen.
friends is just bad at that.
Oh, I just watched
right?
him walk up and kill you because I was reloading.
That's okay. That happens a lot in this game.
Do you want to back up it?
Sure.
It's okay.
Scar, can you mindlessly push into showers again so I get the orb?
Yeah. I got you. I'll do one stun in case.
Shocking.
Enemy spotted B.
Thank you. Okay, we don't actually have to go here.
Yeah.
We made a lot of noise.
You probably should not go B. This guy has a shotgun.
I love that for him.
Yep. The guys definitely have a shotgun. You.
He saw me. They smoked.
They molly or they orbed.
You should smoke. Yeah. You should.
Oh shit.
Be in the smoke.
Oh man.
One sniping it.
Down.
Quiet now.
Oh, what the?
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Why am I just dying from people that are what?
Bye, stuff.
Oh, Celine, would you like?
Go, go, go! Can I have the deagle?
Yeah.
Just dying from angles. People are already there. Like, I just keep dying from the back of my head.
Scar, can you mindlessly push into showers again so I can grab the orb?
Yeah, but it's a little.
I
weird
can't
now.
dart it for you guys too.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm down.
That might be easier.
I just want to grab the orb so I can ult next round.
Yeah. It's free.
Go, go, go!
Revealing area.
One's mid site.
Alright.
Viper mid site.
I'm gonna go grab the other
There.
orb. Let's go. Okay, we should go in now.
Yeah, probably now. I'm smoking. There's a gun right here if someone wants to grab it.
I guess they can. Oh wait, one in you.
I'm watching
I'm
you.
waiting for Viper Storm.
I can kind of see you. I broke giant. I'll be over. Where? Can you flash? Flash this, quick. One more.
Oh, careful. Nice.
Okay.
One more trap.
Last player standing.
2.
Yeah, ball and molly.
Careful now. Going up.
One enemy remaining.
My ultimate's ready.
Oh!
Nice.
that's
Yeah,
nice.
don't touch.
Nice time.
Clutch.
Noise.
Noise.
Hey, I like this game.
I'm out of here.
I have the ult.
Okay, I wonder.
We
That
play
is
like
so
every round.
lit.
Can you guys just walk into B and I ult in? To A?
God.
I bet they'll just all rotate. Just walk.
Okay.
Keep them
Wait, you want me to what?
Just like walk into B. I'm going in fast. A.
Come on, let's go.
Gotta go.
Rain is down.
Well, I mean,
Oh my god, he just fragged out.
yeah, he's gonna kill everyone.
I like
guess.
this wall. Thank you.
Yeah.
Revealing
Cypher
area.
cam here.
Go, go, go!
Me too.
Launching smoke.
Spike planted.
I didn't even know that.
Molly.
Ah!
Enemy spotted B.
One enemy remaining.
Go, go, go!
Unknown?
I'm out of here. Shocking!
Enemy.
Out of charges. Not a shot.
What did I just see?
Nice, sorry.
Do they still want it?
Go, go, go.
Bad guys.
Magi.
Go, go, go.
Timmy's favorite item.
That
Magi.
this is the beast way, bro.
Hey,
What
Scar,
the
can you
fuck
mind
you
like
guys-
pushing the showers again?
Yeah, I got you.
Gotta go.
Phoenix
Wait.
ult has got to be like the most efficient
outta
ult in
here.
the game.
Want me to dart for you too?
Like it's 6 orbs, and then it's like it's so powerful for 6. So many times you just get to take sight for free.
Gotta go.
Scanning ahead.
All right, and now I go grab the B orb.
We close.
I'm holding the angle on the
There.
cross here. I think I get Viper here.
Our
Guys-
spike's down.
Oh, my.
Spike down A.
Wow, he collided.
I was watching
Go, go, go.
fucking. Oh my. The mini map, man.
Dead.
There's no way you get spike, right?
Last player standing.
Someone's in defender spawn.
Flash.
TP
Hookah,
open.
hookah, hookah.
He's coming for the ace. Oh,
Triple, baby. My
It's
ultimate.
because she
30
swap
seconds
weapons.
left.
Careful now.
No.
You should wall right now. You heal.
Going up.
Then flash it.
man.
No, they countered me. They knew I was 1.
Okay, we
I'm
kind
over
of
them.
got rolled there.
Let me just ult us into A.
Sure.
I got you, bruv.
All right, I'm going fast. I'm going fast.
Oh,
Go, go, go.
Revealing area.
Let's go.
Nowhere to run.
I'll draw on this.
Take flight.
take this.
My ult's ready.
Close, right?
Okay, I think they're all at site. I think they're now coming onto
Ah,
site.
okay. Wall bait that.
Oh.
Take this.
Down you go.
Spike planted. My ultimate is ready. Watch
Being
out.
hookah.
There.
Oh, you all, I mean.
Wow. Wait, did that guy even
I'm
stop,
gonna
bro?
ult this lane. She probably
Okay.
moved.
Heaven triple.
No charges left.
Looking it down.
Help me.
Going up.
Oh, oh no. I'm sprinting my way back.
Scouts down.
Enemy spotted A.
Some one short, right?
Enemy
Cypher short.
remaining.
Yep. Or
He has a rifle now. I think he's running with the rifle. Oh no, he's coming back.
One
Nice.
left standing.
Albert, that was you.
That's gonna be like
dirty for
the
that.
Cypher showed on the map.
Yeah,
I
you're
saw him. I just didn't think he
you're
had a
so
gun.
smart for doing that.
Can I get a buy? Thank you.
Oh, I'm ulting here. That was such a good.
I'm gonna grab the orb.
I'm out of here. Here we go.
Enemy spotted A.
I'm dead, dude. I think we rushed B, honestly.
Down.
Wait, that guy is in there. What the heck?
Oh, what the?
Guys, protect me.
Oh!
Lit.
Oh my god.
I was like, I can't believe Scar didn't die from hookah. It's clearly empty.
Oh!
Just dude has a Bucky in hookah.
I broke all the
Where are they? Where are they?
One enemy remaining.
Sock it.
Oh, wait,
Wait
wait.
for me. Wait for me. Play slow.
He's gonna hear you, Albert. He's right here.
He's looking at you, I think.
You should swing right now. You should swing. Hard swing.
Oh.
One tap.
Okay. Yeah, sorry. I went through log.
No, I know, but like I was like, when nobody shot you from hookah, as you were like zapping them, I was like, oh, hookah's open.
He gets a
But
bucky
no,
in
it's
there.
because that guy was waiting with a bucky, baiting his entire team. He didn't even try to save his teammates from you.
Thanks.
Let's go B. Let's go B. I grab orb long. I ult in. I'll say, come on, let's go, and then we go.
Okay.
I don't think they ever play. They sometimes trip
There.
here.
Oh, it's
They
like,
had a
I'll use the
double
sniper trip,
trip
and then just trade me.
Yep.
Stim beacon
Gotta
down.
Oh my.
Revealing area.
My ultimate. Reloading.
There they are.
That's done.
Smoke's down.
Huh?
Watch your eyes.
Well, take this.
Rain is
Go
down.
back.
Out of here.
Ow, I got shot from hookah.
Reloading.
Shot down.
Reloading.
One cross left side.
Watch out.
One enemy remaining.
Last one's like left side hall.
You had it coming.
Reloading.
Oh, that
Dying
was.
through people.
Oh god.
Listen up.
Game
Gotta
I'm
go.
having.
I'm out of here.
Can I get a buy?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm out of here.
Ooh.
Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Gotta go. Move.
Alright, it's good.
I'm out of here.
Cypher's on A now.
Hope he's not here.
Damn, you just run in no fear. I love it.
Oh.
Ooh, Viper. Oh, Viper's
Viper.
behind truck too.
There's an Ares
Wait, what the
or
fuck
Odin.
is that?
Oh god.
Wait.
The trip got me.
Spike down A.
I'm back.
You're back.
This way.
Bank maybe?
Welcome to my
Viper was behind
Light
truck.
planet. Reloading. Enemy spotted A. Smoke's down.
I got you.
God bless.
One enemy remaining.
Go, go, go.
Let's go, Scarra.
Oh,
Swag.
Wait, I'm gonna shock dart him.
Shot down.
Oh, he shock darted.
I missed.
wait, how much time does he have?
I hit him for 40.
Molly.
Oh, swag molly. Oh, holy shit, that lands.
Not so tough after all.
Oh my god.
What was that? Like basketball shot.
Yep. 3-pointer.
Prepare yourselves. We fight once again.
I thought you were gonna just like fire it straight up, but I was like, way cooler. And infinitely more embarrassing if you missed.
Mm-hmm.
Bum, 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 ba-dum, ba, ba. Dude, they're giving us showers, they're giving us long.
I'm gonna get this B long orb. Oh, actually, you're too off to me. You should get it.
I'll
I'm
show
gonna
them.
grab the shower orb.
Kayo.
I forgot how this dart works.
Stim beacon
I'm
down.
out of here.
The one
It's
for
right up
garden.
here.
Scanning ahead.
Yeah.
Oh,
like that.
that is a whiff.
Oh, they TP'd.
I was like, who's orbiting?
Give it Albert right now. 4-man. 3.
Go,
2,
go, go.
1.
Nowhere to run.
One shower, one shower.
All you, Scar. We got Molly.
Take this.
Oh, fuck.
Watch
Yeah,
out.
Molly looking. I'm pushing for you.
Gotta go.
Just on.
My ult's ready.
Hey, Scar is insane. Now we TP again. We TP
Coming
again.
through.
Yeah, Wally, go for it, go for
Go,
it.
go, go.
I'm
They
outta
double TP. We have B. We got B.
Go, go, go.
This is so troll.
No, oh, thank you.
This is so troll.
I'm in.
Everybody TP's everywhere.
TP again. TP again. TP again.
Wait, we have it. We have it. We have it. We have it. We have it.
Okay.
It's
We
like
give
free
you.
hookah.
What is,
Satchel.
No
There.
heal.
who does it disappear?
Taken out.
One
One
enemy
hookah, one
remaining.
CT. Oh, never mind. Last one CT. Okay.
80, she didn't heal. Okay, left side someone.
You're both one shot.
player standing.
Oh my god.
There were a lot of ways to play that.
Clutch.
And that was.
I thought you were just gonna toast
Timmy
yourself.
was gonna ult himself.
Yeah.
I think he was thinking about it. Then he's.
Enemies close.
Yeah.
I'm out
He
of here.
thought he
I
had
thought
it.
you were gonna ult yourself, which is why I swung first.
I think he thought you were gonna like live, so he was thinking about knife.
Yeah. So,
Go, go, go.
but it's okay. That's alright. I was afraid that she might swing more into me, so I was just like, I'm a knifer.
I'm out of here. I'm out of here.
Wait, did they push Scarra last round?
Gotta go.
Oh, I heard one cubby.
The Viper peeked this after
Yeah, I
like
think it's
20
second.
seconds earlier.
There's a camera right there. Oh, he's
Oh, you
like.
wanna ult that guy?
Yeah, it's pink.
Yeah.
There.
Let's go Scarra.
Oh, that guy's.
He did.
I'm giving you a wall. I'm giving you a wall. Give me a wall.
Spike down A.
I'm rotating. I'm rotating.
Raise like 80. Heaven.
You should plan for long. Plan for long. All three here. All three are A.
Yep.
What the fuck?
One enemy remaining.
Next one coming spawn time. Self him.
Well, I like this spot.
CT.
Should never expect this.
Last player.
Oh,
standing.
thank you.
Nice
Good cross.
I
I did 120. Holy moly.
Scarra, I'm really glad that you shot that
Last
blind.
round before the switch.
Like, I'm really happy.
Wait, why?
No, because like if you didn't do that, then Ann would not have killed him.
Yeah, I would not have seen him.
okay.
That was good.
Yeah.
I thought you'd be sarcastic. I was like, oh.
Oh no.
No.
Yeah.
Oh
A lot
god.
of people,
Can we
a
only
lot
grab
of people
orb
would
again,
not
and
shoot
then
that
I'll ult
blind.
What?
It takes a lot of strength to shoot that eye.
I'm out
Oh
of here.
god.
A lot of willpower.
Yeah.
Okay, help me grab this orb and I'll ult in. I'll ult through showers
Okay.
and I'll just eat all the util.
Yay.
Scarra by.
No. I have.
I'm out of here.
It's last round.
Yeah, you know.
Oh, he's just so sure. Okay.
Shocking.
Wait, let me ult. Oh, Scarra. Oh, you just win those.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Shocking.
The hunt begins.
One heaven.
Heaven.
On the right
Raises
side.
heaven.
He's got Odin?
Light planted.
Deploying drone.
Oh my
I'm
god.
gonna make a gap. I'm gonna make a gap on the left side. So he comes out here.
Oh, he's. Snap.
Sorry,
One
the 50
enemy
balls.
remaining.
I need to change the title.
He's gonna go UFO.
It's balls.
I'll bait for you.
Oh, that is not the title. Oops.
Oh, he's dead.
Healing.
Revealing area.
Switching
Yeah.
sides.
Go, go, go.
That was so funny.
I know.
Scarra, I must say that was one of the sexiest plays I've ever seen. You ran way ahead of the team where no one could trade you, and then you just 1v2 them.
Wait, I hate the stun. So that's why I was like, I'll just go for it.
Oh.
Gotta
Because
go.
I didn't know there was two in the cubby though. That was kind of scary, but they both got stunned.
Jimmy, do you have any interest in Street Fighter?
Oh, I
I'm
played
out
Street
of
Fighter.
here.
I'm doing a Street Fighter event in like 2 weeks.
Gotta go.
Yeah, I did it, and I got literally rolled. What was that?
I'm out of here. Go, go, go.
I'm telling you, I got farmed.
If you have any interest in an event like that for Street Fighter, but everyone sucks, let me know.
Everyone did suck as well, and I still
Go,
got
go,
farmed.
go.
There's nothing shower.
I'm running. Yeah, I'm running for sure.
There's a lot of people.
I should have killed that guy.
Oh.
Almost out.
That was not bad. I blinded 3 of them, and I didn't kill them all immediately.
I mean, I literally just tracked his ghost.
What?
Last player standing.
Wait,
One's gonna be late, long to inside.
he shot me through the tube before I even got there.
Oh, that doesn't
If you-
kill. No.
Here's your full heal.
He's just
I was like,
crouched.
where are my bullets going?
Gotta go.
Wait, he predicted me and shot me through the tube here. Oh my god.
Yeah, Albert, let me tell you what everyone did. Everyone did, I think it's Honda, and he just the headbutt slam.
Yep.
That was
Oh
just lit.
god.
I play GP.
Okay.
JP.
Yep.
I play.
I was bullying somebody with the spikes.
Oh god. I play Manon. He's so fun.
Viper wall A.
Oh, what here? 2?
2 Vandal on shower. Vandal and Marshall.
Might be a trip there, Albert. There is.
They're grabbing orb. They're droning.
I'm breaking the.
Go, go, go.
Oh, wow, God.
Oh my god, I cannot aim.
Little one shower, Vandal, Vandal.
Down A.
Oh.
Enemy spotted A.
Wow. Really
That was unfortunate.
Flash. Smoke's down.
Playing triple.
Spike planted.
Yeah, that's not a default.
Checking you hole.
Last player standing.
2
Bah.
shower, 1 short, I think.
Montage moment.
That's a Vandal.
No charges left.
You can flash this and kill. Oh, there's a trip right here. Jump.
Watch your eyes. Careful now.
Oh,
ATT.
Ah! Fuck! I actually had that. They both had marshals. Oh my god.
Bosses Blind Stage Jam play Honda is the perfect video to describe.
I could have been so cool.
I feel like, no joke, if you just ban Honda, isn't it so much more fun to watch low level games? I know it's weird to ban a character, but like.
Everyone flash me.
Sure.
Can you look straight and then flash left? Right behind me.
Okay.
Just do it ASAP.
Still got it.
Oh my god.
Spike down B.
They were so ready. They were.
Yeah, one played anti.
I think like 3 of them played anti.
Almost down.
You flashed the first guy. I don't know about this.
They're long. It's long.
Something is a good look here. Now. I would try to wait, not die here. Maybe just like.
Wait,
play.
I heard one go towards short.
It might be going back.
I heard one go towards short. Kara could be deep in A. Kara spawn soon.
So when you walk in here through short, you get 3 kills. Yeah, they're here.
Cypher short. He just tripped
You're
short.
in such a good spot, Celine.
Pushing in.
This is such a sexy spot.
They're planning.
Walk up.
Spike planted.
Oh, that trip.
Go on the thing. Go on the thing.
Oh, my game. What?
Give me a second. Go ahead.
Oh, yes, yeah, definitely, yeah.
He was
There's
cubby.
a trip like.
Yeah.
Was cubby.
Right there.
Last player standing.
Wait, my game like slowed down. Like my game lagged.
Oh.
Wait, my game actually lagged in that exact moment. What is happening, dude?
He's using time magic.
No, it literally felt like this game is just against me today.
Oh.
My FPS just like plummeted.
Oh, that sucks.
Timmy, I have an idea.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm going B.
Buy a ship.
What are we 5-star?
Yeah.
Oh, you buying a gun? Okay,
Yeah.
you buy a gun. Okay. So here's the idea.
Guy literally said, I have an idea.
You had right here, and when they come, I'll make retreating noise. Are we all here? What?
Yeah, you said I have an idea, so we're just here.
Yeah. When you have an
Oh, what?
idea, it's usually required all of us.
They're here.
Oh,
Okay. Okay, 5-man push out along. I'm down. Flank. Or flank him.
Oh.
Oh, one.
Enemy
He
spotted B.
My ult's ready.
We're drain.
I'm
The
gonna
Reyna.
ult them.
Viper's here
Oh,
too.
he's-
Sit down.
Maybe not.
Wait, he went towards A, the Viper.
Reload him.
What the hell? They were ratting.
Yeah, they went A.
Gotta go.
They're in
Viper
their
Market. I
spawn
don't know
for
where
a little
Cypher
bit.
raises.
I think they went towards
One
A.
here, Cypher.
Yeah, Cypher.
Oh yeah, Cypher Market with Viper. Yeah, raises A somewhere. Okay, yeah, the last two might be short.
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
Open up the sky.
Go, go, go!
You're gonna run into him, Scarra.
Use that.
Enemy spotted A. Molly.
Watch out!
Oh.
Oh, nice. What a weird round. What the heck?
You man ready for a light show?
We 5-man pushed out a long, and they like, I think they were
He-
waiting. But like, it kind of worked out in our favor. We got the flank on him.
I think he just boombot and just ran away.
Oh.
Yeah, only Reyna was in hookah. I think they like walked up to hookah and left.
Yeah.
Yep.
My strategy for this map is so stupid. It's I solo push shower. If I keep losing it, I bring one person. If I lose it again, I bring a third person.
Oh.
And eventually, that's how I
They're
win
droning.
the map.
Nowhere to run!
I'm
Oh,
out
one.
of here. Wait,
One's
one's in B.
What the?
Oh.
Rotating A.
Ah. I feel.
I already healed.
Oh.
Watch your eyes!
Can you heal again?
Last player
Oh,
standing.
2 more.
They're going B.
Hmm.
All right, but this one's kind of weird. Oh god.
Spike planted.
Dim beacon here.
NG. Okay, Timmy, come with me.
I
B.
whiffed on that guy.
I have a 6-2-man strat that you and I are gonna perform.
I'm out of here.
Oh, right. I'm here.
Okay.
I'm out of here.
So here's what's gonna happen. You trust me? Yeah, you buy a Guardian. That's exactly the gun I want you to buy.
Roger.
All right. Now I'm gonna buy full armor and a Sheriff. Okay. Now you're gonna stand here, and when I go, I'm gonna go moonwalk across the screen, and then once they shoot at me, you swing. Okay.
Gotta go.
All right.
You should.
They did a Viper wall B.
Yeah, like you said, that's okay.
Go, go,
Crazy
go.
shower.
You here?
They need it in
Reset,
shower.
reset, reset, reset. I'll tell you.
I'll
what
ring
I'll
to you
do,
guys.
okay?
No way. 65.
Yeah!
I know exactly.
Yeah, baby!
Yes, yes,
We the
yes.
best!
Grab that gun, grab that gun. I'm holding.
Welcome to my
Dude,
world.
this I just
Please fucking leave me, guys.
Spike planted.
I'm just running in. I'm making full noise.
Dim beacon here.
Let me go get-
One's close to pipes. Sova's close to pipes.
At ease, soldier. That's 3.
One enemy remaining.
Oh,
Last
corner.
player
Copy.
standing.
Oh, nice try.
Damn.
Okay.
Dude, our
Holy
strat was sick. Okay.
Remember to talk to each
I didn't see
other
what
out
happened,
there.
but I assume it worked exactly as planned.
Kind of. Not quite, but kind of.
Wait, what do you mean?
Like he was just trying to kill you while you got that the orb, but I guess it worked.
Wait.
Like
I'm pretty sure if
the
you played.
the moonwalk wasn't the reason why I killed him.
I have your back.
Yeah. It was just the fact that it was just the fact that you're grabbing orb.
I think I heard him. Or was that you?
Gotta go.
Oh, you mean?
I'm running.
I saw one long.
Oh,
who's
shit.
offing.
Spotted B.
Running low.
Wait, I can moonwalk.
See ya.
Like, it's smoked. I got the upper. You want to moonwalk? Fuck it. Wait.
Ready?
I'll tell you when.
One short,
There's a
or-
smoke still, okay? I'll tell you when exactly when to do it.
Wiped. My ult's
Nice, you
ready.
kill him.
My ass is ready.
Another
I'll
one
do
here,
it.
Cypher.
Do it now.
Yeah,
Reset.
really only see
Viper
the
might
head.
be waiting out your wall.
Yeah.
I'm gonna actually I'll do it again. Ready?
The Cypher.
3, 2, 1, go.
Found the spot.
Okay.
Yeah, I hear A.
Oh,
yeah, they're
Good to
fucking
see,
there.
good to see.
Go,
What?
Going.
One U-haul.
Here we go. Shocking.
One enemy
Oh,
remaining.
that's right. That's right.
TP.
A.
Oh.
Open up the sky.
30 seconds left.
Watch your A.
Tell me he's TPing. Yep. Yeah, TP to A.
Really?
Yeah.
Careful now.
In showers.
Two to me.
Seconds left.
Okay.
What
time
the
for a
hell?
protein shake.
Oh, I just realized that Pete has no smokes. So holding A is like super easy.
Yeah.
If you,
Yeah, they only have the Viper.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you could just hold this angle. If you
Gotta go.
I saw someone fully shower.
Yeah, there's like no way they take a site. Viper.
Go, go, go. I'm out of here.
Let me show you how the boss does it.
One here,
There.
two here. Oh.
Wait, Albert, keep distracting that guy. I'm gonna knife him. Can you flash right now? Flash?
Yeah.
Yep. You. Wait. Oh yeah, flash again.
Yep, flashing.
Yep.
I feel like they're running to you guys.
Yeah.
I got him.
Oh, Viper.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god.
Dude, I did not exist this game. I didn't even play the game. I'm so pissed I could punch him under.
Oh my god. Please not your monitor, man.
No, I fucking hate underperforming. Like, it makes me go crazy. It's why this game makes me so angry.
Why did we choose to relax with this game? Oh no, her monitor's gonna have more problems now.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I'm gonna go play some. Oh god. Hey, Celine is so funny, man.
Match found.
I have not played this map enough. I fucking suck ass on this map.
Oh, I don't really know how this map works either. I know that mid's like a clusterfuck.
Oh, what is it? Is it Sunset?
Yeah.
I played this
Okay, I only know how to play B, so I'm gonna be B every round no matter what side we're on.
Okay, cool. Hey, honestly, yeah, Scarra, your entries kind of nice.
Yeah, just call me the running Sova drone.
You get in there.
I can play anything. So whatever you guys want to play.
Dude.
I have.
Yeah, show me the deadlock.
Me?
Yeah.
I don't have deadlock.
Oh god.
I could do like the smokes. I could do smokes, stuns, initiators.
Oh, we might need smokes because I greeted.
You want smokes in or do you want initiator? I don't care.
I don't care to. I could do. I only have these two initiators and this guy.
Got it. I mean, my initiators are Gecko and.
I'll just smoke.
Yeah. My stuff aren't that good. And I'll probably have like a.
I see a lot of people play Breach on this map.
It makes sense.
Sky.
I'll do a flash instead.
Yeah.
I miss Harbor.
Well, actually,
Guys,
there's a
Harbor's
Gecko
gone for a
flash. They
little
can't
bit.
cross the B main thing.
Look, I didn't put my skincare on for today, man. I got lazy. Fuck. I'll put it on, man. Also, I think this bard core is a little loud. I need to lower it a little bit.
Huh.
Wait, we
they
faced
came
these
all
guys.
this way. That was stupid.
Wait.
Go, go, go.
Was it the first game?
Yeah.
Wow,
We owned
KJ,
them on the first half, and then we got owned on the second half.
KJ
Then we
is
got owned.
9? Oh, since when is KJ all required 9 picks?
Gotta go.
Since everyone played in VCT and.
Oh my god, man.
She's probably like one of the most played agents, like maybe the first or second.
God, that-
broken.
Alright, Albert, if you knife out run right here, there might be a small chance they see you, but I will hold you with my life.
Like, you want me to run or walk?
Have your knife out and then sprint for like just a little bit.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what
Can
you
you
mean.
insta smoke mid and?
Okay, I only have one
That's okay.
smoke.
It's okay.
hear
I
one.
got the alarm bot.
Yeah, that's okay. Don't be.
Okay, I'm running
no.
over. I do not have a
There.
smoke.
Flash right now.
I'm out of here.
I can't help you now. I can't help you. Just hide.
That's not bad.
I can flash them.
Yeah, flash it.
Flash them.
Probably 30.
One enemy
Nice
remaining.
flash!
Oh my god.
Wait, spike.
I right clicked
Nice
instead of I jumped instead of right click the slide and I jumped. Oh.
What?
Whoa.
Okay.
Wait, I just saw Timmy cheat.
Yeah. Whoa.
I just have it. Just go.
Whoa.
I just saw him turn on aim bot right there.
That was
it was very
weird.
obvious. He just threw his wingman into a wall like for fun. This is the sadistic pleasure of it, and then he 180 flicked. It was weird.
Oh man.
Celine, can I have your ghost?
What? What is going on?
Oh.
They smoke mid.
I think that means they're mid. I'm coming.
No, they're not here.
Oh,
Oh my god.
Wait, I'm the best. I'm not the best.
Go.
One's B main.
One enemy remaining.
Alright, the one who
Spike
killed
down
me is B main.
A.
Oh.
I'm grabbing orb.
Yeah, watch him.
Team Ace.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
It's gonna be okay, Celine.
Yeah. What?
Everyone makes fun of German efficiency.
Wait, was your first scream because they were there or because of something else?
He walled, so I couldn't do what I wanted to do.
Oh.
Celine's fucking
Yeah, screaming is also my natural
so
reaction when I
loud.
can't do what I want to do.
Yeah. Here, I got your ghost back.
True.
Oh, thanks.
Dude,
I'm gonna smoke mid and TP in.
with Timmy, when you're leaving, I was like, oh, they're not there. I turned the corner, I'm like, oh no, they're all here.
Cause she's, yeah.
Oh, they're here.
No,
Watch
they're
out.
not. Scarra.
Watch out. Gotta go.
Spike down mid.
1-1.
I died! I died!
Okay, guys.
Fuck, are they?
I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just gonna turn down Celine's audio
behind this box.
a little bit, okay?
Let the first guy pass.
And when the next guy who comes in
there's
says,
no way they
I think
hear this.
Celine's a little low, I want you guys to admonish them, okay?
Oh, no. No, that was the right play. That was the right play.
No, that was good.
I would say you would want to kill the planter as that guy's about to peek you. You don't have to deal with it.
Oh, I see.
There
I
was
thought I
two-
was gonna kill them and then fix the planter.
Yeah, because two guys are coming here. So you don't want to like kill the first guy, have to kill the second guy, then kill the third guy, you know what I mean? You just want to kill one and then flick it over there.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I feel like we've been here too many times. I'm gonna flash from here.
Go, go, go.
I like that.
I'll flash when you make contact.
I suggest you
Oh, a lot.
Oh, a lot.
Latte.
I smoke it if you wanna.
Hold. I hit 3, I hit 3.
Latte.
Latte.
Oh, wow, I harbor ulti
Ice
here.
caramel latte.
One mid.
One mid.
Oh no. Ow. Owie.
Spike planted.
Turret out.
One's gonna be right here. She flashed with this smoke. The next one he's gonna place.
Watch your eyes.
I'm getting sucked.
Last player standing.
Turret's destroyed.
Ashla 80.
Oh, it's here.
That's right.
Dude, she sucked me from such a distance.
Okay, I play
My advice? Don't get shot.
I played
Gotta go.
they had like
Albert's a really good beat,
Go,
by
go,
the way.
go.
Like it's almost impossible to beat.
Yeah.
You
They
literally-
can't beat me.
You could flash this. You could flash from here, here, and here.
Oh, I think that Albert's really good bait.
Oh, you meant my agent is good at this site.
Yeah, it's really good.
Okay. I thought you meant I was good at playing it. I was really flattered.
Oh yeah, that too. I mean, they haven't gone B ever since.
Stars A.
Oh.
Flash A.
You go.
Scarra, go for the flank.
Gotta go.
Not through. Not on site. Kara lurk mid. They're not on
Yeah.
site.
Sure, why we go back to B?
Like, Albert has.
No.
Just one person.
Oh, I am.
You should go B.
I'll go back to B now. Yeah.
Go back to B. Go back to B. Just you,
One in
Albert.
elbow.
Yeah. And do you have it all?
I'm a shitter.
Have which one? Oh, the stairs?
Yeah.
They smoked mid. Yeah, no one's going stairs. I think they're crossing to B through market, possibly. I didn't watch stairs for a second.
You are divided.
I hear him.
B.
Multiple.
I have ult here. We should just run through this wall with my ult.
Oh.
Last player standing.
101.
Okay.
I hit my default shot.
Damn, I was like spiking. I swear I shot him.
Alright, homies, chill. We'll
Hmm.
go again. Damn, you love being here. Like, way too much.
Albert, can you push with me?
Sure.
I think the way these guys are playing is they're like they're very much leaving like a lot of stuff open.
If you want to run, I can omen flash for you guys too.
Oh, okay. I want to run here. Hold on. I'll ping it. I want to run.
I'll put market.
I want to run into mid. I want to run lobby into mid. Okay.
Oh, they smoke B.
Gotta go.
Simba A. Harbor A. One A. 2A.
Come me, Celine.
Grabbed orb. 40 on raise.
Oh, you're getting ulted or sniped. Cross.
I picked it back up. I need time.
They could push our.
Spike planted.
I'm going left.
Good ult soon,
Yeah. Yeah.
One's elbow.
Watching behind first.
Yeah. Cannot.
Bye bye. My ult's ready.
Alarm bot.
80.
Side
I can ult now.
Elbow.
One elbow.
Yeah, catch your elbow.
Ulting.
She's going
Here we go. Shock
Go,
it.
Scar. You gotta go with it.
Crash hit him.
One enemy remaining.
That's
Last
Oh
player
my
standing.
No way.
Wait. I did like what we did there, Albert.
Get ready. I'm out of here.
Yeah, I'm down.
Yeah. Okay. Astra seems to be like the mid player playing tiles.
Yeah.
Yeah, she likes to lurk a lot.
Can I go on mid from this area?
There.
Oh, I can't. Okay, I'm looking for something different. So.
You can. I can smoke here if you want. For you.
Oh, yeah. Hold on. I'm gonna switch guns for this.
I completely forgot my guy can defuse.
I'm out of here.
Star B.
Wow, this is so random.
You can flash too. Ready?
Go, go, go.
I don't want to go through. I don't want to go.
Yeah. You know that's fine.
There.
Astra was lurking spawns.
Raise.
There.
Here, one left.
One elbow.
Wow.
I have ult for retake.
There's
Two.
3A. Raise could be pushing. Nice.
Astra's still here somewhere. Careful.
I'm coming to you, Celine.
They're planning.
Spike planted.
Oh my god.
Shock it.
Last player standing.
Oh, I did not beat the.
I don't know what I just saw on the minimap.
Oh, oh
Astra's
god.
far.
Entry.
Imagine to pull balls on omens in a row. That's what I'm saying. Bro, am I stupid, man. Oh,
Yeah, I thought you were gonna like swing and fight her after I
Yeah,
died.
I-
I saw you in the minimap go into her.
I was considering swinging with you, but I'm like, nah, he's got it. And then you died. I'm like, oh, okay. But then I did the thing. Oh, actually,
That's okay. We can just win.
This smoke is so good
7
for
rounds
you.
in a row here. 5 rounds in a row.
Yeah, yeah. If you get smoked mid again, that is really nice.
Go, go, go!
Roomba A, KOA.
I'll watch mid. I'll watch mid.
One's right side.
Grabbing
I'm
A.
gonna go for that weapon.
Turrets destroyed.
Your
There,
steps,
by
your
yourself.
steps, your steps, your steps.
One
Where's
B.
they going?
There you go. Same
Oh,
spot,
one's
sorry,
still hiding
you
tough.
can kill this guy.
Smart move. Gotta go.
I whiff so hard. One
I'm
alpha,
outta
one
here.
A.
Last player standing.
That's the B guy.
I forgot there was that B. Sorry.
He's already mid.
It's just a rumble Valorant. I don't know.
Spike planted.
One's gonna be here, Albert. He's gonna use that for side.
Going up.
Sure.
Yo!
Okay, they Roomba this every round if you guys want to play aggressive aiming.
Please stay alive. I'm out of here.
I'll hold mid down for the info because they just keep
Oh,
whipping
go A.
mid.
I
A is on the
am down
lock.
to make something aggressive here.
Yeah, I think I do something aggressive on A.
I'm down.
You just keep Roombaing and then
I'll
inching
throw,
up.
I'll throw a blind through this
Okay.
window.
Oh, I even know you can do that.
Albert,
I can
you
flash
should-
it from
you
this
should-
side
you
too.
should- I think you can just hold yours, hold your blind. Albert, go to my ping and flash right.
I'm gonna smoke
and
mid.
then, and then you should blind through in.
Okay.
I'll tell you when. I'll tell you when.
Oh,
Now,
shit.
now. Flash them all.
Too slow. Can't use it.
I'm with you, Scarra. Keep going.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, in the smoke. Smoke
Spike
mid.
down
oh my gosh,
A.
she's so late. Care to if you're mid.
Oh.
Saw you, man.
Wait for me.
Go get him, buddy. Saw you, little homie.
Oh, this is good.
Oh man.
Spikes A.
It's slasher.
That's right. You
Oh my
tell
gosh,
him.
she's so late on the work.
Yeah, she's been like
I'm outta here.
here a lot of rounds as well.
She's definitely been catching me as I rotate late as well.
She's just sitting in their spawn.
I think it's because we have like an 85% flank rate per round.
Go, go, go.
You can put your thing right here, Slane, and if you're watching mid cross.
Gotta go.
Yeah, that's what I did last round exactly.
Okay.
I'm gonna just. Oh.
There.
Yeah, and then maybe you just hold this. We can just double hold this. Because this Harbor and or Asher like
The Asher could be like
from this side, so we just literally just.
There.
Some A.
Take this. Take this.
You live in their spawn.
Powerless.
Fire in the hole.
Hey, raise it.
Aw.
Rising.
Yeah. they're-
Yeah, I'm going behind.
Die. Stealing sight.
One enemy
Nice.
remaining.
3 kills.
I'd say
Spike
probably the
down
B player.
mid.
V2B.
Yeah, it could
I
be.
don't know where he is.
Oops, I made a sound.
You just wait for her to plant and go together.
Oh my
Call
god.
out sick next time, yeah?
I feel like it's really easy to retake with Gecko.
Don't
You just
start
like walk
resting.
on a site
Still
together and
working.
then do the wingman and then. Wait, can Astra stop wingman?
Yeah.
Yeah, it sucks wingman off.
So
She
I'll
can
just
suck wingman off from there.
I just tap. I tap first and then I throw wingman.
Yeah, hold on. I have
I'm
to.
outta here.
I have to go let A mid. So I'm gonna go very aggressive here. Oh, double mid.
Watch
Okay.
out. Gotta
One?
go. Out of trouble.
I'm direct.
There's 3 on the. Oh,
70
shit.
harbor.
Stealing sight.
Wow.
3 and then 1 mid.
Spike down mid. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Dizzy's up top.
He's running up mid, right?
Oh, he's right here.
Yeah, here.
What if they actually went B? Oh, you saw.
Blow him up, Mosh.
30 seconds left.
I've honestly never seen Kimmy lose these.
Get him, wingman.
He lit 70. He lit 70.
10 seconds left. Spike planted.
Crash is ready.
Nice.
You did good. They're not ready.
Hours.
Wait, I did not know they can literally be here by the time I go back.
Had to do it to him.
Oh, yeah. Wait, do that.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, he walked up fast.
Last round in the half.
This is it. Get those guns.
Need a drop.
Yo, can I grab
Salamat,
this?
thanks.
Wait, can you give me a mid smoke again? I'm gonna go tiles, like as fast as possible.
Go, go, go. Here we go.
I suggest you move.
What the hecky?
I'm gonna ult. Can you put a smoke right here?
Oh.
Oh my! This guy's playing
Alright,
Spawn. Like,
You want to
bro, he's playing Spawn again.
Are they in?
Yeah, they're in. They're planning.
I have ult for a tick.
I have a flash.
Spike planted.
Uh-oh.
It's all you, little homie. Crash got him.
I'm gonna flash.
Mosh pit.
When's the wall running out? I'm gonna smoke B main. One.
You should run.
One close right, one close right, one close right.
No.
Can someone tap? Someone tap if she pulls?
One's going in our spawn. One's in our spawn flanking you guys. Yeah.
Nah.
Last player standing.
Oh my god.
I was gonna say.
Switching
Bro, I
sides.
died third spot again. Fuck.
Fight till the end.
My
No matter
bad.
what.
I didn't want it to be me having the bomb, but it's all good, guys. It's fine. I'll do it.
Yeah, Albert should have been the one to do it because he had his ult.
Yeah, it's okay. What is a Taki favorite map?
Don't know.
You know, I just whatever it is for us.
We should definitely go through mid. It seems like it's really hard for them to stop.
It's impossible you to handle both of these. I think you like have to all aim at one. This is why I'm going.
Oh shit! What the fuck did I just do?
They're in bed.
Yeah. Watch up, Albert. Can you get it? Flashes. Flashes corner ready? No.
They naded. Naded B main.
Where are you guys gonna
Spike's
go?
down. Spike down mid.
Picture one. Picture 1 HP. Right side.
Yeah.
This
I'll
guy
walk towards it here.
is playing
Astra's on A.
the far back A position.
One's on B.
Turret back here.
Nice, good kill. This is perfect.
Bro,
Using,
I understand this map.
I
I
mean-
understand this map.
I think we go through hall.
You just lurk, and you're good.
There's one right here. There's two on me.
Enemy A. Plant the spike,
Turret
wings.
out.
I'm on HP slam.
Reloading.
Placing swarm grenade.
I'm behind two. I'm behind two.
Yeah, can you come from the side lane?
Yeah, I am.
They're going fast.
Flashing.
I have Molly on bomb. Molly bomb can't be
Breaking,
on.
breaking the thing. On. I think he might be on.
No, I mollied him.
Okay. Okay.
Last player standing.
1 HP.
One enemy remaining.
No.
Oh.
I thought I timing it so she'd go back on. She's so patient.
She's the most patient player I've ever seen. Like,
Just a KDA player.
no, it's like I think in this map you're just supposed to like sit in the corner and wait,
Bullets hurt.
and people just walk into your ass.
Player. Don't praise that behavior.
This map is good for that though, man. I'm getting owned.
Yeah, this map you gotta be really thorough. I hate this map.
Nah, it's okay. Watch this. Oh, okay. No, wait. Let me think. Go ahead.
I would recommend us going B here. This guy might get behind this. I'm gonna molly it.
They Roomba it and they need it.
Go, go, go.
Scarra, you're not gonna fuck.
He's on that guy.
Gotta go.
Reload him.
Gotta go.
Actually.
Someone's.
Ah, fuck it. Oh fuck.
I just re-smoked it.
Ray's on the right, and then there might be backside. Oh, this guy's already flanking.
Oh no,
He left towards you, Albert.
Oh.
No.
I have 050 against this guy, by the way. She's literally.
Oh.
Have the spike.
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
Carrier's down.
Last
She's
player
insane.
standing.
She did that with a stinger.
Oh my god, I can't aim.
She just long range sniped 4 of us.
No, Anna and I both can't aim right now, dude.
I wish.
Flawless.
I think like half of her kills off me. I've literally.
Trust my boss.
Whiffing.
Only malfunction that's
Nah, relax. We got this.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah.
go.
I think.
I think we should.
Punch my monitor. Holy crap. What?
I think we should rush A here. If they're
There.
B players raise, we should probably just and
Placing sentry.
what's it called, Harper? We should probably just go A.
Can we go? Okay, so I
There.
think only one plays over
Rap,
here.
breaks over.
I might
You
just
should
go
do-
fast.
Yeah, you should just do 2 that way, and then
I'm
the
outta
rest
here.
of us should go. You need to smoke the left side.
Yeah. Fuck, how do I smoke this again?
I think I got.
Can't use it.
Got hit.
Can you go left? Can you go left?
I'm flashing left side just in case.
We're good. Wait, that's clear.
Out.
Scarra, I'm gonna flash through this.
Please. Okay, thank you. Good trade.
Spikes down.
Extra vandal.
Can you come back?
Oh, behind us.
Here?
Fuck. Oh, on site.
on site?
What the
Oh, I didn't
fuck?
clear it. My bad.
On site, so.
Last player standing.
Well then.
Catch it at 40.
Bomb grenade out.
One enemy remaining.
Wait, 40. No.
Oh, are you
Okay.
serious?
Oh.
If she didn't have a Spectre, man, she wouldn't have peeked me that way. And so, I
Don't stress.
What do you,
if I
how do you
die.
guys feel about
Right
smoking
there.
this and just running here?
Also,
Gotta
delete
go.
my hard drive.
We can do that.
Yep. We would need to go through B main too.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, one of you guys go
Okay,
through B. I'll go fast through side.
Go, go, go.
I'll go with you. And can you just smoke top
there.
mid, and then can you
Yeah.
or when you go in here, you should
Right
wall
there. Right there.
straight.
And then
Come on,
I'll go outright.
Is it only you 2 going
Yeah,
mid?
yeah,
Yep.
us two.
Oh.
Just wall straight and then throw stun.
Short good. Shocking.
Got it. That's right. That's right.
Oh.
Let's go.
They're rotating.
I'll plant. Wait.
Wow, that
You
was
want to plant?
that was a crazy entry. Holy fuck.
I got spike.
I got. Where do I plant? Oh,
Fine
fuck.
mid.
I can plant anywhere.
Yep,
Got my
yep.
turret.
Spike planted.
How about you should just
I'm watching-
peek off me. Come back and peek off me.
Go, go, go.
60.
Oh,
You're smoking.
There.
Shadows traveling.
I think Chaos going through spawn.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They're
both
both
through
there,
spawn.
both there.
One enemy remaining.
Grab a gun if you can swing.
Oh, wait, that itch tree, they were they were not aware.
Yeah, but you could just wait off me, so I could hold this line, and you could stand right here and flash over as soon as I
see.
Yeah, and then you'll blind pretty much either the second guy or the first guy when he's like reacting to you, and you just kill him for 3.
Alright guys, come here. I have a strat. So then you can lurk if you want to try to catch the rotators. Let's wait out the raise. Boombot, she does it every time, and then we'll walk. And once here, I'll ult in.
I could
Yeah,
ult too.
I had like that itch was
the other side that you're not doing.
awesome.
Where do you want
I'm
to
gonna go right side to middle.
Okay, I'll do backside then.
Wait out the boombot. Don't get seen by it.
Turret out.
What the?
Enemy spotted mid.
That guy's crazy.
This dude had a Bucky.
And eco.
Right, ready?
Yeah, hold on.
Come on, let's go.
Going out.
Wingman's planting.
I'm all right now, right?
I'm
Only
outta
after
here. Shot my wingman.
Oh no way!
I got the spike.
One in our spawn.
Okay, I'll watch spawn.
Spike planted.
Kill. Not take this. Here we go.
We need to win this round.
Whoa!
Smoking.
How did I? Where did I even?
Watch this.
I think I fucked it up.
Dizzy's up top.
You just left.
Bot. Come back.
I'm just dead instantly. What?
I flash.
Flash now.
Watch your eyes.
Placing
Don't need
They're out.
anything, you don't need anything.
swarm grenade out.
Last player
I'm all in
standing.
it. I'm all in it.
Swarm grenade.
One enemy remaining.
We got it.
We're good.
Nice.
Clutch.
Oh my god.
Sorry,
Not even close.
Yeah.
I was about to push
by
this.
the way, Albert, right there, when you flash, because you know that they're gonna be like 3 there, you can just flash so they like they're scared. You don't have to peek.
So many questions.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
that was
Yeah, you
so
flash for like
weird.
time, and
Dude,
then we can play the 3v3. But once you die, you force me to have to swing now because I have to get your trade.
I'm out of here.
If anything, you should just flash, let me get the kill, I get 1, and then I die, and then you guys play a 2v2 with time.
I'm gonna make a lot of noise here and just run back. Okay.
Yeah,
I think
I'm
that's
done.
immediately.
Go, go, go.
Raise B.
They smoked mid.
I'm gonna go this. I'm gonna go this.
One's peeking from market.
Come here, sorry.
Okay, yep.
I'm just gonna ult.
Go, go, go.
Okay.
I'm gonna ult right side.
Right side?
Coming through. Gotta go.
They're rotating off of B.
Right side is clear. I'm just gonna leave my thing right here.
They all rotated off.
Okay, let's go.
You can come B if you want.
Yeah, hold up. I'm grabbing my ult.
Oh, they flashed out.
The spike.
You can just come B. It's completely open.
Yeah.
Care, they could have re-peeked through market by now. You might want to smoke
Hey,
market.
Scar, you should just stay there. You should stay there.
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
And then you lurk into their spawn.
I'm gonna wait.
Molly market.
Yep. You should start.
140
Wow. Oh, there's no way,
Raise 140.
man. I didn't think he saw me.
Okay, don't die. 3v3.
I have a flash.
Initiated.
Nice job. This is really good.
One market.
Pinging bomb.
They got my Molly.
Caught one.
Thrash is going again.
Thanks, body.
Nice.
Run.
No charges.
Oh, I got to see by the mini map. Oh, you're right, because her body was halfway toward me, but she didn't see me.
Nice.
Oh, that was my
Nice
bad.
job.
I think
No, you're good.
her mini map saw me because she didn't see me, but like it was like half of her body was her.
I see.
The way she turned, she like backed up there was like she knew. For
If you
sure.
guys want to play this a little slow, I can grab B
That
orb,
was
then A orb, then ult A.
I think we
Right
should
there.
walk this direction. Us 3.
Okay, I'll make a lot of noise and grab
The
orb.
knife won't hit us, so
Yep.
just hug
Quick feet, quick
the
trigger.
wall. Hug the wall.
Turret out.
Smoking mid.
And you'll probably have to bring bomb.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that.
Wow.
Not
Whoa.
Oh,
like
you guys
that.
are in it.
That's lit.
Okay,
Maybe we
got-
pushed on mid. Yo, careful towels.
Yeah,
They
I'm
can run
looking,
towels
I'm
here.
looking.
Valorant bot.
Yeah, walled up mid right now.
There's a lot towards A side. We should probably do
Yeah.
it. I think we can just go through. Can you smoke top mid and let's just go B?
Yeah, I'm gonna re-smoke.
Wait. I can wall this. I can wall this. There you go.
I'm out of here.
Oh, first. I go first.
I'm flashing left though. Left, I think.
Go. Oh, shit. Nice shot.
Nice.
Dude, people playing behind that box against Neon feels so hard.
Because
One
they're
pushing
back.
out of A.
Yeah, one could still be here. Oh shit.
Left for main.
Yeah.
Care our spawn.
Should I put it front more?
Spike planted. Shadows
Do you want to do the same thing?
traveling.
Care our spawn. Care our
One
spawn.
enemy remaining.
I'll tell you when.
Where you think they can
Flank.
flank us?
Yeah, he can.
I'll tell you when. Now.
My ultimate's ready. That's it. Break
Oh, I
time.
need a weapon.
Oh.
Nice.
Oh, I was
Yeah,
here.
it's a sick
Still have
play.
a guardian.
That probably won't work ever again. So, just know that.
Survive them.
Need a drop.
One-time use.
Yo, rich friends. Rich friends.
Salamat.
Thank you
They're
so much.
rich.
Yeah, we have 2 9Kers over here.
Oh, I can.
Yeah, we're heckin' rich.
Refund one person.
Alright. I will ult us onto A.
Okay.
Are you weighing out the knife?
Yeah, I'm
Dude,
done.
guys.
I think we should try to run past it and break it on the way
Dude,
in.
I'll do it.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm out of here.
I'm going
I'm
in.
going fast. I'm going fast.
Go, go. Watch out.
Oh, she's inside.
In smoke.
Got him.
Found them.
One flanking.
I can
one
flash.
Flanking, one
I
flanking.
can flank.
We should fight
Flash
Swan.
and 12.
We should fight Swan.
Okay.
Blinding.
Alright, show here. We have to face.
I can smoke. Re-smoke in 2 seconds.
108 raise.
Shadows traveling.
Golden.
Come into tunnel.
One's
Come
going
into tunnel.
Last player standing.
Oh. CT too, I think.
One enemy remaining.
Run, little man.
Nice.
God.
Played.
Your first mistake was assuming I could.
Okay, I'm gonna stop pushing. They're fucking just sitting in smoke, man. This smoke right here is like a fucking. I just get death box, man.
I'm out of here.
Timmy, do you want ult B and I'll follow your ult?
Yeah.
I'm out of here.
The KJ.
Oh, I guess if you want to fight like
earlier.
deeper here, I can smoke. Do
No.
deeper
I
smoke.
think your smoke is great. They just
No.
can't beat it. I just
Just smoke B. We're just gonna go B. Have Celine lurk mid.
Yep. Do we wait up Poopot or what do you guys?
No, we're just gonna go really fast.
Don't hold
Oh, okay. Say what?
I would wait a second, Scarra, and let me like get up close, and then you can spin. Careful.
Go, go, go.
Okay,
This
is all-
feels like
I'm
my
ulting
fast.
I'm ulting this. Break that. Get ready, get close.
Spike's down.
Yep.
What?
Spike down B.
I send him.
3.
Shocking.
There's 3 of them.
Shocking.
They're right.
I got my ult back. Don't die for this. Go,
One
wait,
market or kill them.
Do not die. 4 seconds.
One market. I'm going one.
Yep. I'm gonna ult
Bro,
here again.
Okay.
We're going
Well,
again.
Go, go,
I'm
go.
doing-
This
I'm
killjoy
doing
was market,
backside.
Celine. Careful.
Mark it.
One enemy remaining.
Nice, mark it dead.
Could be. We don't know where she
It's
is.
flank. She's definitely flank.
Yeah.
Albert, you're blinded me so bad.
Wait, what?
Because I went so fast, I got hit with your blind.
Oh.
You watch your market here, Scarra.
Like here?
There.
Yeah.
Yep.
We got a turret now.
Okay. Oh, maybe save.
So let's walk out together.
Or you can join me anyway.
Oh. Classic? Was she opping? Oh no, she definitely was not opping.
No, there's.
No, it's just.
Maybe he might have a judge or something.
Oh. Wow.
I made sure she couldn't save
Yeah,
it.
yeah. Nice.
I think she had a judge, right?
Hope so.
Yeah, it was their eco. They have deagles and stuff. This map is horrid.
Wait, I'm starting kind of like it.
The final round.
High key, we should have you three come here, come this direction, and then we're gonna just run up top mid.
Can you buy me here? Actually, don't.
Yes.
Smoke the side door. Smoke side door, and then we should just run up mid.
Yep.
Go, go, go. Shocking.
They needed a walled.
Yep.
Shocking.
You are powerless.
Oh.
Kill him. You need to help me here. They're gonna swing.
One here, one here.
Last player standing.
Oh, I went the wrong way. I should have just fucking smoked and went left, man.
I'm out of here.
Keep it fresh.
Oh.
Empty.
This map is so bad. The fact that I can just sit at mid all day and that is so oppressive is crazy to me.
I think we should do a default here.
Oh yeah, I'm down.
And can you smoke side door again?
Go, go.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make noise here, okay, but not go in, okay?
Raise needed.
I'm through. I'm through. On top right mid.
Raise boom potted.
I can smoke top mid.
Yeah, smoke top mid real quick. Wait.
One backside B.
Let's break this door.
Raise at 30.
One's close to the smoke.
You should try to start walking up A, Scarra, and get like a pick.
Oh, I'm worried this guy always flakes. I just wait for you to drop down.
Yeah, you should just like slow walk. You should clear your left first and then your right. Alright, we should walk up in here.
Wow. He was... No way I got ratted there, bro.
Go ahead.
This map, it really is like, you can walk...
30 seconds left.
He's holding.
Spike down B.
Yeah, and you have to
Oh shit.
You have to grab spike.
Yeah, I'm going.
I have the spike.
Really?
Main.
Smoke.
Mark it.
Shadows traveling.
10 seconds left.
Lane has main. You can TP back to her. You should push up and kill this person.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Nice.
Oh my god.
Fight time.
I have flash for the bomb.
Yep.
You are divided.
I'm gonna flash for now.
Yeah, we have a molly too.
Yeah.
On.
Last player standing.
On. Right here. Okay.
No.
Nice try.
I should have swung for the Astra.
Bro.
I should have probably for that too.
They were really just sitting in corners waiting. Like, God
Yeah.
damn it, man.
Yeah.
Match point.
It's just that's
You
just how
man
the
ready
map
for a light
is.
show?
I've got ult. I can
I can
ult
ult as well.
A pretty easy if you guys wanted to do that.
I am down. Yeah, we should just, I guess, work together because if they are sitting in corners, then at least have someone behind you.
Yeah, I wanna get traded.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna go clear sight.
You should have your gun. You should have your gun out.
Alarm bot out. I'm
Scarra.
out of here.
I'm going in.
Oh, I can't ult.
It's fine. I'm clearing sight.
Can't use it.
Someone's A.
There's two CT.
Wingman's gonna plant spike.
You need help, Albert. Here. You spike this other side again.
10 seconds. 10 seconds.
Take this.
Right there, Albert. I should just stay right there. That's perfect.
Yeah.
I can flash when they're coming out CT too.
Sorry, stay right there. Stay right there. Sorry.
Yep.
In that corner. Stay in that corner.
Yeah.
No, stay in that corner.
You wanna smoke? Which one?
Yeah.
I
One spawn,
suggest
one spawn,
you
one spawn.
move.
You should run.
I'm flashing.
Take this.
I'm studying.
I'm playing.
I'm walling.
120 Astra.
I have you.
I'm dead. I'm dead.
No
One
way.
enemy
Break
remaining.
the orb, break the orb.
Last player standing.
You Molly, you have to do it. There's an orb, Albert.
Careful now.
Oh, you went there.
No time, no time.
Nice.
Yeah, you made me think he was on it. I was like, wait, what? I didn't even just take my time.
I was like, wait, I don't think he has time.
Hey, no,
Switching
I'm saying
sides.
there's an orb. So you
Oh,
have to
yeah.
just engage.
That's good.
I think players want to play defense against these guys because they do like 3 here sometimes.
You guys
One-
playing
one mid?
aggressive A or just like holding it down is pretty.
I'm out of here.
I'm down. Play side.
Gotta go.
Or just like holding like trade angles is pretty good.
I would stay away from being close mains because you're just gonna KO knife.
Yeah.
You should not stand there. Albert, he's gonna KO knife and then walk up after the knife and you can flash the corner with Scarra. You should do the same, Scarra.
I'll flash after the knife.
Is your turret there? I'm gonna.
Let's pick up Star right here. There's a room by B.
Yeah.
2B.
They flashed.
2B.
They smoked mid.
I'm
too.
leaving.
It's a B, maybe.
You want to smoke?
Yes.
Okay.
Go.
Nice.
One market.
Spike down B.
No, 74 mid. No way. This
One enemy remaining.
Nice job.
mid 74.
She was mid.
Yeah, main towards B main. In their spawn.
Walking towards you, Sling. I'm just gonna play off of you, okay?
Yeah. She could be holding the angle.
Yeah, I'm just gonna jiggle.
Nice.
It's all you, little
Guy. That guy's.
Wow, nice. What happened there?
Switching sides.
I
just
just
like
always know how
Match
to play
point.
off of Timmy, and Timmy also always plays off of me, and it's always like this.
Easy is what she said. Is it too easy?
Yeah, too easy. Literally. It's too
Just like
free.
it's free.
He swings, I swing.
Like,
I die, she trades.
I'm gonna put a little
Yes,
bit of
I
pressure on
trade.
IB.
I just like,
Like,
Alarm bot out.
I'm a
There.
pressure man.
Go.
no, we'll probably go through mid.
They hopped out mid.
Two.
Mid pair
120 KO. 120 KO.
on my turret.
No way.
We should walk towards B right now.
Is that a killjoy turret?
Yeah, leave Celine mid. It's fine, it's fine. Can you smoke market? Smoke market?
Yeah, smoking.
Dizzy's up top.
I don't have another smoke for 7
Next
seconds.
spike
Not
wings.
playing it for you,
Flash
Celine. Not playing it for you.
Might die.
The wingman's
I'm smoking
Careful
CT.
now.
I got the spike.
I'm one
Market
shot.
smokes down.
Yeah, just stay there, Albert. Stay there. Give it another smoke.
13 seconds.
I'm jiggling for time for you.
Yeah. I'm just gonna wait.
Play CS2. I don't have any desire to, but I'm sure I'll play it here in
3
3
seconds. Oh.
One enemy remaining.
Someone taken.
God.
Nice.
Albert.
Attackers
Oh god.
win.
Oh my god.
Stop here.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh.
I just think it should be illegal behavior. I can pretty much sit and spawn and own half the map on offense.
Ugh. Oh, it's okay.
True.
Okay.
That map needs to
Yep.
change.
It
Nah.
seems like you do need double smokes on that map, so you can you're forced to
Okay.
block their entire mid, and then you just play for mid, like you said.
I
You
went-
have Sentinels.
Yeah,
I-
people do like Viper sometimes too.
I went
Viper,
1 in
Viper.
14 against
Viper.
their Astra.
Let's go. You patted her KDA.
I literally died to every single like peak.
Oh, I got you, Scar. I 11 for her.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah, I got her back.
I went 1 in 14 against Astra. I literally did it. I was like, oh, I wonder how I win against her.
No, that Astra was like playing to get kills. Like she just what the.
Did you by any chance thought what to do?
Yeah, she just like played.
Who or what 2D character would be the life given the opportunity? Oh no, I don't
like,
really.
it's
Very
That is the
effective
way
though.
I don't really
They won a lot of
care.
rounds because of her lurk.
2D
Yeah,
character.
I mean, that is the way that map has to be played, but it's just like I can't believe that map is played.
The
like that.
Slayer base model from Lost Ark.
On offense.
All right, how you guys feeling?
League?
Oh god.
League.
She was a little too happy about
Yeah,
that.
she was real excited for that. We're gonna play some ads.
I was good on League.
She was really excited about that. Holy moly.
Yay. League of Legends. Yeah. League of Legends. Yeah. Just me? Okay, guys.
Wait, I like League.
All right. What
Thanks,
accounts to
bud.
invite?
Oh,
I'm getting on my main.
I'm getting on her harbor.
Is her harbor
Get
not
on.
Scarra?
Wait, what?
Is her harbor new Scarra or her harbor a different account?
It's old. It used to be Valorant Prodigy.
Oh.
Yeah, I got a lot of good names on this one.
Wait, yeah, actually. Those are some good names. Why did it want me to Valorant?
What?
Oh god. Sully's losing it, guys.
Alright, I'm back. Sorry.
Oh.
There's a league patch.
League patch. Oh my god.
All you need to
Oh, wait, never
know.
mind.
Oh my god.
Oh. Ooh. Wait, I launched Scarra. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Why did I launch that one? Wait.
Anyone else trying to sign into League and it not working?
I got in.
What?
It's not letting me sign into my other account.
You exchanged 11 honors and non-pre-made matches.
You're to go.
Wow.
You just say you're to go. Oh, thank you. Wait, it literally
Okay,
will
just
not
trying to
lock me.
flex the
Let me
challenger.
like.
Okay, all good.
He's laughing because he was.
Is there a leaderboard for the challengers? Like, can I see it? Like how there was for the rank?
Yeah, you go to ranked.
You sound the right.
Then there's
one.
like a tab on the top left. Like solo/duo flex 5v5.
Oh, I see. Top TFT players. Whoa. This guy is cheating. The dish soap guy?
What?
He's very good. He won the boot camp.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
He is like unfathomably good if you play the game.
Albert is 17th.
I gotta watch this guy.
Albert is 17. This guy has like pretty much a 500 difference between like majority of the people, or 400.
Oh.
Have you ever interacted with Hikaru Nakamura? Celine?
There we go.
He's very similar to Dish Soap. Like, they're both really funny in like a very cocky way.
Wait, Tim, did you know what happened to the League solo queue ladder for like a couple months?
No.
One of there's China has a super server. There's so many. They have like 26
Wait, do I
servers.
get on my...
Okay, and then they have this server where you're only allowed to go on if you're like diamond 1 and up, and it's called their super server. They're like top 50 from a super server. There's a college student who is studying in the States, and he got rank 1 by like so much LP, like 400 LP.
Holy fuck.
Wait, like a super server guy came to NA?
Yeah, he's a top laner. He was like rank 1. I think he is rank 1 still. By like
right now?
like a crazy amount of LP. And then I think he was like he's super fucking good.
Wait, if I look up top, is he Amazo?
Let me go look. Yeah, but he's a top lane player that plays like all the top lane champs, the standard ones. Could be. Oh no, it changed. Do you guys know who it was? Was it EG Club newbie? Is it this guy? What? It was this guy, I think. I think he's ranked 2 right now. That guy, him and his alt is like somewhere crazy as well. Did a lot of win trading? I don't know about it. Dude, the rights fight is so bad.
Yeah.
Like I cannot log in. I like Windows 11 compared to Windows 10. It just feels like there's more problems. I can't tell if it's better. Oh, I'm finally in. I literally cannot tell. Revenge would trade the toast event? Okay. It says I can't even join Celine's party. Oh, there we go. There we go. Oh my god.
Her Harbor. Yep.
Can someone
Yep.
invite Ken of Doxy?
What?
Ken.
Yeah, that was
I'll
the
spell
easiest
it. I'll
name,
spell it.
for sure.
Bitch. What the fuck did he just say, man? I think I got you.
Okay, nice.
League of Legends. Sorry, I'm back.
You know what game is crazy to me that still gets updates? Stardew Valley.
Oh, wait, why would you think that's crazy?
Well, like, because I think they were supposed to stop updates a long time ago, but like they still have more and
Probably
more.
keep selling, yeah.
I mean, yeah, I mean, Stardew Valley is definitely like still being bought on Steam.
Did you see the new patch? There's 8-player multiplayer now.
What? Wait, no, it did it not always? Oh, it was like 4-player before.
Oh, I don't know. There's like new late game content, new major festivals and stuff. I'm like, damn, it's like a legit patch.
Oh, it's like a whole new patch.
Yes.
Like an expansion.
Is there combat?
You fight for love.
Like combatic love?
Yeah, because you could. I think you're only allowed to
You
love.
can fight slimes.
Oh yeah. Stardew Valley one guy. I don't remember. I think he's got a couple more people. It might be just one guy. Is it just one guy?
Lee Sin in the meta. Is Lee Sin so cool?
She played Briar.
Oh, dude, she cute.
You just ulti and leave your fucking room. I'm banning this character because I feel like there's no way.
Oh yeah, I was gonna play her.
Oh.
Just kidding.
Oh.
I could have, but yeah, that's okay. Yeah, I just don't know who to ban. We're gonna ban. Yep.
This guy banned 4 top. What? Yo.
I ban a 5th top laner too.
Yo.
Damn, League of Legends,
That's how they
and
call it.
I pick Phil, and it gives me my favorite role. Wow, League loves me.
Oh my god. There's a.
She just hates Valorant.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No, dude, Valorant when I'm not like warmed up and then I'm underperforming makes me the angriest. And I came back from Minecraft parkour, which made me so angry. I was already so angry, and it just made me angrier.
Parkour.
Yep.
Wait, was that on the main server? Like, there's a
Yeah.
parkour course?
Yeah, so Ryan made this parkour course as an event today, and obviously I'm stubborn, and so I really wanted to do it. And I lost my sanity doing it, but that's okay. That comes back eventually.
Yeah.
Would you ever consider becoming jacked?
Like buff?
Yeah.
No. No.
Oh, okay.
Jack
Quite literally
Celine.
never.
That
What do you even play?
She can. I can see Celine working
what a
at those
question.
muscle bars in the Japan.
Yo, Albert, I saw this thing where I see this to you because you're jungling right now, but maybe you might do it later. So someone played.
Oh, I knew
Kayn.
you were gonna.
Someone played Kayn. And
Oh, yeah.
They go in and I just hold the thing onto you and I ult and it's like aimbot. 'cause
Yeah.
you can't dodge it.
There's another thing. If you play Blue Cane with Alawi E, you can one shot the Alawi E and one shot the person. Due to some weird mechanic. The way the damage goes through, Blue Cane has a weird modifier that interacts with Alawi weirdly. I personally don't know why.
Sounds lit, actually.
But it's from the same people who did that bug or that thing.
Kavanami is still not out.
Do you think Riot will ever make a League of Legends 2?
No.
No.
Like just like a CS:GO 2 where they update the client and the game engine.
No.
And smoke grenades can be shot at.
No.
But it's otherwise the same game.
No.
They definitely reach this like point where like there's too many champions. They need to like do a culling where like more than half the champions just go, and then they make the remaining really good. Like imagine being a new player in 2023.
Okay, but
and
what
then
if
it's like,
you say that? But what if they call Riven?
That's fine, honestly. Like as long as there are other interesting champions that remain. But like, I'm not talking about a me perspective. I've seen most of the champions. I know their kits from years of playing, but like they'll never get a new player.
Agreed.
Because
I agree.
Yeah, the rate of new players is gonna go down so much because there's just such a ridiculous barrier to entry. Every single game, like the first like 80 games of your life, you're gonna be like, wait, I didn't know that happens. I didn't know that this guy just like kills you if you like do this.
That's actually like the biggest struggle that Sydney and Jody are having. Like getting better at this game is just like it's just so much at once.
Oh.
And now that they're trying to play it now, where there's like 500 champions,
Yep.
there's just like so much more to learn at once.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we just need new games to come out, because I feel like that's always going to be there, Albert. Even if you like, I don't know, like CS2 or Overwatch 2, it didn't really do anything. The characters are all the same. You know what I mean? It's just like a slap a new title to bring in the new, new people. But
That's not completely true. I feel like Overwatch 2
Dota
brought
has a
lot
big.
of
But
new
oh yeah,
porn.
Dota is fucking fucked.
What?
True. That is true. Yeah. I agree.
Overwatch porn is more popular than Overwatch.
That's what Mendo's been telling me, but like, how do you know?
Oh, I don't know. Annie
Oh,
told
he
me.
knows. Oh, he knows. Just trust him.
Yep.
Why did everyone go quiet after this?
Ah, this game, I can sit so far back. My legs are folded. My knees are to my chest. Oh, this is gamer position. Let's go.
I haven't played this game in no freaking while.
Wow, wait, they have a like really
Yeah,
like
I was gonna say if our comp beats their comp, I think we're the best players in the entire planet.
we are.
Because I think their comp should be, unlosable.
Am I gonna die here?
What do you mean?
Oh,
We're
so this
actually-
is a professional combo. This.
Oh, I accidentally.
Yeah.
Wait, can
press
we
my heal
ult you
too.
and you galley?
Yo,
you galley
all
ult?
five right here. Let's flash.
It's like
Avoided.
it's like impossible to deal with.
He avoided, so let's my.
Oh,
here, bro.
frick.
You don't have to
Okay.
do anything. You can just chill. I'm gonna go ward their what juggler is it? I'll ward the red.
Can you see
So
me?
can you word?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm gonna go solo
That's
blue.
my ward.
Oh, okay, never mind. We'll just do it.
There's something I have no sums.
Oh, cool.
Watch.
Let's see his flash. Silas started E.
Okay, we
I guess
see
he's a
Camille leaving.
jungler.
You could maybe start it like a second late. Oh, never mind. You're just gonna
I'm
face
here with
check it.
you. Oh, we're fine.
Face check.
My
I
mid
think
lane
we-
is not here.
Okay, I'm gonna stand
okay.
here in case they grab it.
Oh, it's not fine.
First blood.
Oh,
They
that
grabbed
sucks.
me.
I don't think we can
You
fight
can share
this.
lane.
Yeah. Damn, they have that comp and they invade.
Yeah, they
Well, I
are.
guess they invaded because they have that comp. That comp is crazy.
I missed 3 creeps.
I also missed 3 creeps. I'm missing 4.
He's going straight for his red.
I should hit 2 first.
Yeah, you hit 2, but I won't. Just know that.
It's okay.
I won't have E for you.
I think. Oh my god, yeah, he came for me.
I'm on way. I'm on way.
Coming to you. I'm coming to you. You
I'm actually on my way.
Hey, we should fight. We should fight.
No, we should fight.
He's level 1. Okay.
Wait, I'm literally here.
He flashed. Oh, he's just stuck here.
When's your 2?
I'm offered like 2 more minions. After this one.
Dude, what a fight.
Oh, no, more than 3.
Guys, I have no mana
We're the
on that.
best!
Nice.
We're the best.
The fucking man.
You have a word for the brush?
A minute for ward.
Come. He just keep
nice
mid.
fight.
Bro.
I'm gonna be at level 3.
Okay.
Just get this
I
guy.
ignited him.
Oh my gosh, I am canceling my autos.
Nice.
My guy's walking up.
I was a
over.
fool. Yeah, I'm dead. Don't worry about me.
Totally forgot that. No
Just go give it to my top laner.
Top laner's there.
Don't fucking do it, bro.
I'll give it to my mid laner.
Oh, thank God, thank God. Wait, you actually did that perfectly because you timed out the buff.
That's true.
On purpose, right?
Is it Eclipse on Listen now or Gore Drinker? I don't know.
I think it said Gore Drinker when I played him.
Recall.
Okay,
Is it the one? Is Gore Drinker the one that you press and it does a swipe?
Yeah.
Yeah. It is a Gore Drinker angle. Wait, how did that happen?
The guy's so sad.
I'm coming mid.
Let's rank a roam mid right now.
Yeah, they have a room timer. Here.
You guys know why I won, right? Look at my dark heart. Look at my dark seal stacks. Look at what the that guy didn't have ignite. He couldn't win there. There's no way.
Oh. What the?
Well,
Yeah,
kind of like
bot's
try
still
this.
missing. You're mid. Hear this brush too.
I have heal on them.
Okay.
Wait, are people
They have,
going
like,
Roa?
I'm pretty sure exhaust and
People
ignite.
going Rylize? Demonic. No fucking what?
No, he used exhaust ignite during our fight.
Oh, he did?
It's nearly time.
Really? Rylize first? Okay.
He's in this brush.
Who?
I don't know. It was
Blitz? Oh.
He was he left.
Down to go on him.
Sure.
On my way.
Guy that's walking up top has no sex.
Oh.
You can stop him right here.
Whoa, I can't. Can I go? Can I go?
Yeah, level E first in this lane.
Scar, if you want to fight, I'm nearby.
Down to go. We can dive him, I think. I feel too.
Oh, no way he fights. No way.
Do you on
no way.
Kai'Sa?
Yeah.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Like, I'm so far ahead of this guy. I don't think we're getting any action here.
I'm tanking.
Yeah, he's dead.
I flash. Silas is coming down right here.
Oh, yeah, Silas is walking. We just
Level
gotta
4.
run.
I could always CP too.
He went back.
You guys are fine. If you guys want to keep pushing, I'm nearby.
I'm
Okay,
pretty sure
just-
Kai'Sa base.
I'm kind of Yeah,
Yeah,
Kai'Sa
I'm gonna
definitely
just
is.
grab this and recall.
I'm gonna see if Silas comes, if it looks like you're alone.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, sir.
Nearly time.
Run!
Run! Oh.
I'm down.
Oh. About that.
No, it's fine, it's fine.
No, that's fine. That's Galio's ult. We just didn't accommodate for one more thing.
So if she ever eats it, she dies.
Wait, Kai'Sa's gonna go mid. They just shoved her wave.
Oh.
This crank can go mid with Kai'Sa too.
Yep.
She has no flash.
I care 4-man mid here.
Yeah, I'm gonna go top.
Galio probably base. Wait, they just took Kai'Sa's wave and she gets the. Oh. I'm
I can
coming.
come
Oh,
over.
we can fight this.
We can fight this. We can fight this actually. Oh wait, there's 4
Oh
there.
yeah, let's get this.
Oh my God,
We can still
huge
fight. We can still fight.
Keep going, keep going.
We're strong.
This looks good.
Flashed.
You got it?
Nice.
Oh, so close. No, she shut me down.
Beating you.
No.
Nice try.
You play against your friends? Oh. Oh.
Or my W would have killed her.
Hope they're not that close.
It would've been close.
I'm doing illegal things to this
Yeah.
thing right now.
I'm gonna hit 6 off this way.
It's some nerd shit. I think like allow cater action probably has to do with allow E apparently redirecting damage is a pretty big issue. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, with
It's nearly time.
Everyone's missing. We might be getting ulted again. Just scared.
Yeah, I'd be careful, bot. Out of this mid. We're good.
we probably fucked them.
Really?
I have the calling.
Okay.
Just top
He's got
gankable.
a red buff. Oh,
Yeah, but that guy has like flash and stuff, so
He has what?
he's flash.
Let's
Oh, that guy's level 4.
I'm going in. Oh, Silas.
Oh, Silas is top side too.
Yeah,
Wait, he's
Oh,
coming
no,
to you. He's
no.
coming to you.
I'm coming up.
I'm coming up. I'm coming up.
No.
Oh, I know. I know.
I'm here.
Oh god. Okay.
Oh.
I'm here.
Oh, that's close.
Oh, if I ulti, I can win
Should've
this,
bubbled more
man.
towards me.
In 5.
You can stop him right here, Albert.
Okay. On my way.
I need boots actually. Careful, Camille coming. Camille coming. No.
She's lit 20.
Okay, I've seen it.
Watch out
Keep
for
bubble
E.
blitz. We might be able to
Breeze
one
up
shot
now.
him too if he walks up like that.
Oh, what a
Okay.
shot! Oh, I like how you
Oh
inflate
my
on
God.
yourself. That was good.
Oh shit.
I have E and
Oh
5.
my. There's a pink ward right here.
This is definitely diveable.
Pink ward on my
Yeah, I'm just
ping.
gonna attack turret, but
Yeah.
Jimmy, can you bait him in? I'll just like walk in through lane. Can you like get in E range?
what the?
Oh.
Yeah, just like walk up a bit too far.
Oh my god, I feel like I've messed up or something.
It's nearly time.
Okay, I'm just gonna sit.
Nice job.
Just like that. Just like that.
I think you can go for it.
Think so?
Yeah.
Silas is not there.
I'm a goner, but I died to blitz. I think I messed up like the prior dive. You
You
can
stop
leave
this
the
recall?
wave like that too.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave.
Oh,
the
actually we
wave.
stopped the recall.
Oh, I was trying to threaten.
He's
Okay,
1
okay.
HP.
I don't know where the Silas is, but he's not at the blue. Ah, fuck.
Oh, Galio ultied.
I'm on my
Hope
way.
you're fine.
I just don't know if I can help.
Guys has ulti.
They might dragon.
Looks like they want dragon. I think we can fight them.
Yeah, I.
You might be able to.
their
They have no
wave
Galio ult.
up, So she's gonna lose a lot from this.
Be curious. I'm
Okay,
looking
man.
I'm
for
on my
plant
way.
It's pretty
plus this here. Plants are so.
Oh,
that
nice
was
try.
So close.
I'm coming.
This looks.
Oh, are
People
you
are selling.
serious?
Yeah, flash.
Where is Hopkins?
I'm coming.
Oh,
Oh. I'm here.
Care for the Kaiser W.
how's it looking?
Where is top lane?
Oh, they out of here.
He's so soft.
But what if we?
Yeah, but what if we?
Ow. Never mind. She ulted.
Man, that wave barely caught
Never mind.
Oh, she bought her item. Oh, I was like, what? How the fuck do this damage?
Any chance do you have a way to clear this? Okay. All right, I'm in position. I got flash.
Alright,
I got
I'm
kick.
ready.
I'm dead here.
Sus, man.
Ah.
These guys play really far back
Oh.
bot too. Oh, this is mid. What? I'm just gonna push this.
Dive.
Will soon fall.
Silas.
There's 4 top.
They're going Herald.
They're just giving bot turn.
Wait, I'm gonna go. Can they do this?
I
Probably.
think they can.
Yeah, they have 4. They're quite possibly.
Should we just dive this Kai'Sa?
Yeah, keep pushing for Kaisa.
Oh.
I didn't kill him? No way. Oh, nice. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm down.
Downtown. I got the blue buff too.
Oh my god. Wait, is this guy playing the game?
wait, what is this? Is that a thing?
That is like a thing if you're snowballing.
Oh, I guess they go.
But it's not like a.
It's like an assassin.
Is it a first item thing?
Oh, what
That's.
the?
Oh. Oh my god, you.
Oh my god, that did so much.
I almost killed you. Just that thing.
GG. This thing fed. I could go bot now.
Okay. Is that where I can go top?
I think we go top.
Yeah, I mean the top tower is like literally fucking.
Yeah.
And we can just kill this Camille too.
We keep Zara.
If you want to wait for the mid. I'm gonna catch mid first then. You can roam top. Blitzcrank is hovering top.
This guy's just.
It looks like someone's here.
Oh,
People are here.
Yeah, Kai'Sa's running top too.
Oh.
Yeah, pretty dead. Oh, so they might be.
I'm so dead.
Oh, wait, never mind.
Oh.
Flash.
I thought it was like tank here.
I think I went through a word.
Okay, I'm sitting up. I can't do this.
The gamer sense again.
Yeah, no, for sure.
They heralded top.
I don't have anything for you.
I got owned. She has the exhaust button. I didn't realize.
An ally has been slain.
Don't take items. I mean, you get 65 armor, and MR for my ulti, and you get a lot of health from this build.
Let's go for this dragon. I feel like we can team fight.
Yeah, but it's okay.
That's no flash.
I fed a lot. Let me get back over here. Thank you. I fed a lot to the enemy team already. They're adequately strong so that we can have a good fight.
I appreciate that, Scarra.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're making the game
So
interesting.
yeah, and in fact, I'm not gonna come for that fight, so you guys can even 4v5 it.
Oh, okay,
Oh.
bet. No, for
Yep.
sure.
Oh, okay.
That guy's also got 7 kills, so be careful. I think he actually one-shot me when he touched me.
I'm going 30. Might be hard to fight with my,
jungle.
my ulti.
I have ult too. Also have TP.
They are as 5 and we are as 4,
I
so.
think we
It
just
looks
push
god.
another wave. It's gone. Just push another wave.
Oh, maybe this guy though. Wait a second. Oh shit.
Okay, I'm running down.
Wait,
I'm
wait
running
for
down, I'm running
Scarra?
down.
I'm ult in 6 too.
I'm recalling. I can TP.
Oh,
We can still fight this. We can still fight this.
Yeah, I'm down. He's gonna grab
I
me.
don't know what the.
It's a little scary.
Wait, I'm here. I'm here.
Yeah, I'm just gonna wait for Scarra.
Go, 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 go.
I TP.
Oh.
Was my poison on or off, guys? I think I got CCD full duration.
Oh my god, that guy was in the brush.
Go, Timmy. Go, go.
Okay. I was off. Yeah, I got CC the time.
Alright,
Just a
let's do dragon.
dragon.
Yep. Let's
Yeah, I was
do
gonna
dragon.
dart the brush, but this guy was actually in there.
Oh, now you got him. Wait, he's kind of tanky. Oh, perfect.
He's too strong. He does too much damage.
What do people build next?
Drop my Q. Oh yeah, I should drop my Q. Got hit. I had so much mana for
Yeehaw.
or Leandries. I wish instead of mana this was.
Dude, they nerfed stopwatch so much. It costs $750.
Yeah.
I guess it was kind of OP though. It's definitely like a fight winner.
Yeah, just one team fight. You lose one fight, it's over.
Alrighty, Scarra, I'm coming up.
There's a Kai'Sa here. Oh, there's
Oh,
a
there's a
Silas in our
Silas there. What
jungle.
the?
What in the world?
Oh my god, it's the big plants now.
Oh, we skip these guys?
There's a word right here.
Yeah.
How'd you put that icon?
If you ping it,
Oh,
it'll
I
say
got
it's
it.
wrong.
You here?
Oh, and it shows the timer of this board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They changed it.
They made
Pretty
League a
cool.
lot
Let's
easier.
go.
That's cool.
Oh, we take their red now. Careful of their. Oh wait, we should kill these guys actually.
Oh, what? I need help.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Oh my god, you both kicked each other. So what actually do I build here? Oh, people literally just build.
That's why we went to kill his
Force of
team.
nature.
You went red.
Wait, I
Wait,
think they're
does
like
that
on a
item
reset.
suck
Can we do
ass?
Baron? Can we just like sneak?
Yeah. I'm staying.
It looks like I need an MR item, but there's no
I don't
good MR
smite,
items.
but like I don't think they realize we're doing it. Just pinging this. Everyone knows it's not my fault.
No, I think.
I think they know. They know, dude.
Just leave. Leave.
This was good. Oh.
How would they
Timmy,
possibly
Timmy,
know?
get it. Timmy,
Oh,
get it.
there's
I'm
a
so
word there.
tempted right now. If you don't get blue, I'm getting it.
Wait.
Oh, that thing. Yeah.
Are you pinging? I saw a ping right here. I was like, huh?
Well, I have calling now.
I want you to know I stopped myself because I saw that you were the mid laner.
Thank you. I need a little bit more gold for my item. I can get Horizon.
You want to
in.
look for a fight here.
So what Aries is best keystone? Oh wait.
It's nearly time.
It's a keystone.
I have TP.
Camille might be topside somewhere, Celine.
On my way.
I need a pink.
I feel like we can just
Silas
fight.
right here.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for them to like push up.
I have
It's
three,
like,
I have three
kinda-
items.
Like they're literally here somewhere. By the way, just be
Yeah,
careful.
they are. They are.
This Camille is mighty suspicious.
Yeah, I'm running for Camille.
Oh, there's definitely someone right here.
Never mind. She's just mighty stupid.
Wait.
She is squish.
We can pressure this. Let's pressure. I don't actually have smite for 30.
Okay.
Just like get them to come onto us.
Can you watch me right here?
What?
Watch me.
Wait.
Watching?
Stop watching.
I'm watching.
No, stop watching. No.
I don't know if we should keep doing this.
I think we have to fight them.
Oh, we have
Or
to?
we don't have to fight them, but
I didn't have my ulti on.
Dude,
Yeah,
I keep pressing my heel back. I think we win this.
Oh, watch
Okay.
watch
Silas? These guys look dead.
Nice job.
Emil's still alive.
It's okay. I have smite.
Wait, I just don't know how much damage this character takes. I feel like,
Yeah, she gave up. Let's do the same dragon.
Don't worry, I will push top lane. Abyssal.
Augers.
On my way.
I think Anathema is actually really good here. You top lane, so I thought, well, I'm having fun. What?
Midwave is going to be pushing.
Or not to shake.
Yeah, for
I
top
got my
lane,
Magi's.
as long as your experience is more fun than the other top laner, you're owning. And I'm just saying, my experience is way more fun.
Oh,
I'm looking.
Oh my god. Wait.
I
That
didn't
thing
know.
like stuck you?
Yeah, I got stuck. What is that interaction?
I don't know. That was so weird.
That was really weird.
What's just the edge of this wall? What?
Yeah, did I just...
I don't think that's a thing. That must have been a
Was
bug.
that a bug?
I feel like it's supposed to get you. There's like nothing in the way. Oh, they're running top.
Scarra's dying. We should push something. Mid, maybe?
Yeah.
Wait, I would have killed him. Oh.
Nice shot.
Wow, insane.
Wait, I need...
What happened?
I missed every shot.
She's... Oh my god, he's 1 HP.
Whoa.
Oh, just kidding. Oh, that's
Oh,
good.
that bubble?
Oh my god.
That was sick.
Oh wait.
What the hell happened there? That
What
was
just
sick.
happened? Oh, what the?
Oh, I got rolled. Can you give me a jump?
Yeah, I'm here.
He mistimed his thing.
He's gonna call.
We can leave.
Oh shit. Or? Wait, ult in 10.
I'd stay if I had blue buff, but...
Same. I'm almost on my next item.
Yeah, how did we go back to basketball? What the hell? How did I open chat and see basketball being
It's a nice change that they made it so that junglers always share buffs. I feel like
Yes, it's so...
that was like a major
Yeah.
cause of ego.
It really was.
Yeah, I mean, someone takes blue, they just leave sometimes too.
I might ult that for.
No, in Korea they did that. Like, it was crazy.
Yeah.
Like...
I feel like it's also more fun for like the casual players too.
Oh yeah. Because as a jungler, it's always my blue, but as a mid laner, it's also my blue as well.
Yeah. If I'm support, I
Wait,
might
so
also,
does Iron get compensated buffs?
What about
Yeah, he
bot
did.
wave?
He did.
There's nothing to get at mid. Oh. You sold that
Nope.
guy? You're strong enough to
Yeah.
do that?
I'll get the top wave.
Oh,
Oh, August, thanks for
Wait,
the raid.
I'm alive.
Wait, why
dead.
did his name always used to be August Uwu?
Oh fuck.
I swear it
2
did.
for
Push
2.
bot, push bot.
That seems like a very
Alright, they used everything. It's free.
yes. Are you sure? Oh, they used everything. Okay, I'm going in.
No, they
Everything
suck
but like
Camille
Kaisa
ult.
ult.
They suck Camille ult.
Yeah, but that doesn't do anything.
Yeah, it literally doesn't.
Kaisa has no ulti. Oh, this cannon.
Oh, this is
crap,
free.
Stop looking silly. Don't look. Don't look. Don't look.
Wait, it's actually
knew what you were
wait, it's
trying
actually
to
free.
do.
It's actually free.
Goodbye, Scarra.
Wait, no, it's free. No, it's free.
Oh,
Silas, no flash.
oh, that guy hurts.
Oh
That guy hurts.
my!
Interaction was so
Oh my
weird.
god, what the
He
fuck?
buffered it, man.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Silas,
I don't think he did that on purpose though.
No, he didn't.
Can you help me with this?
I
Yeah.
am Scarra's a Cinch player. I play everything. It's not Draven.
I crit it.
Oh.
I saw nothing.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Oh no, that's such
We should
a
have
bad
robot.
word. Oh
I think
my
your first
God.
item should be like 10 to 14 minutes, right?
Oh,
Oh. Oh my god. Oh, behind us.
behind us.
Oh, coming.
Oh fuck, that's a lot of people.
Goodbye.
Wait, you got that right? I'm
Yeah,
coming back.
got
I'm
it.
coming back.
Wait,
Oh
where'd you
my
go?
God. Her heart
I'm here.
was living forever.
Wait, we're winning the fight?
We're winning the fight.
Oh, that looks really bad on me now.
Wait. Where's the lead?
I was dipping for a second too.
Where's
Where's
our team?
everyone?
Hello?
Guys,
Like,
I just got blue
like-
buff
like-
and
like-
I just got my
I-
wards.
I got Camille's E.
I ulted for Scarra and I was like, where's the team?
Well then,
Wait, we beat them. We're challenger players.
we
Yep.
are.
Wait, they have challenger?
No,
No,
but
their comp is
Oh.
challenger.
Oh wait, they did that cheesy level 1 too.
Yeah. They cheesed us and they played a cheesy comp.
and then they invaded a second time and then lost 3.
Oh yeah, that invade
They
was
just kept on invading. They didn't farm.
wait,
That's
what's
it.
that?
Yeah, they didn't farm balling.
Tuba Sage. What is this? Apparently, Conqueror Sage is
easy.
bugged this patch where Q alone refreshes counter attack depends on which side you are. Blue side stops at 2 stacks, poison can full. What? Wait, someone just linked me something that's Singed Q can stack Conqueror by itself this patch, but only on red side. On blue side, it's the Conqueror stack stops at 2. What the heck? Huh?
I did not understand. What?
Oh, usually with Conqueror, like with dots, you can only get it on like 1 tick. Like so you'll get like 2 stacks or something on poison. But apparently this patch on only the red side, you can fully stack it just by itself, which is super OP.
So red
Has to
side.
be OP.
So this is
Yeah, red
their
side
way of-
singed only.
Yeah, this is their way to balance the blue side.
Oh, that's true.
Is that actually that true? Like, I didn't actually never. Ever knew that.
There is red side wins has a lower win rate, so they get better players usually, but it's slight.
It's higher MMR, red side.
No, but I'm saying more in like on tournament, like in like a tournament stage. Like.
Oh, because you
LCS.
get first pick on blue.
I see. But it doesn't have to do anything with the actual map, right?
Oh, it does. It's because you can.
It could be.
Yeah, it's like
At least it just feels better.
Yeah, I think when you're looking at the mini map from the other side, it feels worse because you're looking down and your mini map blocks your thing. If your UI blocks the amount you can see, if that makes sense. But that's just a feels thing. I don't know if that's a real thing.
I see.
Albert,
We're playing this comps.
Annie has an obsession with 3-star iridescent Dowsy.
Yep.
What?
She's been playing TFT.
Wait, can I go mid?
Also love 3-star iridescent Dowsy.
Wait.
I knew Annie had good taste.
Are we playing against the same exact team? Because their bans are
Wait, they banned Garen. Wait, yeah, we are. Wait, what?
their bans are very
very like similar to what we played last game.
Yeah.
Wait, what happened?
Look at their bans.
Oh, we got heckin' target banned except for Albert.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait,
they banned all of your guys as champions from last game.
Except
for
you.
Lee Sin. They must have thought my Lee Sin was not a threat.
Oh,
No, maybe they had to ban Garen. Maybe they had to ban Garen. They banned Garen
Oh.
before too.
Wait, so Lee, do you want top or support?
I don't want support.
Okay.
Thanks for asking.
But can I get last pick then?
Yeah. Wait, what? Why'd you switch with me then?
Oh, because I want. Oh, you're right. I am last pick. Oh, my brain broken.
Who beats Kaiser? Lit.
You can
Samara sounds fine.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know with Soraka though. I don't know with Soraka.
That's fine. But
Yeah, it's alright.
but yeah, but
I
like,
actually don't know.
But not to
Yeah,
Lissandra, so you definitely griefed him.
Oh, okay, bet. And I don't know how to play Samira, so.
Yeah, I think Samara with a CC is good, but with Soraka,
I was
might be
gonna
harder.
say, yeah, the Zaya pick was pretty.
Yeah, Zaya was
good.
probably fine.
You
I
guys
think
are
the Zaya
actually
pick was pretty
super creepy. Also, I don't have any
Whoa,
AP.
I saw Zaya, and then I was like, oh yeah, Zaya works.
I don't have any AP top laners.
Take exhaust or cleanse?
I don't.
Okay, hear me out.
No.
You can't cleanse the
I think,
Sandro? What
no, I think you're gonna
Wait.
want QSS, but not.
Can you? I don't remember.
I don't
I
think
forgot.
so. I don't think you can.
Am I supposed to go collector? Or am I supposed to go the Death Blade?
I think people
Wait,
go
Duskblade is a
collector
mythic and
first, right?
Collector is not a mythic. Right? Duskblade is a mythic, is it not?
Oh,
Is it
I don't know.
not?
I don't know. I'm just saying in terms of like the guide, because I'm reading guide right now.
Yeah, top.
I don't know.
So
don't know
people
if I-
go
I don't know
collector
if I should
into
go.
IE
Yeah, collector sounds fun.
on Samara.
Oh, why did I take grasp? Wait, I literally went to Lollytics, but it has
Are these guys the same
29
guy? I
games.
actually don't know.
And I should have went TP, which I thought was the correct one.
Collector.
Wait, they actually just like banned out
IE
our whole
shield
comp
bow?
from last game except for the Lee Sin. That means they didn't think the Lee Sin was a threat.
No, they did not.
No, they
think
did
you were
not.
a threat. You know what it was, Albert? It was when you flashed up here with.
Oh
the
yeah, and they're like,
cannon
"Oh, this guy
against
sucks. Let him
Yeah.
play Lee Sin."
Yeah. They saw that. They're like, "Oh, this guy's nothing."
Wait, let's go as 5 this time because they made it last time. Let's just go here.
Hello,
Okay,
too.
very high
Yeah,
odds that they'll be here.
Wait, we haven't moved.
Wait.
They don't have.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I guess they have a set.
Don't worry,
but
don't worry.
I think we beat
I'm cooking.
them.
They don't have like a grab or anything though, so.
Does my Q, is that only applied to champions or minions?
We're in a very
Both,
tiny
both,
space
both.
together
Both.
against a Seraphine and an Alessandra.
Yeah, but what are the odds they know that all 5 of us are exactly in this bush?
The
Very
fact that
high.
the fact that they target banded us, I feel like it's very high.
Yeah, I think they do.
Guys, I'm
for
leaving.
Maybe.
What I meant by this, I meant like, it says that if they're not in melee range, then it shoots like a bullet.
Yes.
Oh, it does both. It's for both. So
I'm saying, yeah, if the minion was in my way, it will just slap.
it'll hit
just
the minion
slash,
too.
yes.
Slash.
Wait, Timmy, have you
Yeah.
heard about the new Samara build?
No.
Okay, so it's Edge of Night, blue buff BT, and then
Did I hear blue buff?
Yeah,
go for
yeah.
double trouble.
Okay.
Try to 3-star. Slow roll on 4.
Oh my god.
But what if I don't get a what if I don't get a second Samira?
Well, you know, you
Really?
get the second one once you 3-star.
Ah, I see. Okay, I bet. Oh, for sure.
And make sure that you have a Nefiri jungler.
Okay,
and then
cool.
she has to die next to you, so you get the buff.
Oh, that makes sense.
So you think you're worthy? Has your
Wait,
job been
they were pretty fast to lane. I don't know if did they even start this side?
Where are we going?
Guys, I don't know if I could do this.
Yeah, I don't.
That
know if you
matchup
can
doesn't
do
look that great for you.
either.
You look.
Fuck. Okay.
Oh, Amumu into set looks like a really unfortunate matchup.
No, trust.
Maybe you skill.
The
Come play with me.
I think that way Conqueror win that, right?
You think Kindred might invade?
You think the jungler's camping top lane right here?
She could be.
Oh, Kindred or Lissandra's running towards top. Kindred might be here.
Yeah, they might be at your red.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it might be in the brush. There, she's hovering over.
Wait.
Oh no.
Oh.
With, never mind.
Lissandra's coming top.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, Sandra's just
I'm confused.
bolting- Yeah, she's just topside river.
I'm confused.
I'm out
Oh,
of
he
here.
is. You're good, right?
I'm fine.
Okay. Yeah, she that was.
What about 3 first?
Am I
Yeah,
fine?
they wasted a lot of time.
Yeah.
Wait, but-
She lost a lot, man.
Playing
Like-
Kindred into Lee Sin is also such a.
Like,
I-
she is losing like a
Bold
full
move.
wave and a half or something. I don't know.
Kindred is just chasing Albert if anybody can help him.
Lissandra might still be there.
What?
That's why I didn't wanna
There's two.
She's
my
like
bad.
committed to not
Yeah, I
farming
did not
mid.
expect that.
Yeah, that's so
Well,
weird.
the mid laner was still there.
Like, you see her CS?
Their mark is topside. Care.
Wait, what does my passive do?
I don't know what's.
I should have went
general.
Conqueror. I should've went Conqueror.
You
Yeah,
have
I'm
a
trying
win
to.
wall. That's all I know.
I'm trying to read it. My W's a win wall, but it says damaging enemies twice for. I'm guessing if they're.
Let's let the wave push back. I think they're gonna look to gank us.
Oh.
Injured right here. We could probably push it and then recall.
Oh,
She's recalling.
That's
Kindred's
a
recalling.
big wave I'm gonna lose.
You guys see it? Kindred's recalling.
Yeah.
Ashes towards an enemy, slashing enemies as she passes through, dealing damage
Kindred's in
and
here, I
attack
believe.
speed.
Yeah. Oh wait, no, she recalled.
Oh, never mind.
That's a huge
She
wave.
might just bolt for bot side though. Care. This is good. The wave will push back towards us. Kindred won't have a gank opportunity. There's no way she dives us.
Guys, I don't know where Lissandra is.
It's okay. I think they're just like perma rotating together. That's good. They might go do dragon. Oh, they might fight for this Gromp, Albert.
Sure.
Oh nope, I just used my wave.
It's
Oh,
not that
perfect.
I can move in a bit too.
I can't like face check this, but
I'm
I'll
gonna
go a
ward.
long
I'm gonna
way.
ward.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
there
it's
you
okay.
good.
Oh.
Yeah.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Is she gone?
Yeah, they went both. They went all
Wait, this guy's like covering.
That guy
Okay, bot lane's still missing.
could take the whole wave.
Okay, I kind
Oh,
of
I
understand the
accidentally
kit.
tanked the creep.
Scarra, what is your plan? Because I don't think I can actually gank. I think we'll both
Oh
die.
no, don't ever come top. It's fine. I'll just start proxy at some point.
Okay.
I'm gonna push it.
Let's find some friends.
I wonder if Samira's win wall can win wall Seraphine ult.
Projectiles.
See Kindred right here?
Yeah.
I'm gonna shove it in.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna recall.
Make sure the wave pushes in. Oh no. It's okay. We gotta run. Yeah.
Hey.
Oh, why did I think a Seraphine E was coming?
Oh, interesting.
I shouldn't have flashed. I thought I saw a Seraphim E.
Oh wait.
But I didn't.
I think that's Chunker.
Actually, no, it's more value.
Wait, how'd she?
Oh, you can't.
Reading her style is reading S.
Did she see you?
Care bot lane's missing. They might be on Dragon actually.
Don't worry, I'm actually owning. Oh,
Oh, what the?
Oh, they are just playing to make sure Albert doesn't get to play. Holy crap.
no, it's fine. It's fine. We have the real carry. Huh. I couldn't kill it.
Dragon.
Okay.
Go for this girl.
Okay.
All right. You got this, right, Balls?
Yeah.
Are you tonight? I think
like my
this
Hydra
pick
is over.
is really bad.
Push it in.
Yeah. Bot is kind of drivable.
Find some friends.
I need to push another wave or it's too obvious.
I'm here.
This guy's not interacting
I'm
with me at all.
Yeah, their bot is. Oh, Seraphine has ult now.
Okay. I don't have kick.
Come play with me.
Okay, I'm leaving. Moving.
How's it looking? They ran?
Let's take plates. I think they're all leaving. Yeah. The Kindred was there. She ran.
Oh, 5 still?
Make him miss one more wave, then we can leave.
Be careful, she might W in the dash.
I just tried ulties.
Come play with me.
His combo by doing damage with abilities and tag.
So.
Fuck, not enough gold.
Okay.
Timmy, I almost got out for here once, so
You might just get one shot here, by the way.
Oh, Seraphine's like. There's three topside, Albert. Seraphine's there too.
Ooh, free kill.
Okay,
Wait,
that's
you're
big.
welcome. You're back in the game.
That's big.
Yeah, baby. Okay.
Oh, I found him.
Can we help her?
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm running over, but...
Yeah, you know, I'll hold you.
Yeah, I'm coming. Lysandra no ult.
No Seraphine.
Lysandra no ult too.
They're leaving. Oh, they're stuck
No,
here.
no. They can't leave.
No, they're out.
They're out.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Seraphine no, I had a feeling. So I wanted to go ward it.
Yeah, good fight for us. Sort of.
Where are we going?
You might want to start like protecting your jungle entrances. Pretty sure that Kinder's gonna constantly try to like invade. Seraphine's still missing. Care.
I've read enough, and I think I understand.
Okay. Samira also just heals a lot. There's 2 topside.
Let's find some friends.
Seraphine won't have ult for a bit.
Oh, he has Herald.
Is there a chance we can defend it or no? Nope, that looks gone.
Hell no. Hell no.
Maybe I can push one more wave and go bot.
I'm pretty sure we're losing 3 towers here, but it's fine.
Honestly, like let them get the inhib. You can just farm after.
Yeah, I think getting inhib is like totally fine.
What do they have up?
No Seraphine. No. They have some though.
Okay, good enough, good enough. Both flashes. Big turret.
Oh, they couldn't even get in here.
Oh man, it would have been actually really good for us if they took the inhib.
Yeah, it would have.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Dragon's up in
Let's prep
20.
TFF
They're gonna
Dragon.
gun for it. Seraphine will have ulti for this fight.
This guy's just big chilling over there.
Dude, I'm so useless right now. You have no fucking idea. I'm like 4 level difference on top lane. 3 level difference?
Okay, bot lane no flashes for this fight either. It might be worth fighting for this dragon because it's top side. They're kind of.
Yeah, I can push and come over
Oh,
quick.
dragon.
I think we can take it.
Yeah, I think they might be giving this.
Does Kindred have ult?
He did quite a lot of damage,
I
honestly.
might have been able to kill him actually.
Yeah. Alright, well, let's just do this. I don't kick. Pull it out, pull it out. Pull it out, pull it out, pull it out.
Sweep, but...
I hit the sweeper. I mean,
Oh, you swept it?
yeah, with the plant.
Oh.
Is this only to a champion? My E?
Yes. Wait. Hold on. No, wait. Try to eat this. I think it's not to only a champion. Yeah, it's not. Oh, if you Q in the middle of your E, it does an AoE on the floor.
Q while Eing at the same time.
I'm gonna cue the. Oh, no, one.
Kindred's
Kill this guy top. I'm killing this guy
Kindred's
top.
going for.
Yeah,
I'm
you
on
should
the
have
way.
her top swing or.
I'm on my keep
I
running.
got a health to me.
He still has ulti. I don't know if
I'm
you
gonna
kill
kill
him.
this guy.
I left.
You're not strong enough, I don't think.
Yeah, I'm not strong enough yet.
He never ulti? What did I fucking
Alright.
ulti that? Waste my
Okay,
fucking
that's
cooldown.
quite a bit of armor.
I could maybe kill her ulti here, but ulti that
I
is
kill anything.
literally complete waste.
Come play with me.
Beating the bush it doesn't matter. Like, I can't not
Everyone is
write it down.
missing care.
Oh, it's that spot.
We just farm mid for now then?
We just farm this. Kindred's bot side.
Can we look to kill this Kindred?
Yeah, I'm gonna shove mid.
I'm looking for Kindred now as well.
Oh, yo. Oh, never mind. Let's go.
Oh, I'm coming for the set. We can try to 2v1 him. He's very strong.
Are you watching this, Timmy?
Mm-hmm.
I'm here. Kindred's here too.
Kindred's here?
Oh, shit.
Oh. Oh, I'm dead.
Okay, we got him.
I mean, I didn't know Lissandra was there. I also didn't think he'd ult you into me. I was like, okay, I'm in not that bad of a spot.
Oh. Oh, yeah.
Well.
Oh, I'm just giving you. There's no way I can do anything there.
This is worded still.
He's already here. What the heck?
Pink, I can't get it.
We have your name.
And your scent.
I should get scanner, right? Or do I get blue?
They're all here. Be careful.
Sandra is.
One more hit. One more hit. You got this.
What is
Wait,
my
careful, you
auto
need-
keep canceling from? Oh, there's a set behind us.
Oh, this is a insane flank.
Yeah.
Let's go for dragon. We should try a 5v5.
Yeah.
Oh, I think we need to go for picks because we will
Oh
gear.
god, he has no ult. He has no ult.
Oh my god, scary.
What's it looking like?
Looking scary.
Set no ulti, but they've got everything else.
Go to dragon.
Let's find some friends.
I'm looking.
He's silenced.
Multi on him on the silence.
Oh. Sandra's ulti.
I think it's okay.
Yeah, this is fine.
Yeah,
I can
be
post.
Set us
healed
ult
to
now.
full.
Yeah, set us ult now is the only thing.
I have pick.
They have no wards on the side.
Did I have Kindle?
Yeah,
They
they
have
We
have
should probably
it
just
all.
take this fight.
They have zero vision.
I guess
But
red buff is healing
They
fast.
still have Blitz Sandra ulti.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do that. The silence can't move up.
Oh my god, they're almost full HP.
Oh, not this again.
Wow, my ulti
No.
did nothing to him.
Might be an FF.
Okay.
Sure. That was a good try.
Yeah, might like pick too hard there.
It's okay.
Definitely need to start proxying from level 2. They'll play some ads.
Note to self, second always ulti into me, so my position is fine. It's never fine. I learned that game.
And even if he doesn't ult to you, he still might flash and then still get to you.
Oh, Seiko, thank you so
Yeah,
much for the raid. Welcome to the stream, guys.
Ulting
I'm
somebody
playing
else into
Late
me
Night
is
League
so
with a crew. I literally just went like, I think 0-10.
If you're talking about what the set did when we 3-man ganked him, that is incredibly normal. Whenever a set gets ganked, he always ults the ganker to escape.
Yeah,
That's pretty good.
it's just sorry for your loss. No, trust me. Before that I was playing Lost Ark. I think I don't know which poison was the worst here. No, the ads were played before the raid. But if they're going, then I can't stop them. Okay, I might consider not going 0-20 this game. Slayer's so thick. Oh my god. My chat and I looked at the Slayer intro for like 10 minutes.
Yeah, maybe I could have had better roll timing. Their mid laner was just not farming, too. It's so weird she committed to the level 3
Yeah,
invade
that
too.
was the strangest thing I've ever seen. She
She
took a gamble
forfeited.
that, like,
Exactly where Albert was, so they're just like waiting for
I mean,
him.
she gave up mid lane like already, like level 3.
Yeah.
She did not want to win mid.
Don't ban Yone.
Okay.
And can I play not support?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can go mid if you want.
Oh, okay. Little bottom.
Yeah, I think it's the
The
same
Boo
people.
were amazing. They did. They knew what they
Here,
were
give me a
doing.
ribbon. Let me go top.
Oh my god.
Okay, okay.
Wait.
I'd like to hear.
Oh, we're just looking to. Oh my god.
We're looking
Gar,
to.
do you want to jungle?
Yeah,
or
I'll
do you
jungle, I'll
wanna... Okay.
We're looking to be.
can jungle
Wait.
too if you want.
Wait. How are we?
Yes, Scarra,
No,
yes.
dude,
Yes.
Dude,
exactly what you think. Yes.
you're really. We
Yes.
shouldn't.
No, we should.
Should we?
What are you guys doing?
Oh my god.
Okay, I'll see you guys in 15 minutes. Oh, wait, they actually want us.
I'm down for like a really farm heavy comp where we just kind of like all sit in our lanes.
He literally.
Oh, okay. That's not farm heavy.
I mean that's okay.
No, it won't be farm heavy. Trust me.
I guess I'll put Yone then, yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, I have like no.
Trust me, it won't be
champions.
farm heavy. These guys will invade regardless.
Yeah,
Yo, future bracket. I mean, there's nothing in this tree I would want, right?
Yeah. We should cover your map at least. That'll help.
I feel like they were kind of.
Nah. It's not a big.
They like ran away anytime like someone got close to them.
Don't worry. You guys can go 10. I got it this time.
Yeah. We're chilling.
The only problem is if I get invaded level 3, it might be weird, but I'm pretty sure it's fine.
Don't worry, me and Albert have you.
She's faster. You know, it's not always
I'm gonna be
Landry's.
a little weak early game. Not that weak.
Or they changed Gwen, so you can make her jungle too. I think.
Oh yeah.
Jungler now or something like that.
Kind of annoying for me to play against.
I mean, they're just gonna always try to get.
You
to
want
Scarra.
heal Celine?
Sure.
I'm trying to think how I want to do this.
Oh no, I should have got TP, but that's fine. I just kill my mid lane even faster.
Yeah. That guy only queued creeps on Lysandra.
Yeah, that's how they were playing. Freaking, they're literally banking on their top laner.
Okay, yeah.
Should I still build the exact same way, like Kraken Slayer, IE?
Yeah, you have
into
no problem.
Showbow?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just might at some point later need a QSS, but
Yeah. As long as you have like the
doubt
as long as you have the unflinching mastery or like the tenacity.
Oh wait. You said the tenacity thing? I don't think I have that one. I have the
Alright,
overgrowth.
that's whatever.
Can we 5-point it?
Screw it.
Yeah, I'm gonna ward.
Oh, these guys are
try.
definitely
You guys can
running.
hold here. I'm gonna go ward try.
They don't really have a invade comp.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
don't.
let's just 5-point it.
Bro, you said 5 point, you run to your point.
I know. 'Cause for a second, I thought we were gonna go as 5, and then
I got baited.
I saw the other 3 clumping up, so I was like, oh, maybe we just go as 5 together.
Oh, watch this. Free first strike, Brock.
Am I supposed to just be mid? Is that what I'm supposed to do?
Yeah.
It's gonna be here, so they can't slip through this side.
Actually, what happens is, yeah, usually you can hold this as well if you want. It just depends. But since we have a ward here, we have like an extra spot where you can kind of be wherever.
Makes sense.
They seem poke heavy.
Yeah.
I want to go loot it so bad.
I'll give you this super leash.
Okay.
If we find them level 1 and they face check us, they should like lose a lot of HP.
They should explode. Oh my god, your cube knocked it back, I missed.
Oh, right here. Actually, never mind. Sure, we don't miss the push. You have Q. Oh, what the fuck? Oh.
I don't know exactly how to
You
do
can chill out on the pushing when it looks like we're winning.
How good is Gwen jungle?
Never seen it.
I feel like they didn't leash.
I feel like we might get game.
I have a word.
I'm gonna go look for this, okay? So if she comes, just fight me. Or fight her.
Yeah, we have the push.
Oh, you want to push?
Yeah, we should keep
Jungle
it.
might be bot side.
No,
No,
Scarra, we have
if
Scarra
Chuggler
here.
is bot side. Oh.
We have Scarra here.
Yeah, like good.
Oh, careful, you're dying.
Oh.
I thought my
This
poly
is
went
fine.
off.
I'm not with you. I'm not with you. I'm not with you.
Oh, she's dead. Nice.
Oh, huge.
She TP too. Like, what is this?
Oh my god.
They're too ready.
Dude, Seraphine is so tanky. Sandra's mid.
yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty sure she's about to work. She's there, but wait, I can't because I have magical footwear. Oh.
I'm here. Oh, never mind. She sees me.
Okay, I don't think she'll fight me. After I get this kill, I'm kind of OP now.
Kadra's top side, by the way. Kadra's literally right here. Oh, Kadra just took Scuttle. Kadra just took Scuttle. Just took Scuttle. I don't know where she went. Oh, that Kendra. Sorry. Gwen.
Should be alright.
Lissandra's coming. 100%. He's like right back right here. Albert.
I'd be very surprised if she commits to that.
Her coming out the bush right now. I can't wait.
I know.
God, this character is so fucking easy, and I'm playing him so badly too. I'm here. Is this worded?
Try word, I think. Unless.
Shouldn't be. Our try? I don't think so.
Oh, unless. He's playing safe.
Yo. You got me here right there. I'm gonna just do the dragon.
I have you.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Oh yeah, we have you.
Yeah, you guys got me right. I had no smite.
They just worded it. They just worded this.
There's like no way they take that from you. Like this guy's recalling, he has no TP.
Whoa, he's here, he's here.
Yeah, I see him. I see him.
I'm coming.
Oh, you did?
I'm coming down.
I do not have smite. Oh, fuck me.
Oh, what the fuck?
I think we do dragon. I think we just
No ghost.
Okay, I have no dragon.
Oh, we can't. Okay.
Oh, maybe you guys could have went on them.
Yeah.
Too late now.
Sandra's here.
No, we win this. We win this. Oh.
I'm dead. Oh, you win that. She's She's Oh.
Yeah.
No, get it. Oh god. Okay, I just want my ult.
No, it sucks that it has smite for this. It's fine.
No, it's the wind dragon. We need that.
Oh my god.
You're here. You sure?
Try to hold this wave. Dying. They want to recall.
I have 6 in 2 camps.
Yeah, we might be able to fight them.
6 down. Do you think Gwen? That's my jungle or what?
It's not just walking down. Walking down bottom side.
Oh, there's Gwen in our jungle. Gwen's in our jungle. There's 4 bot side.
I think you need something with up, man.
One in Lissandra in our bot side jungle, and
You jump in, like really bad. I'm just gonna invade the jungle. I'm not gonna touch this because this looks like suicidal. Bot, be careful.
are we gonna get dove?
Yeah, I'm trying.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
no,
yeah.
we're fine. We're fine.
You will get those. They will 100% die. Here.
You're diving.
Alright, we might be gone now.
I have ulti.
Can you ulti?
Yeah, ulti now.
Oh.
I'm going king top after this, Albert. I don't know if he'll see me on the recording.
Push into turret.
Yo, and take the plates? I got you, Albert. Trust me, I got you. Watch me, Timmy. I will be doing the stupid frag. Big one.
You can actually probably come back top after.
Oh, he is gonna see this though, but yeah, I have nothing else to do. This is a take crab.
Gwen bot.
If you dive, I have TP.
It doesn't look like I can get anything top. Back to farming. Goodbye.
Okay.
Can you auto? Oh, never mind.
I don't want to split you guys bot, man. Coming? Oh.
That's some lit timing right there.
She's here, guys. I can't cut her. So, sorry.
Okay.
Oh,
They're
she's
gonna
not
go
here.
for dragon. Oh, they're chasing you.
Oh yeah, Fior's coming as well.
That's fine. Oh, she ghosted. You see me cut somewhere? Nah, that's fine.
God, that guy does damage.
I
I feel like they're...
Kara, I'm
Oh, I'm so stupid strong right now. Go here, but I mean, I can ulti if you guys want to take a fight.
Oh my god, I should have played something with a longer range.
I honestly think,
I want to just crack.
maybe if you have mana. I don't think we have to like, as long as you get your slow on them, we will 100% win all wins.
Yeah.
But we're like, we just have to stick on them. So maybe instead of like eating me, maybe you eat them and I just run at them.
I'm down.
EQ. Cause like I'm pretty sure we can kill them easily.
I'm sure we can win the 2v3.
Their Ezreal's like really weak.
But man, all of this is warded though.
Yeah, this is warded.
And bot. This one's just gonna be bot. You should be care.
No. Okay, Albert, fuck this. I'm going blue. We're going top lane. I'm cracking this.
Sure.
They're back mid.
Dragon.
Yeah, they're doing this right now.
So if you fight them and slow them, if they go on you, I kill them both too.
Okay. It's just like, it just seems like this Gwen is always here.
She is just, we usually see her like pretty far.
You see her like.
Wait,
Like
do you have ult?
she's
Yeah.
We don't have to be scared of their jungler.
Yes.
Wait, Scar, can you?
Gwen coming top. Gwen coming top. Player.
Sorry, that's my bad. I did not communicate my plans well there.
Yeah, I looked top because I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I wanted to like do it while she was fighting. That's my bad.
I mean, I'm just gonna crack this with you. I'm pretty sure.
They're pretty strong
I'm
now.
gonna look to fight here.
No, they're really strong now.
Oh, they just Triforce, I see.
I have ult in
She's
17.
gonna come top. She's gonna come top. I'm going bot right now.
Let's leave.
Oh.
I'm coming bot.
Probably fighting this, by the way.
Oh, he just used this E.
Yeah.
But never mind.
But they're running away now.
Yeah, they saw me. They saw me on scuttle.
Multi. Might be hard. Oh, nice, yeah.
Ooh, close.
Lysandra and Gwen might be coming.
Yeah, I'm going out.
Damn, he is strong.
Yeah, she is strong.
Wait, this guy is the edge. Oh my god.
Yeah, she is strong.
You can take red here. You what?
Oh yeah.
Only 43. I'm here, man. He mess up. Oh, baby. Oh, that's fine.
Well, they're falling there.
No. I should have left. Fuck. I didn't see them.
Okay.
Gwen's going bot. Gwen's close to bot side. Karen.
What's her HP?
She's like pretty healthy.
Ooh.
Oh, she is low.
Yeah, she's. I have ulti if you wanna make some weird shit happen.
She used her W.
I'm running bot, but they might get there for.
I can TP flank. They commit.
Yeah.
Okay, no, we're good.
Yeah. What's up? Yes.
Wait, she's all his abilities.
Yeah, there's a full wave on
Here,
you.
here. Yo, what's up? Oh, is this the face?
Neither of us have ult.
Oh.
Yeah, I think
Going up top, going up top.
Yeah, back up.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave it. What are you up to? Oh, you're doing the thing.
I think she does.
Yeah, Seraphine for sure has ult.
Okay.
I'm just gonna wait till you get a kill.
Okay.
On this guy right here. We're gonna kill him right here.
That's not gonna
You're
happen.
gonna kill him right here. Okay, you're gonna kill the next guy.
Oh, I'm just okay for this. Here.
Oh my god.
This is live. Freaking fat finger my cleanse. Yeah. So stay surfing.
Oh
The
my gosh, she
Ezreal's
got
like
7 kills.
the Ezreal's kind of useless, but it's just the surfing.
Yeah, the Seraphine
Oh.
hurts so much.
Ooh.
Gwen's topside.
I think we can
No way.
Agreed.
chill. We can't chase too far.
Seraphine's up there.
Yeah.
Okay, their Ezreal's alive too.
Ooh.
As well, you're good.
Here, she's fed. She is not a support.
He's still 7-0. Yo. Oh my god. Okay, where do you want me to sign it?
You went over this.
Like, where do you think
Oh,
we
like
go?
right here.
Yeah.
You sure you don't want to sign it as well?
So I'm gonna ask at the auction.
Oh.
And I'll sign it too if that's what you want. But if that ruins the value of it, I will keep it unsigned.
I see. Okay, no, I like that.
Because yours is like can only increase the value of it.
I don't know about
If
that.
they Scarra body flow, if they
Thank you,
want
Dragon.
Scarra body flow but not your signature, they're the dumbest human being on this planet of Earth.
I
You should
see.
fight for this dragon, right?
I thought
Yeah.
a lot about it.
Yeah.
Thank
No problem. Well, it depends if we can actually get. I don't know if we win the 4v4. We'll probably win the 4v4.
He's pushing bar now too.
Oh,
They can run over to you.
sketch. This is sketch.
Oh, we are.
This right here. I'm here
I
with
can
you.
TP. I'm flanking.
I'm bringing over to you
So
guys.
is Fiora.
Yeah, they're converging on you.
About to fight this. Oh. Okay, that's ulti. Oh my god. This ribbon montage right here.
They're so low, all of them.
I'm sorry, dragon.
God, fuck.
Warded.
He doesn't have. He does not have it. Does not have it.
Got one.
You got one.
Nice good. Nice shot,
That's
Timmy.
good. That's good.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's good.
Now this is your turn to talk.
Yeah, no, I got it. Like, I got it.
Now it's time for the Scarra montage.
Oh,
What's
huge.
Oh, wait, hold on. I'm just gonna do this real quick.
All right, good luck.
I made 100 gold.
They TP mid.
I
Is
take
Sandra no TP?
red or no?
Up to you.
Yeah, that's good. I just need it for the gold, but I could probably get mid wave and still get it.
What the fuck? I stupid? What
I can
the?
cover you after that wave too.
Yo, whoever wants this
One's
blue, just
topside.
take it. I don't know.
Alright, I got a. I am.
One's topside. Care topside. There could be 3.
Bum bum bum. Whoever wants this red.
I'll get it. Actually, maybe he should get it.
I can get after this move.
One's
Sandra running towards
here,
top.
doing Baron.
Wait, they're doing Baron?
Yeah, Gwen's
Oh, they're on
Baron.
Baron. They're on Baron.
That's not good.
Oh, they just started it. What the fuck?
Okay, Albert, you got this.
Oh.
Oh, I did not know he could do Baron.
Celine. Aw.
Sorry, we push this. Oh. Oh, we have to do this. He is on the way. Huh. Okay. I am very fucky fed.
Yeah, I think we just.
Yeah,
like,
we're skilling.
Like even though we're down 7 kills, I feel like our team is just better.
Yeah, we're skilling.
I'm like willing to just ulti now if you want to force a fight on that Fiora.
They're looking mid.
I'm coming. I have flash.
Coming?
Yeah, we should do this. Fiora can't TP.
Okay.
Actually, she can. We fight. It's good.
Oh my god, I'm 1 HP.
Triple.
Yeah,
triple slow. They all flash pretty much.
Oh, this looks big. I think I might just recall. I'm just.
Nice. Push mid. Fiora's gonna push. I'll deal with her.
I go top side.
Sandra's running over too. Sandra or Gwen's gonna be. Oh, they're. You guys have to back. You guys have to back. You guys have to run. They're coming for you.
Uh-oh.
There's someone.
I did not know Gwen lived that fight. Holy crap.
Did Lysandra flash there?
Yes, she did.
I want to say
Yeah,
Gwen.
she did.
Oh no. Yeah, it was a Sandra flash.
Okay, we got flashes from this guy.
This guy for sure flashed.
Yeah.
I was chasing him.
I think our best play is to just like death ball.
I do agree.
Yeah.
We're very strong in a 5v5.
If you get any sort of stun on anybody, Albert, I literally would just E and ult them, and then they would just get CC'd to death. You just have to tell me when you're going in. Yeah, I got it.
Sure, they're not building any MR at all.
Oh, I know.
Scarra has 16. It's over.
Our entire bot side is worded.
Alright, can you help me get Fiora off here?
Yeah, I'm on the way. Warded here. Clearing the ward.
Alright.
They're mid.
They're pushing mid.
It's like.
Go to Dragon.
How long is Baron last?
I think I have to stay top, so I'll make sure Fiora doesn't TP.
There's so many. They're just going around.
Alright, you guys are 4v4.
Not sure if we can do this.
Yeah, I feel like we need you, Albert. Not gonna lie.
Okay, Fiora's looking to TP as well, though. Yeah, I'm coming.
They're just trying to finish it.
Yeah, we should fight.
We steal it.
Got it.
Nice. I guess that's it.
I guess that's it. Yeah.
I think we get out. We got the dragon.
Oh, Fiora TP.
Fiora TP.
That's really good. That's really good.
Yeah.
Now we just leave.
Yeah.
The classic.
I need a little bit. I'm gonna go top.
I'm 50 gold off too.
Nice smite, Scarra.
Ooh.
Oh, 16 Karthus with death cap.
I don't think it's worth it. Never mind. So I die.
Alright, this is gonna look really stupid. I'm just. Yeah. I need the gold.
What's the
First strike gold?
Yeah, I need the gold for my next item. Like cooldown's 130 for that blue buff.
Yeah, not bad enough for Baron.
Yeah. I actually needed it for my buy. What a stupid thing, but.
Wait, did I take the blue buff?
Oh, maybe. No. You took the other one. The second one.
Okay, mid.
Oh, they're looking mid.
I'm here.
I'm bot. I'm bot. I'm just in case, yeah. If you want to fight Fiora.
Oh, never mind.
This is worded.
Baron's in a minute.
I think I look for this now. We look for this now. Going.
Yeah, push out top wave and
I'm coming.
I don't have this.
Yeah,
I have ult.
Yeah. Force her. She has no flash.
3 seconds at wall. 2 seconds.
I'm gonna ult.
Let's go back.
Oh my god, we're just
Tim, you have to clear that.
a bit close.
Ooh.
dude,
I just went to wave clear and then
it doesn't even matter.
yeah, it won't matter because she has. Oh shit.
Oh.
That
my.
Gwen is so strong. Like so
Yeah, she has
strong.
25 stack Magi's.
Like I've never seen a stronger Gwen before. Holy crap.
Baron might be
That's
theirs.
their Baron. Yeah, I think it's theirs.
Let them get Baron, and we just deathball.
Ooh. Okay.
Dude, our entire jungle is just warded all the time.
Push out top, and let's just like do a standard fight. I think we win because Scarra is so powerful.
Oh, we'll see. I need 16 ideally, but I'm so far away that it feels really. I'm like a full level away.
Okay, then you can clear top.
But she wasn't ghosting. Stop fucking saying that she was ghosting, bro.
Trying to get this.
If I'm not saying it, you guys don't fucking say it, okay? Like, chill. I have ulti if you wanna.
Like bot. They're coming bot too.
They wanted that ball with Seraphine.
Oh, I got owned.
Fiora is just.
Can we kill this mid laner?
This start's actually gonna go down.
I can do top real quick. Or Scarra.
Oh, you can do it, Timmy. Okay. If they overextend, oh, looking. If they overextend, I can engage.
They're taking mid in him.
Oh.
Oh, I can't go back.
Yeah, or he's gone.
Aw.
Oh.
That's not bad. I get instantly killed in the duration of that.
Yeah, that's Seraphine cut.
Nah, it's okay. They were kind of strong.
She's very fed, yes.
Oh, me dying to the red buff was so bad. I threw the game there. It was really bad.
I shouldn't have played something with such short range. Or played
We
something
don't
more
play some maths.
aggressive.
It's okay. Wait, how am I out of the game? It didn't go, so she did it. It was really obvious she did it. I don't know. It's really easy. No, it was super obvious there was no ghost here, or else I would have died to the dragon. Like that game, I mean, just don't type about it. Trust me. You have no idea what you're talking about. She could have been, but there's no real definitive proof.
Oh my god, it's probably them again.
Yeah,
These guys are the only ones in Curewood.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, it's red side singe time.
We have the pocket pick.
Wait, true. Red side wins with the cinch now. What if we ban their stuff? Boom.
Nah.
No, it's just like they know where our jungler is all the time.
Yeah,
That's our
they're probably
issue. Our issue isn't their champions.
Hello.
It's literally the fact that they know where our jungle is. They know where to ward. They know how to like get around. Like they have no fear of the map, and it shows. That's the reason why we're losing. Oh, we're not even against them. Thank God.
Oh.
Like we're not losing because they're good at their champions or whatever.
Do people?
they legit just have whoever's jungling stream open.
Sometimes, I mean, that could happen. I'm telling you, I don't think that they were this, but they could have been. Am I top?
Sure. I'll play Lee Sin.
I'll fill.
Okay, let me
I
not.
can top if too.
Oh,
I can also play whatever if you guys don't want to play your roles.
wait, actually, can I play Swain? Yeah, can you give me an E?
Yeah.
I will try this. The rest side says, nah, I played Switch today. It's boring. There you go. So I don't, but I also, it's like, bro, I know that's why I never say anything about Ghosty. I don't fucking give a shit, man. Because I could have just played better. It's whatever. The red side, it was really bad by me. But like, I don't care. Just like, I don't think you should care if that people say that.
To play.
Because it definitely does happen to streamers. It's like a weird thing between like a boy who cried wolf and like, you know. Ooh. Oh, I do not want smite. Hold up a sec. Oh, hold up a sec. Oh, wait, conquer. Oh, I should want this. This. Yeah, I think it's a bad habit of streamers to do, but I also think it's completely understandable because some people just get sniped all the time. Especially the bigger they are, the more they get sniped. If they're a girl, they get sniped more as well. So it's like it feels fucking bad, you know? I've definitely
They have Kindred Vayne and 2 Nasus. It's over for them.
True.
Wait, am I crazy or does Lee Sin counter
Oh,
Kindred?
jeez.
Lee Sin does count.
I think that's what.
Lee Sin is like my permaban when I play Kindred.
Yeah,
I think that's what people did before.
I think it's what they did before, but Lee didn't get that much stronger. Except for recently, he got buffed, right?
I'm not sure, but yeah, it's usually because like you just kick them and insta kill
Yeah,
them.
usually Kha'Zix is always like the perma counter.
I always ban.
Kha'Zix is like,
Yeah, I
oh,
feel like,
God.
or if she picked a Kindred into me, I feel like I can just kick her.
Oh.
Or maybe she's very confident.
Yeah, I think that's a playable matchup. The other one was not playable. Like the Kha'Zix one is really hard, I think.
Yeah, Kha'Zix.
Like actually
Kha'Zix
like
and Lee Sin
giga
both
hard.
driving me crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, if you're on top of the Kindred already, it's just like.
How do I hit this? Throw a boomerang, physical damage, extended range, each time it hits an enemy. Against an enemy.
Every day I rule, Noxus becomes a more perfect
Well, I started E.
of my will.
Enemy.
It's not too
Enemy
bad.
champ is like kill constant.
Oh.
Free stacks,
Okay.
free stacks, free stacks.
Minions have spawned.
It literally costs like 50 mana and I gain 50 mana back. So it's
But
like,
you get mana back.
oh no, as a natural regen, I get pretty much all mana back. Every stack gives you permanent life on this character, so farm what I can.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we chose I'm not a champion for like 3, so we probably just get jumped in. It sucks because like I think this champion counters Swain a little bit.
Yeah, but if you get that one root.
This is weird. My character.
Whoa, this Lulu skin is heckin' cute. What is that?
Oh, you should back here.
Yeah, they're two first.
How cheap.
I'm coming bot.
Oh, I have
Oh.
like nothing.
He's gonna be like 1 HP top, probably.
Yeah, I have nothing. Oh my god.
She's rude. Oh, she was
Oh.
almost gonna be rude.
Wow, I did not expect that. Nice, we got both flashes, I think.
Yeah.
Oh no, my Q.
Right, they're coming. I'm gonna go on them.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Nice.
Oh wait, I got a solo kill.
She's in there still, but yeah. Sawyer? I don't know if you're saved. I can't do anything else.
Yeah. I'm probably dead here.
Can you bait top?
You want me to bait him? I can TP back and bait him.
Oh yeah,
or you
TP
want me
back.
to just...
I'll just be in position.
Okay.
Kendra's mid.
He still has everything.
Okay. Quick died with everything on.
Yeah, I kind of just walked up and queued him.
Oh, okay. Alright, well, ready?
Wait, I can get him
Wow.
low. Actually, never mind.
That
he's just
guy
fighting.
ran me down the lane. Holy moly. Tom's required for all
Just
3
flash
games?
still, he's gonna
Okay.
flash.
First of all,
Okay, that's all you.
it doesn't matter. Like, I don't think he's ghosted, but I really
If he
don't
gets stuck,
care.
I can push it. Nice.
Like, it...
Nice.
Oh, that's big.
Yeah, like, I don't give a shit. So please. Like, it's whatever.
It's okay, we counter them.
Wait, actually, give me like 2 levels. I get to go. Oh, I didn't fucking freeze, man.
I might have fucked my own lane, but GG.
It's alright.
We'll be fine.
Pity stays the hand of the merciful, but not mine.
Wait, 2 full levels on this guy.
We are chilling.
What's the status on bot?
I mean, we can't do anything till 6.
No flashes.
Yeah, no flashes for anyone.
I've been spotted. I'll go check the Oh, wait.
Oh.
Wait, they're
I'm looking.
This is illegal. Absolutely illegal behavior.
Looking for Lulu here. Got the Lulu. Got the Lulu.
She's stunned.
What are they
Actually, it's
doing?
illegal behavior. I don't know. The pink ward bait, I guess.
Ooh, nice job. Nice job.
He's level 6, I'm level 4. Bobbing
Oh god. It's fine. We got you. You literally wanted spotlight. We got you.
Yeah.
Any chance you can bait her in and we'll just like
and
somehow
2 seconds,
yeah.
One plate?
Yeah, we can get one.
I'm almost level 5 too. Oh, he just actually sucks at the video game.
Let's
though.
go, Timmy!
Wait.
Nice bait. You basically won that on your own. I just came in for the assist. Oh! Fuck this Kindred!
Free speech doesn't exist, bro. You're in a Twitch streamer chat. You're right. It's not a democracy. It's an anarchy.
I know.
Like,
Good job.
Oh my god, I feel like you're playing Pathfinder.
I am.
Pathfinder in a top down. How's this?
Oh my god.
It's
that's-
fantastic.
dude, top lane looks heckin' fun.
I am farming.
Anne's having fun.
Oh my god. I'm a Pathfinder main. Once again. There you go, Merkex. Here.
You would do well to die before.
Oh my god, that ability.
I didn't mean to clear this much.
Yeah, you cleared the entire
I
thing.
cleared literally everything.
Is it diveable?
6 is 1 creep.
I feel like it might be. Oh, Kindred's behind us. Do you see Kindred behind us?
Oh shit, I didn't realize.
Oh, let's just
Sorry.
fuck this guy then. Oh, he's dead.
Akali's
here too?
Yeah, I'm coming
Oh,
up
let me
top.
jump.
I'm out of here.
I'm coming up.
I have flash.
Okay.
I'm a whacker.
Oh!
I'm here.
I'm smacking them.
Okay, wait, clean up crew. Wait, they went mid. Are you fucking kidding me?
Oh.
Wait, I like how we didn't notice at all.
Oh fuck, this guy's too fast.
I was definitely watching the top
You
lane.
push that.
Same.
Karen's right here.
There's 3 mid.
Yeah, I'll run mid. Wait, why are they
Like,
mid?
Kindred might be either going for a mark or
I
dragon.
think
Oh, I guess
just
they can't
did
farm
what-
bot,
They
huh?
couldn't farm bot. We're freezing it.
Yeah.
What is happening? Is that
I'm
Alien?
coming mid.
What is Alien
Oh.
playing?
Wait, what's that? Oh, I'm.
Probably party animals.
Oh, that game is so fun actually. I played it yesterday.
Okay, we got our
We're
flash.
back top.
Submit.
I kind of like this character. I like how he double auto attack.
I'm here.
She's rooted, stunned.
I'm sure I win
Oh,
this.
GG,
I win this
guys.
for
I
sure.
can tank it. Oh. Okay, Scarra swing. Built it.
Wait, yeah, we literally got a level 1 game. Like,
It was amazing.
Who would have thought? I ruined my lane so you guys could succeed.
oh, you're
It was
real one.
huge. I love playing Seraphine into Swain because they're just always CC'd non-stop.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, chance this guy's over here.
Okay.
Okay, yep.
Have her kill Vayne.
Kindred's right here.
Hey, I'm down to just go
They
walk up on him.
ignited, and
Yeah,
that's it. Oh, and then Lulu flash. Lulu flash. Lulu flash.
Is it possible that this is a little mean?
No.
She's low. She's low.
She
He's
flashed.
grip. They're both low.
It's just League of Legends.
Yeah.
It's nothing personal. It's just League.
This is how you play. This is why you can never have a friendly match of League of Legends.
Yeah, because if you camp somebody's lane and then they
Yeah.
go 0-4, you guys are not friends anymore.
Yeah.
It reminds
Timmy,
me.
help Timmy.
Oh. Huh? What was that?
Oh, they're on Rift.
My Q is so strong.
Yeah, when you get full AP, you like clap people.
No.
I'm here.
Oh, she had nowhere to go.
Oh.
Wait, I'm about to do a swag shot.
I'm
Check
watching.
us
I'm
out.
watching. You can't smite creeps anymore.
I'm about to do a swag shot.
Okay.
Okay, okay, do it again, do it again.
Oh fuck.
Aww.
He's going for our red.
Wait, I almost had my W.
They're not going for our red. They're going
They use
for.
Flash Ignite.
Did they use ult or no?
Yeah, not Kindred ult, not Kindred ult. Garen used everything. I can TP on this guy soon too.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go back. I think Kali might come kill me.
Oh, there's a collie behind us.
Oh,
We win this. Obvious.
Jesus Christ.
I send a
How are you
collie.
winning?
Dude, you guys like Omega Jack.
I have no mana, man. Oh, wait, never mind. I got it. I got it back.
Oh, you got me in the back.
Oh yeah, when like you get a lead with.
I thought that was a hawk shot, and I was so confused.
You get a lead on this character does not feel fair.
Wait, he's still chasing? Are you
I mean,
safe?
he doesn't even have ulti. I don't know what. I can slow him in.
I was so oomed the whole fight, man. Wait.
What the fuck? Where did his move speed come from?
Pew, 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 pew.
Let's go take mid. Alright, Timmy. I'm gonna press the swag button, okay?
Bet.
This is the least of your
I'm coming this way.
Oh, it had ulti. I would have addressed it for sure.
This will be my offering.
Oh, careful, careful. They're coming. Oh.
Oh, I just took like 4 tower shots.
All good. Looked really cool.
Yeah. I pogged IRL. I just want you to know.
Really?
Just for you.
That means a lot to me, Timmy.
Of course.
Yeah, this is a.
Lulu, no. Wait, you're kind of broken.
Oh, the collie's here. Goodbye.
Yeah, it's 6
She's
kills.
rooted.
Too slow. Oh. No.
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 Yeah, how what's stacks is that? 250. Wait, 250 seems kind of low. Wait, what day of the week is it?
30.
Wait, the new World Song is next. It's the 4th, right?
Hmm?
The new World Song is on the 4th?
I have no idea.
Ooh. I think it's in like 4 days. Yeah.
I'm here.
Here?
Lulu's also topside.
Does it stop? Yeah, I mean, I preferred the games before
And I'm back.
this to this. I hate stop.
Oh.
It's fun
Oh my
to.
god, we have an auction. I have never played with an auction.
Oh, I can TP behind him. Oh wait, never mind.
The res is always for the other side. Oh, oops. Why did I word that?
Like, but some a lot of games in League, you'll just get this. It'll be like at least 30% of your games will be a stomp for one side or the other, and that's kind of what sucks about League.
I swear to God, I thought like based on where my ward is and where Albert is, there was no way a Kindred could be there.
LeBron, dunk him. Yeah.
Boom.
Scarra, you gotta come here and then I
Yeah?
secret boom. No, I didn't gore drinker. I don't look cool anymore. Please cut the tape. Cut the tape. Don't even show Scarra's kill.
I thought you were doing something really swag there.
Oh, I only had Zanya's, but
Oh.
if I was cool, I would have gore drinkered in time.
Mm.
What does Gore Drinker do?
It heals.
Heals you.
It heals you for percent missing health. I like died in my gorging her animation because I've got old grandpa fingers.
GG.
I
Oh,
was up the whole time. I just didn't do it in time.
You got TFT fingers.
TFT fingers. Yeah.
Yeah, ever since they removed Think Fast from the game, my APM has gone down.
Whenever Danny plays what VTuber TFT, he says he loses all his like League of Valor skills.
It's true. Oh, they're coming. They're coming. Kindred has smite. Kindred has smite. Kindred has smite.
Where's my jungler?
Where's our?
I'm coming.
That's
Oh,
theirs.
wait.
That's theirs
Wait.
now.
I'll just fight him.
They do.
Oh, I'm gonna time this perfectly to steal the. Oh.
Yeah.
Double kill.
Was that my fault? Maybe. Well, we won't talk about
you
it.
gave her stack.
Timmy, come here. I'm gonna press the
They
select button.
would have FF, so you know what I mean.
God,
Like,
look at this insane insect.
Honestly, yeah. Oh.
I'm shocked you haven't FF.
holy shit. That's actually too nice. Wait, he LeBron dunked me.
Oh no. Not the LeBron.
Oh, what the
Flash.
fuck? This guy ghosted at me.
Wait.
Vayne ulted ghosted.
How do you activate this? Blade?
Suck. Wait, this guy is so strong. Wait, he has a full fucking.
Does it just do it? Does it do it on its own?
I'm stupid.
This thing?
Wait, activate Blade. Yeah,
guy is
it
still
does. It
chasing?
activates by itself.
Keep
Oh,
right.
three autos, I see.
Oh, they're coming.
Wait.
Wait.
Aw.
Wait, great job. They will forfeit now. I'm so happy.
That's true. This is Scarra's time to shine.
Wait,
That's what I said.
Oh, I'm coming bot.
God,
There's 4.
isn't this item so good?
Fine.
Like how the
Kindred
the stats on it are like really crazy.
They're running.
Yeah, we're running into
Oh shit, they're running to me.
I'm coming.
a slowed one.
He doesn't have ult.
I'm gone? I baited them.
Baited them how?
Goodbye.
Wait,
She didn't take any of them.
she did block.
She
Wait a
just let her
second.
to die.
Wait, you just Baron? Oh.
She's stunned.
Oh,
I
I'm
mean, we can if you want.
Money.
That was the fastest res ever.
I'm back.
All right, let's go do Baron.
Back.
Don't worry, I will never lose a smite.
The TFT brain.
Wait, I got stack. Good job. Oh.
Man, I totally could have saved you with my kick, but I did the cost-benefit analysis and decided it wasn't worth it.
Oh.
Because you wanted to use it for a pog play, I understand.
Yeah.
Wait, do we still want a bear?
We lost
not
our
right now.
Ox
I wanna flanker Z.
That was a hot kick. That was
Oh my
crazy.
god,
my
they're
God.
dead.
Toss.
Oh my pog.
Wait, I got it.
I was
Oh.
here, pog.
Stunned. Oh, she flashed it.
Oh, we take this.
I was here, pog.
I died at the turret.
Pearl Harbor, no!
Are you executed?
Yeah, no
It's in
problem.
chat for Celine. Let's go to Baron. Let's go
Okay.
to Baron. I feel like Nasus can do it really fast.
Yeah, my ulti is almost up again.
Seraphine would be such a better champion if she didn't have this platform randomly.
I know.
Like,
Let
it just
her
had like a
walk on
nice
her
animation.
legs.
Yeah. I feel like the platform makes her feel really snobby.
Oh, don't take that. Take it. Oh, thank you.
I'm coming. Actually, I'm just like red. Is not clearing their jungle still a good thing, like leaving one?
Yeah, it's not bad.
I think they auto die now after a bit.
Oh wait.
Oh
I
yeah,
think
that's true. I forgot about that.
Ooh.
Also, they
That's
made
a-
like the small ones worth a bit more gold, so it's like worth to cash out. Oh, holy shit.
Oh, she is
Bye.
fast.
She flash ult ghosted. Yeah, she like
She
flash
sniffed me
ult.
out. Worth,
She
worth,
went
worth.
Crazy for you, Albert. Like
Wait.
you were her prey.
I'm kind of down to.
Oh, they turned for you. I was
Oh.
wondering what made them turn.
Oh, wait, that guy does a lot of damage. The Kindred does 2 point.
Oh, good old Akshan.
Oh my.
you got him very
Wait.
low.
Oh.
The Kindred.
Fuck.
Is so
That guy
much
hurts.
damage.
We did
So you
that.
steal it?
Oh yeah, let me.
Oh, the Kindred has 14 marks.
Yeah, you know, we kept giving her everything.
Oh, I
mean,
15. I've never seen someone with 15 marks before. Oh, you got this? Okay, wait.
Aw. I owned myself.
I'm literally running straight here.
It's pretty risky. Careful.
Still running?
We can just 5v5 bot.
I think we got a death wall. Every champion of ours gets kited to death otherwise.
Oh yeah, if we have Seraphine, it's always.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I think you guys have to play around me.
Or we can do like 4-1, but yeah, I'm down. We still have this for a bit.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Oh yeah.
Where's it-
I'm
where's
gonna end
your
it
sister?
here. The champions actually scaled quite well into the late game.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think we should just group up into 5.
One team fight I can probably just. I'll probably just make the Kindred useless in team fights.
Yeah, that Kindred does more damage than anyone else. Like,
yeah.
Holy moly. I forgot how much damage you could do.
You beat him?
Yeah, but it takes a long time.
Weak of body, weak of mind.
Oh, I see Kindred.
Oh, looks good.
That's funny.
That's why I don't like going against Lee Sin.
It just kicks you out of the hole every time.
The debate
And
is.
then, and then they Q you, and then it's just GG.
Okay, get this inhib while they're killing him.
Save me!
Wait, you even died?
No. The call you used a lot.
I guess now we just reset and go bot.
To ignite, maybe? Yeah, sure.
Oh, you.
Yeah, I've never seen a 60-second delete. Either. I've seen more like Giga stacked Velvets than anything else.
So freaking deep.
Wait, I have 60 stacks. Wait, that's a lot of stacks. I'm 732 for health. Wait, that's so much. Okay.
Like 4 here.
Oh, my bad.
No problem. I literally don't run out of mana anymore, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, they're not here. Crazy.
Wait, when they? Oh yeah, I never lose, except for the game before this and the game before that. But aside from those two games,
Damn,
never
I'm
lose.
lurking.
Oh.
Oh, that's Celine needs help.
Live, Celine.
Oh, they're coming for you guys now. I slowed him.
Charmed?
Yeah, I mean, he can't move too. I can slow him again in two.
Oh, I thought that was gonna heal off his flock, man. I thought I could get the passive stack and heal for 5%.
I feel like these have no
was it
chance.
too slow and I just didn't pick it up or what?
I'll get the turret.
Oh.
Oh.
Ah! Hit the exit!
Timmy hit
Good
the
times.
Nexus. What is that from?
Twitch rivals.
It's from the time we lost Twitch Rivals because you didn't hit the Nexus.
Yo,
Oh, really?
whoa! Yo! Yo!
I was like, I've heard this saying before, but I don't know from where. Timmy hit the Nexus.
Yo!
Which Twitch Rivals was that?
It's the Play 4 Riot
It's like
Games.
the Riot Games tour, yeah.
Oh. Okay, guys.
Don't worry, Timmy. The memory is more important than any of the prize money.
I'm gonna call it, guys.
True.
I am getting a little tired.
But we can stop there. That was a good game.
All right.
Scar got his montage moment.
Yeah.
I'm happy for him.
Oh, GG's, guys.
GG's.
Thanks for playing, everybody.
Guys, what if I just opened up Lost Ark right now? Like, actually.
This game is unreliable.
Oh, I'm gonna host Raid Pobelter. Wait, he literally said his girlfriend went home, and he's no lifing Korean solo queue. This is the perfect chance to see the pinnacle of League of Legends gameplay. Okay, give the big Pobe my regards. I'm out, guys. Have a great night.